Welcome to the Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. This happens during the live draft shows, taking place before the tournament first begins and after each round of play. Bounty hunters can choose from the most wanted teams, deciding if they want to choose their opponent based on strategy, past history, or simply going for the biggest prize available. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
Are you guys ready to go bounty hunting? Because me and Vu certainly are. It is the Blast Premier Bounty Season 2 presented by Polymarket, and we're kicking off the new season going into the second half of 2026 in style with a format that I'll say is very hard, very difficult to go through. It's cutthroat for these teams out here, Vu.
I'd say it's exciting. I mean, it definitely picks for the best matchups. You're going to see that today as well. Teams that know they have an edge can pick an opponent that you're going to see a good game against instead of one-sided affairs where the better team is just guaranteed to win almost.
Exactly. And, you know, they're facing single elimination the whole way through, which I do enjoy. As the one getting to watch and see it all unfold, I guess I look back and see, okay, you guys could be under pressure here. And the fact we start online might be more of a wheelhouse for some of the teams that are taking part in this, right? There are teams who actually just prefer to be on LAN. That's where they're at their best for. But then online, there's some of these up and coming teams. They're like, well, we're doing this every single day. And we can see it on the side of the screen right now. We've got our most wanted versus the bounty hunters. The bounty hunters are the 16 teams who don't have any bounty by their name. They're looking for a big team to take down. They're looking to take some cash with them and prove that actually we're not that far away from your level as you might think we are.
Yeah, I mean, there's teams like Eyeballers that have shown a little bit recently. You've got Liquid down there as well, 100 Thieves. A lot of these teams have been in the doldrums grinding online CS for weeks, for months, for potentially years, looking for this type of opportunity to take down a scalp as big as a Foot, a Furia, a Vitality even, that they don't get a chance to often play.
Oh yes, this is it, right? So looking at some of the names we do have here though, because of when the VRS invites were sent out, this was in the June edition of it, we see some teams like Magic, we see NIP, we see Pain, who all are not in the best recent form and not as highly ranked, but they're still a most wanted team, which means they could be in for a bit of a tough time from the early start here.
Yeah, you're mentioning those teams. I mean, Mongols got picked a lot earlier as well. That's a team that's gone through a couple of changes. The factor of how early this VRS cutoff was means there are some teams you could even argue shouldn't even be in the top 16 that are up there in the top 12.
Yeah.
And those are teams that were picked early, and those are teams that we're expecting they're going to have a tough time.
very true. But we also have some of the big dogs in play for the bounty. And let's start by looking at Vitality. They are the kings of 2025, and they looked like they were going to be doing that again in 2026. But things changed at Cologne, and they slowed down a little bit before that. That's where you maybe need to worry about what form they'll come in here. They've never won a bounty. They've always struggled at this part of the event. They can make it to the LAN finals, but they cannot lift the trophy.
That's not a team I'm too worried about the form of. I'm worried a little more about Furia. You look at Furia at the end of last year, they were looking like a team primed to take down Vitality, to compete for that top 3, top 2, top 1 slot, but they weren't able to actually convert on that, and now you're looking at them in the outskirts of the top 5.
And then on the other side, we have Spirit. They're exciting. It's not just about Donk anymore. We're seeing other individuals like Tanir step up. Shiro has always been reliable. And Magic, oh my, he even gets himself, can't call it a graffiti, but a moment in game because it was epic what he did at the major.
Yeah, when you're looking at Spirit, you're looking at a roster with a lot of solid players, and you're thinking the same exact thing for Falcons. They've got 3 players in Kyosuke, Monesi, and Nico that can all take over a game absolutely, and then you add in the Kerrigan factor, the Kerrigan effect, actually pushing Kyosuke into this level, into the stratosphere when it comes to playoffs as well, something you didn't see for Falcons for so long. This is the team I'm most excited for this season.
And rightly so, right? Because we looked at this and we thought maybe it will be later in the year that Falcons might hit their peak. Some people want to say that, okay, Falcons' run at the major was a little bit of a fluke, a little bit of luck, but this is Kerrigan's way of playing CS that's working for these players. And certain players like TigeRES, Kyosuke, they are improving alongside him, right? And this has only been, what, 63 days or something, whatever it was. And it's going to be just now, he's had more time to work with them. They were on boot camp as well at the moment. I was just speaking to them. So like, they're taking this very seriously. They're continuing to push on forward, and they know they've still got a lot of room to grow and learn. But now I think people are going to be taking them a lot more seriously throughout this season.
I think when they came in, they came up with this, I'm going to call it a lie, where they said they were focused on the next major. They were saying, oh, we don't care about Cologne. We're going for the second major of the year. And they could focus on that now, but I think they would have been disappointed if they hadn't gone deep in Cologne. Obviously, they picked up the win. I know you said fluke. I know people are talking about that. This was arguably the hardest major run of all time. Now, they got a little lucky with the way they closed out those games. I don't think it's sustainable for Kerrigan to basically not shoot back and still find consistent success. The question for me is, are they going to have a bit of a hangover from the major, or is this kind of, now they've completed the game, Nico's finally won his major, and they're ready to have full faith in Kerrigan and come into the season running, dethrone Vitality as the best team? Because I'd say Vitality still are the top dogs.
Well, I'll tell you this, Kyosuke and Monesi, they have been grinding. I've been looking at it. So they are definitely not going to be chilling and waiting anymore for it. And Kerrigan actually said to me that he's going to go back and not take a break. He had his vacation before, you know, when he wasn't sure if he's even playing the major. So he is in full force trying to up those numbers, which I do think is very important. But other teams who are making changes and they're trying to make big moves to make sure they can be competitive at winning a title. Let's start by looking at some of the roster mania that happened in the break. And let's start by looking at Aurora. Aurora right now, yes, it's still a Turkish core, but now they're all going to be switched and talking to English. Kixan comes in as the IGL. Yimfat coming in as an anchor. Finally, he's away from the shackles of MOUZ, and we can see him maybe perform even better than he has done in the past. But this is an interesting lineup. I don't think it's going to hit the ground running. It's going to take a lot of adjustment. Obviously, they've also changed coach as well. Ash has come in, but I am excited about this. You know, on paper, it gets me like, I'm feeling there is potential with this team.
On paper, these are all upgrades. I mean, we know Ash is a coach. He's got his YouTube that you can actually see evidence of what he knows and what he can do. You know Jimmy. I think people remember Jimmy at the end of 2024. You're hoping that maybe he was just underperforming a bit because Spinks joined the roster. Sometimes you might have struggled having to play on the side of the map with him, and you want to see him pick up his previous form. And Kixan, I think we all respected him as an IGL. He couldn't make it work on Falcons, but he's still a great IGL. The question is, and I think you've got the point there, is that this is all upgrades, but I don't think this is necessarily going to make them immediately into a much better team. I think this just opens the door for future changes if they need to make them a top 3 team again, to get them to that next level that they really, I think they just wouldn't be able to do with a Turkish, like only Turkish team.
Yeah, and if people don't understand, if you're not reading between the lines of what Vu just said there, because you need to keep 3 players from the core to keep your VRS right, we could see potential changes going forward if things didn't work out to move them into international success, which many teams are going for right now. So after Aurora, I want to take a look at MOUZ, because MOUZ, they're just keeping it in their own backyard, man. This whole team is just MOUZ Academy players, except for Spinks. Everyone else has come through it in some way. They've even now brought PR back. Now, many people expected it was going to be JL, right? They were saying they wanted JL because of the energy, the aura, all that stuff, which obviously we know MOUZ was lacking. But now they've brought PR back in, who was struggling on Gamer Legion under Snacks. But within this team, with a coach like Cychrome, Xertion's ability to kind of frag out and be an IGL, this actually becomes the most exciting MOUZ in memory for me.
They still are going to lack a little aura. I think they still lack. I see why people wanted JL. They wanted the energy. Yeah. They wanted someone that really maybe could push them, because you look at MOUZ as a team that struggles a little bit when you come to deep playoff runs. JL's a player that has had experience in those situations, but when it comes to individual level and the future of this team, I think PR is a player for the future of this team. It might just take him a little time to slot in and get to the next level. But you're right, this is MOUZ Academy, MOUZ NXT, just promote it up eventually over time. The question remains, can they perform deep in these runs? Can they make it to the finals and actually win events, which they've always struggled to do? I'm not sure PR necessarily pushes them over the edge.
I will say this though, right? I do think that at least for MOUZ, Xertion as an IGL now, he is the one that can deliver that aura. I've liked what I've seen from him, just the body language, the expression, how he's leading from the videos as well. But there's still a lot more for us to cover. So next we're going to take a look at Liquid, kind of North American for you over here, Vu. Liquid is in an interesting spot, right? Ultimate out, Jorko in, but the big elephant in the room is whether the JT change is coming in or not, because my sources were telling me that JT is supposed to be there. He's been practicing with the team.
Look, I've been a Shuhei doubter for quite a while. I think he's been long needed to be removed from this roster, and I've been a JT fan for quite a while. I think he's done so much with the teams he's been on. Every team he plays with seems to overperform, and sometimes they lean on JT when he's playing well, his teams perform well, and when he's playing badly, sometimes his teams struggle a bit. But Shuhei was playing badly and his team was struggling for a long time. So I think both of these are changes that need to be made, and I would love to see JT at this event performing with Liquid. Hopefully that's what we get to see.
And looking at the ultimate going out, right, obviously that is the official one that is announced already. He was maybe going to play, now he's not going to play. It's Jorko coming in. To me, this is an upgrade, because you've had nearly 2 years of ultimate, sometimes having moments, but really not looking that good.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it. Well, we have Ultimate. Jorko, he could be anything. He could even be another Ultimate. But actually, I think he's likely to be better. I think we've seen a little too much of Ultimate. If you look at his tenure, he's been there for longer than a lot of players that you actually associate with Liquid as a roster. He's been there for a year plus. It's actually insane how long Ultimate has been there while still continually struggling, while not able to. I mean, he had the flash of brilliance we saw from Ultimate was his first month or two. Since then, I think everyone's been certain that they need a step up if Liquid want to be a team that can make a major playoffs or go to a major semifinal, something we used to take for granted in North America, that Liquid was a major playoff team. Now it's been questionable for quite a while.
Sounds like nostalgia, mate. That's the last time I can think of that, right? But another team we want to look at is FaZe, because FaZe, they were looking like they would be stuck in tier 2, tier 3 hell for a long time. Frozen and Twist, right? They're the big names we're looking at. Jacob is still there, maybe not living up to expectations, but the last guy to come in, at least on loan or standing in, however it's working out, Jaboan right now, I saw him at XPL. This guy is exciting. This guy is the AWPer you want to see on a team like FaZe.
Yeah, I like the idea that you look at the first 2 players on that roster. You got Frozen, great player, really happy for Frozen. Twist, great player, really want to see more out of him. IGLing, a little bit questionable, but whatever. He can make it work. And then Ignore the next two in the middle. Just forget about them for a second. Jay Bowen, he's also a hype, great player. Really excited to see him. If only we could have, a roster with 5 players we're all excited about. But for FaZe, even seeing one move after the devastating loss of Kerrigan, even seeing one move that is hype, and you see a player that can go into that op slot, that can actually perform at a level that we used to see from Brokey, maybe we have at least hope for this FaZe roster. That's the best I can say. I mean, I think this FaZe roster has some hope. Maybe there's still one change away from being a team that we feel is competitive at the top level, though.
Oh yes, that's it, right? FaZe is always aiming for the top. It's been a long time since we've seen them there, but this one, at least with Jaboan, I'm starting to believe in it. I personally would probably see maybe Twist doesn't have to IGL and someone else can come in, but it's hard to find a good enough IGL in the current market of CS. But we get to find some very good players next for our fantasy team, VOO. We're going to make some choices in here for the Blast Bounty Fantasy. So, okay, anyone that is at home, you can go on to blast.tv/fantasy and make your own team now. You have 10 minutes, as it says on my screen right now. So get started with this. And do you know what? I'm going to start, VOO, and you can tell me if you disagree. Diamond in here. I see Zywoo. Yeah, don't need that. I look at m80, and I'm thinking that is instantly my diamond pick. Would you agree?
I mean, it's not a bad diamond pick. We could go for m80. It's exactly what I would have expected you to pick. I would have gone for Dog, but I'm okay. We can go with m80.
All right, I'll let you take the platinum pick then, right? You can go next in the platinum line. It gets a little bit harder here, but it's all percentage in one player's favor.
Yeah, I mean, if we're already going with m80, we're saying Falcons are advancing. You gotta go for Nico. I mean, you need Nico, m80. They gotta be together.
Actually, you said something really good there, right? There's only 8 teams that are going to make it to the LAN finals in Malta that we're going to next week. And we need to pick players that we think are going to make it all the way through. No one that's going to get eliminated in the first game. Upsets can happen, but we need to be careful. So on gold, we can't take any more players from the Falcons. We've already had 2. Where do you want to go with this? This gets a little bit harder.
I think the crowd has pretty much the right idea here. Furia is almost certainly going to make it through. Furia has Yakindar. Yakindar is typically going to perform in these sorts of events, in these sorts of moments, going through the group stage or the early portion of this tournament. It's got to be Yakindar. It's got to be him.
Okay. So Yakinda in next, and then do we take some Vitality players? Do we go for some Spirit players? If I'm picking between Apex and Zontix right now, I'm going to say Apex has probably been performing better for his role than what Zontix has. Would you agree?
I think the problem is we're looking at Apex as an IGL and Zontix as a fragger, but I feel so much more comfortable with Apex. I'm sorry, Zontix. Yeah. I think there's a good chance he performs better, but I just got to go with Apex.
Nice. I like that. I see what you're doing there, and I agree with you on that one. And then for our bronze pick. Now, even if we could get Kerrigan, I see 17% of people have picked him. I don't know why you've done that. I don't know what you've done. And you need points in the fantasy, guys. Don't be picking Kerrigan right now if you want some points. But we want maybe someone who can frag out a little bit more. I see a Darkmeister from the Mongols. I heard that he's a Mongolian donk, but a lot of Mongolian people keep saying this about different players that have come up there. Only 3% have picked him. Maybe most Mongolian people. You fancy Mongols going to the LAN finals, mate, with these 2 young rookie changes?
I'm noticing ultimate. I want to pick ultimate. No, let's get. I'm leaning towards a Fallen. I mean, I feel fantasy usually double one team, double another team. Fury is going through here. Fallen's not going to perform at the top level, but at least you've got a player that's advancing.
I like it. That's a nice way to do it. Thank you very much, Fu. There's our team. We've got him locked in. So guys, head to your own way of doing it at home on blast.tv/fantasy if you want to have a go at it all. And then next, we got to start looking at our pre-match, but I've lost all my sound. Vu, do you hear me?
Yes, I do in fact hear you.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I was worried for a second there. I unfull screened our video and it didn't come in. So as we keep moving things forward, we need to make sure we get an interview with NIP's latest recruit, Note.
Actually, a little bit of everyone. I mean, I think Dude and Richard, the coaches, do an amazing job at helping me. But I've also spent time with Snappy and everyone, chips in sometimes if they feel like they have something on their mind. So it's a bit of everyone, but that's the nice part about having lots of good people on the team to help you.
And I'm sure, right, not all of it has been easy. So maybe you can share with me what's been some of the most difficult things you've had to go through in this journey so far.
Well, I think the start was the hardest when I got to hear like that I might be like trialing for like to play some tournaments, like not really trialing, but just that I even might like get the chance to do it. For me, obviously, that is like a massive chance, and that is, I was like putting a lot of pressure on myself. And at the start, when I was first packing with the team, it felt more like I was playing to, you know, survive and not make silly mistakes or whatever. But now that I'm like more comfortable, I can just you know, play CS, and yeah. That was the hardest part for sure at the start.
And when you say like you can play CS now, do you also get to call some of your own moves and shots? Do you get to have a bit of a voice in what you want to do?
Yeah, 100%. I still need to find like more comfort with that also, because it is a little scary sometimes to take the initiative in like a big game when it matters a lot. But I am very like, the team trusts me, Snappy trusts me, the coaches trust me, so I have all the freedom to call whatever I want basically. So it's just about getting more comfort in doing that also when it matters most.
And when it matters most, right, is going to be the key word for him, especially when you're going into like games where you're facing elimination every single time, and there are potentially going to be no easy matchups here for NIP. Vu, looking at this, right, NIP went through crazy changes. Ken went out of the way, now Note's come in, he's coming up from the Young Ninjas lineup. Ken doesn't have the most experience, but you know, at least he played some tier 1 events. For Note right now, he's kind of thrown into the deep end.
The problem I have with Karen is that my experience of him is just that he's been underwhelming. You saw him come into this team. They talked about how good he did in scrims, but we never really saw, maybe we saw glimpses, but we never really saw him perform at the level we needed. And Note so far, I think he's done a really fantastic job so far in this team. We're looking at the opening duels. What I noticed was that since joining the team, Note has played a little bit more aggressive than you saw from Karen, and the way an NIP team works, they set him up with great utility to go for aggressive plays. He's swinging out mid on Ancient, he's swinging up B ramp, he's not afraid to go for the aggressive plays, and with the utility there to support him, he's been overperforming for what you would expect, and certainly overperforming what we saw from Karen, who wasn't a bad player. Maybe he had the experience, but what I'm experiencing so far from Note, I think, is just better. It's just a matter of time before we see if he can actually maintain that.
Yeah, maintenance is very key in this, right? You can have a hot start, but you need to keep doing it as the team is adjusting and things are changing around you. And for NIP, they removed both the Ukrainian players. Wrinkle went first, then Cairn as well. And now we have a situation where we look at what they had here. Like, there was one moment I was so high on Wrinkle, but it may be just a way that Snappy is using his players, right? Maybe it doesn't fit the way that these guys wanted to play. Maybe that's kind of the reason they came to this decision.
I think you look at Stown, and Stown I mean, he's not traditionally an opper. He's not the most aggressive opper. I think it's a complete drastic change in playstyle between these two players. You see Stown a lot more passive, possibly too passive. He's actually, you think of Shiro as a passive opper, Stown is more passive than Shiro in terms of opening duels, but he does throw more utility, and he's more effective with that utility when he throws it. So to see him pick it up on NIP, somehow pick up the op as a player that he was known as a body shot merchant. Maybe the op is the right gun for a body shot merchant. I'm impressed with how he's been performing, to be honest.
Yeah, and I was going to say this with Stown. I was worried at first because I just remember, at least in CSGO, him as a rifler, so solid. We were so happy with him, but in CS2, it didn't hit. And I'm thinking, okay, then you just want to come AWPing on NIP. Like, how is this going to work? But it's not been that bad, and he can progress within this, and I feel like he's back with Shush, right? He knows what he's going to get from Snappy as well. Like, they're going to have the same idea of how they want to play CS right now. So despite the results maybe not being as good as what they wanted, it is a team that has the potential in here overall, but that potential, we've seen moments where NIP can rise up the VRS, and then once again they hit a brick wall, and then changes need to come in. I just want to see them stick with a roster, because you got a player who we haven't even mentioned yet, Kaspersky, who was a player I was expecting to go to much bigger teams or be picked up, and then he signed a longer deal with NIP. So don't waste this guy's talent, right?
I mean, it's a blessing that Kaspersky is still on this team. He is a player that easily could have been poached, brought to a top 5, top 10 team, top 10 team at the very least, and you would have seen him impress at that level. So to have him still on NIP, I felt for a little while they were wasting his talents. I think now they have a roster that can actually deliver on that promise. You have Stown, he can grow as an opera the same way Device back in the day was a rifler all the way back. You have another Danish player that was a top rifler switching over to op. I think there's definite potential there. I think we're going to see this NIP team move a little bit up in the rankings over time with this roster.
Over time. I like how you were just curbing your enthusiasm a little bit there. Smartly done with it. And in order for them to do that, right, they've got to win games like this. They're facing M80. M80 picked NIP into this, right? They wanted to go bounty hunting towards NIP, who had some money on their heads. But M80 are a team where we saw they add Jaber, and then it didn't really come to the highest points of what was expected. You know, he was supposed to be the most promising talent coming out of North America, but M80 is still kind of in the same position.
I feel like you're taking shots at North America in that one. JBA was probably the most promising talent coming out of North America outside, you know, the other talents we have are OC, who's already been tested at tier 1, you know, but unfortunately he's going to take some time to grow as a player. I can see why they picked this team. They ban NIP's best map, so it just makes a lot of sense for M80 to pick this team. I think M80, they're a little stagnant at the level they're at, but I see hope for them, and this is where they want to prove it.
Well, with that, we've got our maps, we know what's happening, but we've got a special duo to kick things off with here. This is not FPL, this is not a major, this is the Blast Bounty presented by Polymarket, and we've got the legendary James and Dan back on our screens. Take it away, boys.
Thanks, Banks. Yeah, it's us, James.
It's us, it's you, it's me.
Yeah, 5 years since doing an in-person event. We've done some online stuff, but we're back. And we're back in a great fashion. You know, new season here right after the major. Lots of changes. The Bounty event ushering in a lot of cool competition with this amazing format. And I'm excited for this one, James, because it's a very close matchup on the rankings. So I feel like it's the perfect one to kick us off here.
I'll tell you something that's not close, Dan. Note played 21 maps for his new squad NIP, down 49. JBA in the meantime has played 118 maps here for M80. Everybody else on M80 has played about 400 maps or more, and there's something to be said about longevity. So I think this is going to be quite a challenge for Ninjas in Pyjamas, but maybe it's exactly the test they need with a new look squad.
All right, so M80 starting off on the T side, NIP on the CT side, and Inferno. So it's a nice one to get going here, to get the nerves out of the way with. I feel like, James, very, very standard how you play an Inferno game. He already gets down going for an investigation through the apartments. And he's going to be 3 players, actually very nice, able to get one and steal himself back away to the site safely. Shoots with some good cover, and that's going to be now an M80 side that's got to go to a plan B, maybe quite literally here.
Good discipline not to pursue too far. They were walking into a trap if they tried to thirst that frag. There'll be delay over towards this B-bomb site. Some spam from Kaspersky. Almost, but not quite. Is he going to be revenged? Doesn't look like it. There is rotation, though, and that bomb is stuck in a very awkward position. So despite the inroads over towards B, there are more problems as Swisher emerges just as they run out of bullets. That is awkward for the CT side. Now the A-bomb site's open for business. You can see some of the remainder looking back and forth, wondering which way they should go, but it's definitely stronger if they stay together.
And creeping onto the side. Nice forward position already from Snappy. Might actually catch the remainder off guard here. Swisher and Sin looking to try to defend, but again, very forward position, proving problematic, unable to play together. 8 HP here for Sin. It's been very challenging indeed. With the pressure now on top of him, that defuse coming in, not too much in the way of options here. We'll be wrapping around the apartments, but I mean, this is looking pretty clean here for Snappy. The full hold, and that is a great start off to this match here for NIP. You know, starting off with the apartments aggression, James, just really went very, very smoothly after that.
Let's see what options will be taken then. as we move into the second round. Sin not looking to pursue more frags towards the end there. Maybe not wanting to give away more money to the CT side with what little HP he had. So there will be quite an investment. Galil's plural for the T squad as the fight for Banana begins.
Yeah, classic boost on quad. NIP looking to try to hold on to some Banana control with that deep smoke, but it does look like it'll be challenged. M80 will start bursting on through. Ex-Kaspersky will fall back, so slowing down the M80 side as they continue to pressure, force out that utility. They are keeping presence towards the A side of the map as well for now, but looks like the commitment will come through. NIP feeling it out there, and again, this utility has been pretty effective so far in deterring this push.
Will it be a contact play then? Did they see any of Kaspersky there? As Slacks moves in. They need to try and seize this bomb site with minimal warning. Another loss, maybe one too many with 4 remaining for the CT squad. Sin and JBA do what they can. That smoke will give them a few seconds. You can see Note fishing for something through that smoke. Bomb not planted just yet. Tagged on the way to doing exactly that. 2 men coming in from Banana just in time to eliminate the player as he comes off that bomb, which has been planted, and JBA makes it possible. 1v1, he's done a lot of work so far. And it's going to be quite painful for Shush. Indeed it will be. The force buy works out. That is perfect. It's a great start for them.
Yeah, that's so painful. I mean, it's just always the danger, isn't it? Always the danger, but NIP, they're going to have to start off to very rocky beginnings with this economy. It's really, really well played there by JBA. I mean, again, you can hear Vu was giving him the respects. It's this young, promising player from North America, looking to show the NIP side of thing or two here. And with their economy rocked, it's going to be hard to stabilize. Of course, you know, the utility game is so incredibly important for the CT side here. So we'll get the force buy right back, of course, from NIP to see if they can, you know, put the shenanigans to M80 as well. M80 opening up with pretty consistent openings here. You know, it's focusing on this Banana control first, you know, leaving someone towards the A side of the map. That's JBA. Just keep things honest in case there's a push. So far showing NIP the same thing every single round. And NIP, they go with the stack here, James.
Yeah, Snappy's got some tools to buy time over towards this B bomb site. He has been left a few smoke grenades. He picks up another one as he deploys his. Could be a promising HE as well. Now, does this force rotation from M80? With 50 seconds on the clock, they could still wait this out. But in they go, and that is job done. I'm not sure how much rotation we'll see in this scenario for NIP.
No, trying to get cheeky with the Deagle there, but yeah. I mean, it's by design, isn't it? You can just play these pistols out for the next round. It's the most standard stuff. I mean, that's kind of why I was saying earlier, it's, you know, nice to have an Inferno because, you know, at the very least, all of the decision-making, the pacing and everything, it feels, I feel like of all the Counter-Strike maps, it feels like there's the most repetition, the most expectation how these rounds are supposed to play out for the most part. So NIP will have to try again next time. I wonder if they'll get a bit more aggressive here. James, what do you want to see? We've got the remaining pistols, of course, that have been saved. A decent chunk of weaponry to work with.
That's a sick chain. I think here maybe you invest in a few flashes. You don't want to like ruin your money for the full buy that is to come. So I think you've got to go for a swing, which I would imagine the other side will expect. But trying to find, you know, there's always a gamble to be made with the timing of such. But again, you don't want to be short in your buy round by over-investing in around what you have in this scenario. So I think some flashes, maybe 2 flashes, some chain flashes But again, I think really you got to focus on the buy rounds. But let's see. It was a standard but still good setup, I think, with the smokes for Snappy to try and invite rotation with poor timing. But M80, familiar with that trap, forced the issue with flashes, Mac 10s and such.
Yeah, I always like to think about, what are the ways that you win these types of rounds? And I feel like one way is slowing the T's down enough that that the clock becomes a forcing feature of their decision making, and they have to. Okay, well, Shushi's going to kick things off with a headshot straight away, dropping Slacks down by the T ramp. So, okay, numbers already now becoming somewhat of an issue. This actually makes things quite interesting here, James. We do have 3 smokes, so I guess this kind of plays into the point I was trying to make, where you're looking to try to kill the clock with those smokes, and then create a situation where M80 are going to be forced to make a decision where they don't have enough time to properly or safely, survey the area and get onto a site, and they'll have to take some risks. So they're going to go back to A here now.
Yeah, time-wise, it's a curious one over towards B with the util that remains, but of course the entire focus is A now. Note's got a nice bait set up. But can anything else be done with this? Kaspersky having a look. They spotted the bomb carrier at the very least, and this is very troublesome now for M80. Not much remaining for them. Heavy damage on both sides, but of course it is NIP who will be carefree in what remains of this one. Repositioning now. They will need to be prompt as this bomb ticks.
Very doable. I mean, both coming from the apartments. This is definitely a round with potential here for NIP as they creep forward. Swisher below in the pits. Very good spot, I think, to deal with this. He's going to have the timing, though. NIP are making their presence known. Snappy taking down DBA, and Swisher looking away, anticipating Snappy's position. Great drop down there. I mean, perfect timing, perfect positioning from NIP to pick up the defuse. And I mean, that's going to feel really awesome, James, considering that they lost that second round. NIP, they're going to be able to get back into full control here on the CT side now.
Yeah, really important that Note drops first as the guy with 9 HP to allow his teammate to play off of that information. Died for the cause, died for his country. That is a very good force. They did enough. Even with all the util over towards that B-bomb site, they had that one flash which they threw and got nothing from it. But they got everything they needed on this A-bomb site. With the bomb planted again, I think there might be expectation as to what M80 do here. But let's see if they will continue the forces. There will be a small delay. Someone's PC needs to be reset, so some time for reflection. But it's a tight game so far. I think it's good to see both teams winning the difficult rounds. Shows that everybody is ready for the action today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that previous round as well, I think, was it Shushu who managed to get that long-range eagle shot down to T-ramp. I mean, what a godsend that was to enable a round to be won there. And I mean, those shots, sometimes, it's with you, sometimes it's not. And, it feels like, for the M80 side, there's not really too much you can necessarily do about that either. So just a bit of Counter-Strike and now, back into a good position on the CT side, which is nice. Again, we talked about it. You want to have all that utility, or the economy to have all the utility for that control. We also have seen so far, M80 have sort of set an expectation that they're wanting to open up these rounds with banana control. That's kind of the initial default. At some point, the behavior will switch, but for M80, they're trying to condition that response. They want NIP to dump a lot of util early in the rounds onto banana, put more focus there, and kind of have a lighter defense towards A to kind of adapt to that opening. And so that's something that's still in play, but now that NIP get the economy advantage here, James, M80, they're going to be the ones that are on the receiving end likely of the map control plays, as it gives NIP a lot of options to get more aggressive if they want to.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how both teams approach the next round. Our first of 4 matches today. I'm quite interested, for a very bizarre reason, Dan, to see the last match, which features Alliance later on, because they were playing last week at XSE, and 2 of their players had these big white patches on their foreheads, which I don't know if it was established later on what those were for, but when I was tuning in, it was a bit of a mystery, so I don't know if it was some performance-related thing or headache, or I don't know, but it looked like a giant tea bag.
Interesting.
Like
is this like a brain interface or something?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe a Starlink interface for lower ping. I don't know, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they make another appearance later on. But indeed, this is the first of 4 series here today. M80. I'm expecting a W for M80 for the reasons I said earlier. I think longevity. I think it's got more pros than cons. Obviously, cons are that you'll fall into habits that people will try and punish, but I think maybe there's a greater short-term challenge for NIP with the new additions to their roster. What do you reckon? Do you fancy a team here, Dan?
I definitely think it's very difficult to make a prediction on this one. Of course, one of the reasons M80 decided to go with the pick here again onto NIP is because of the preparation factor. They really feel like it's a very winnable game for them. Obviously, there's been a lot of roster changes here and there across these top 16 teams that we have in the Bounty, but for the NIP, there's lots of demos, for Death to kind of go over and to give, more of an expectation as to, how so far Note's been integrated on the team, because, it's been about a month or so. So there's enough material there to work with for some level of anti-stratting. Obviously, you never want to get too wild with that, but I think it also provides more comfort for a team like M80. But at the same time, with Counter-Strike, it's always hard to kind of see how things will go. But I do feel like, I've been liking what we've been seeing from Sin. I do think that, after some of the previous performances, at the major, Sin maybe not feeling great about that. There was some great exchange between him and Banks and Maui Snake in the preview show, where he was just saying, I had food poisoning, and so my individual performance was really suspect, and that's something going to be looking to have a much better start to the season with that individual performance, and I'm healthy, and so I do feel like there's a bit of momentum with M80 for what it's worth here, James, but these teams are very close.
Yeah, got to tip our hat to UK Mandef as well in the back. Suffering from the loss at the World Cup along with the rest of us.
Yeah. I feel like the real final of the World Cup was England versus France, for what it's worth, but
The AKs are out for M80. And the AWP is out for Stown. So let's see what he has to offer. Forced away from his position. That's important info for the squad, who will continue to swing. And he's able to fall back and reset. Support on the way as well. Some position for the loss from M80. Managing to spot that support. Maybe there's opportunity towards short then. 2 players spotted towards long. Is there something for them to exploit here? They catch Dawn stuck in the corner now in that moto area as they trade in the pit. But Shush is still here to hold things down. Just a tense moment for both squads now, but the numbers are running out for M80. Swisher, the last man standing. 3 survive for NIP.
Yeah, really nice play there from Shush in the pit. I mean, that 1v1 there, that completely stopped the momentum into the site. If Shush goes down in that position, I think it's actually pretty doable. There's definitely a good shake at the bomb site, maybe getting a plant and forcing at least a lot more damage to the CT side. So Shush looking pretty nice so far. In this game. It's only been a few rounds so far, but NIP handling that switch up of pace as well from M80 pretty effectively, as M80 decided to go all in on the A side early on.
Oh. Got off lightly on that one. It'll be interesting to see how Stown keeps surprising M80 as this half continues. And he holds the AWP. Had a quick look towards top mid on this occasion. But of course, the win in the round prior will be a breath of fresh air. He had certainly spotted someone, knew the boost was coming. Sin somehow surviving that. A little danger with the Desert Eagles here. But not much for M80 to offer. It's a chance for NIP to stabilize their money a little.
nice smoke. That's good timing on that one. Stone has been fantastic with the AWP so far. Putting another shot straight into Slacks, and okay, pulls out the USP. Complete confidence here from Stown early on Inferno in this series, as MIP absolutely shutting it down. Storm just wants every single kill. It's a cheeky eco ace. You love to see that.
Yeah, it's good. It's great for their squad as well that your AWP's warming up like that. I mean, obviously you warm up before the game, but it's always different psychologically when you're in the actual action. So Storm not willing to back off. He's not like, oh, I must protect this AWP. It's like, cool, let's go. Let's duel. I've got my USP. And you don't have a helmet. So they tried to bulldoze him in the buy round previously. That didn't work either. So a great start for Stown in terms of those tests. He should be piping hot now, straight out of the oven.
Great utility work again on Banana from the NIP side. M80 taking quite a bit of damage from those initial nades, and it's not even a convicted top Banana defensive setup from NIP. They've fallen back into the site. They can go for the retake nades here as well, and that's a great way to keep the T side honest here. So there we go, very classic maneuvers from NIP. Not looking to go for the challenge behind that though. And M80, they might try to commit something into this potentially, but they don't have the bomb. Oh no, JBA going down in the apartments. That just takes away all the options for M80.
1 minute on the clock. Do they feel that they have to show some presence towards A, regardless of which way they choose to go? Swisher still on B for the time being. And a lot of utility in response to those retake grenades. Looking for opportunity towards B. Looked pretty smart, but the loss of JBA has become a problem. Now they've cut noise entirely. It will be a surprise for NIP, and unfortunately for them, it'll be on the A bomb site, although it's down. Again, able to reposition. Oh, he's going to get that one all day, and still his teammate Shush hasn't announced his position just yet, which makes things all the worse for M80. Slacks versus the world, and he will not be able to plant that bomb. Again, we asked questions about Stown and rotating. He was going over towards the apartments on that occasion. Just showing too much flesh, punished for doing so. His teammate barely needed to get active until the very end. So I think M80 need to offer more challenge, more successful challenge to NIP in this game.
It's funny because when you look at Stown, he just... It's like, oh, cool, they're coming to my side of the map. I will get some action, I'll get more kills. So like, there's almost like no panic at all for the AWP there on NIP's side. So yeah, just like you're saying, looking really hot right off the bat here. 10 kills, 5 deaths for Stown as NIP continue to win these rounds. 3-round advantage as once again Banana gets a lot of focus here from the T side. The Tech 9s are coming to the B bomb site. Is this utility enough to slow them down? It looks like it will be the case, and so once again NIP continue to control the flow of M80.
They're going to walk through. They're going to walk through. Maybe hearing the rotation of note, but Snappy is here to punish. This could be a much needed plant for the future. They're going to storm in and eliminate him immediately. But I don't know if they were encouraged by the rotation of the third man towards CT, but Snappy was standing there, filling the vacuum, ready to eliminate. I can't help but think, though, that previous round, how casual that felt for the 2 CTs on the A bomb site, only one of which was active for the most part. It's looking very strong for Ninjas and Pyjamas. They'll be very comfortable with the proceedings so far, even with the back and forth earlier on. 6-2 now.
Yeah, I think one thing is clear. NIP in all of these rounds on the CT side with their full buys, they've been able to predict and slow down M80 at every single turn. Nothing has been a surprise. There's never been a gap in information that puts NIP in a spot where they don't know what's going on. They always know what's happening. And that's a big problem, that M80 are not able to pull the veil over the eyes of NIP with how they're playing the map so far. We'll see if there's a change in their fortunes here. It's a new round. AWP on Slacks. Maybe Slacks can do something about the thorn in the side that Stout has become on the A side of the map for the most part.
You saw the panel talk up csgo so much before the game as well, and he's not even had to really get too active outside of utility in this game. So NIP can raise the temperature yet more should it be required. Very active CT side from NIP, 3 over towards A now. As M80 try to establish control. 40 seconds on the clock. Nervously low for M80, but NIP without eyes on Banana don't really know where the hit is coming.
They gave up all the space as well in the front, so this is going to be an all-out brawl on the site, and for NIP, they're looking quite vulnerable here, coming in from the side around the smoke. JBA might just get more from that. Planted on the site right now, but 10 seconds to get the plant in. No more delay, though, from these defenders. And NIP conceding so much space, it seemed to really punish them.
Lots of money for the remaining players, but is there anything to really pursue in this round? All standing for M80 in this one. Undeterred by the pressure and delivery from the likes of Down in prior rounds, able to avoid him on this occasion. And that has proven pretty good for the squad. Again, he continues to change his position and be unexpected. So there were changes to the bomb detonation overnight. So now if there are smokes up or mollies and so on, they will be blown away or extinguished. I'm sure that'll have a part to play down the line. Also, it doesn't show you the little damage indicator unless you can hear the beats of the bomb. Brave new world with that. Yeah. But I do like the effects, actually. I think, you know, not everybody likes change, but I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's interesting that last round, I think M80 found that if they can play really slow, draw out the utility, not lose too many players, they can just scale into a site. And so we'll see if NIP allow that to happen. Getting a bit more aggressive here on Banana. That might be one way to prevent M80 from playing that really slow round. That was successful for them just a moment ago. And, well, NIP making a statement. You know, Banana is off limits for now. M80 being forced to go towards the top middle, but then there's a smoke right at their feet, so...
They've got time, though. They've got time. They got an early drop on Snappy, who got popped through the smoke after boosting csgo. So, advantage M80. They're not shy to play a long clock, but it's definitely going to be a long round for NIP. It will be stretched thin. They've left the AWP now in situ over towards B, and we've seen already that Down can pop and reposition with confidence. But do NIP feel compelled to do something aggressive if they just give M80 the space to make their play? Will that be curtains for them in this round?
I do like that Note's in a more of a forward position here again. Just don't allow M80 to take all the space for free. Note, though, might be forced to respect some of the incoming utility. We'll see the arch smoke there. That's going to force out any forward CT setups. Which, Note, we can see that he got out of dodge just at the right moment, and that's going to give him an opportunity here behind the smoke, because M80, they've not left themselves once again with all that much time. Only 3 players here on the defense. Note looking to pick the timing. Here's the footsteps, comes through, and unable to take down Sin. csgo on the site, 10 seconds for the plants, and in the side of the head, Lake comes in with the clearance. And then that, once again, is a very similar looking round to the previous W that M80 just posted.
That is a painful one for NIP, but great outmaneuvering by M80. Again, that early pick on Banana. They had over 1:30 on the clock, really important for them. It's Down trying to hide in plain sight here. Won't be able to do so. Some confidence as we head towards half-time here for M80. Reducing the deficit round by round. Let's see if they can build on that momentum now. Are you a barefoot gamer, Dan?
As much as possible.
Oh.
I like to be connected to the ground, James. I like to pick up the whatever signals coming from beneath.
Okay. I don't think I'm a barefoot gamer. Socks. I don't know, socks to give me a sense of security. There is the punish on Snappy. Again, Kaspersky trying to get involved in the game and Snappy victimized in the meantime. Too many man on the road on that A bomb site. And the AWP collected as well, but they do have the money to replace that AWP.
Yeah, we can see that M80 have just found the approach that works. We highlighted it straight away when they got that first round, whereas it ends up being A after just getting rid of all of the utility from the CTs. You know, doing so in a manner that does allow them to still have 5 players left to eventually attack the A site. But that's been a huge weakness for M80, or rather, sorry, for NIP, when the game gets to that game state. So M80, the job is just to get once again to that game state. So we're seeing them putting a little bit of pressure, not too much, just not committing any players too deep here. But if you're NIP right now, you do want to try to take the initiative. You do want some kills in the earlier portion of this round to prevent M80.
M80 have got next to no util left. I was thinking, how urgent is this take of Banana? They don't have any flashes left. I mean, they can try and find an entry with Slacks in the AWP, but it is going to be a contact play now. Someone just needs to outperform these M4 wielding CT players. How about that timing for sure? You'd think he'd get a free one, but JBA is watching the entire time. Great spatial awareness from him.
And that's massive. I mean, a lot of these particular scenarios, I think, haven't gone JBA's way. So that's going to create this scenario for NIP where they don't have information and they don't have the ability to take the risk to go and get the information. So stacking towards B, that's a good decision. It was going to have to be either towards A or B. And here we go. Push comes in through the front door onto the B side. Snappy cut off by the smoke, as is Kaspersky. And there's a trade through for those tracers. Nice punish from the T side M80. Once again, in a great position here in the afterplan. And I mean, if you're NIP right now, do you really want to lose these weapons?
Yeah, it's getting a bit dicey for the Ninjas. But maybe there's still opportunity. Snappy does have a defuse kit. And as that clock ticks, he'll touch the bomb. It's down, may have the angles. I don't think Stacks can do this now. Oh, he did just about! That is wonderful stuff. What an awkward situation, but has somehow stolen the round away.
TigeRES win.
Unable to secure the defuse there. God. Situation of millimeters.
Heartbreaking stuff there. That looked like it should have been an NIP's every time. This, 1v1 whilst your teammate is defusing. Oh, it's just so painful. Snappy had to rely on Stown to connect these shots that he's been connecting time and time again, but that whiff lost them the round, unfortunately, there for NIP. And for M80, I mean, they've found something that works, and they've done a great job here in just bringing this scoreline all the way back as we now are in the final round of the first half.
Good enough buy for NIP. Plenty of utility. Stown not biting with that flash. Avoiding it, and still they need to figure out where he might be. Now more of M80 closing in on Banana.
And Stown kind of looks like Cillian Murphy, James, in that picture. Can't be the only one that sees it.
So we've got pretty good map control here for M80. They have presence top mid, which may or may not be challenged from long. And a lot of people on Banana. Stown looking to walk into the action now, but this time he won't deliver that first kill. Now going to be huge problems for Snappy, alone versus 4 on B.
Yeah, total domination of this B site right now, and every kill going the way of M80. I mean, final round, so you got to give it a go, but pretty impossible feeling scenario for Notes and Kaspersky. And JVA having a great side, 13 and 8 right now, really coming alive for the squad. And there we go, Kaspersky will take him down finally. But what else is there to do? Nothing much as we end the first half, 6-6.
Welcome to Blast Premier Rivals Fort Worth. 6 teams will make it through to the playoffs, which means that you just have to win one series. Ready to begin our tournament to find out who just might be Fort worthy of this trophy.
Hot hand on Dust 2, but gets shut down. Look at the roll direction.
It's filthy from ZywOo. AK for Hunter stepping in the lion's den. Oh, what? How has he done that?
Ooh, he saw his third target.
And there we go. Boozy hammering the nails into the coffin of Foot.
1-2. They say no chance we're letting you do this. FaZe Clan taking down Furia. Their first bottom placing at an event with this roster. We're live in Fort Worth, Texas, as Counter-Strike takes center stage here at Dickies Arena, where a lot of questions will be answered. Let's get this party started in Texas.
FaZe Clan are gonna lose the pistols unless Frozen and Twist goes down and Frozen! FaZe step up, they eliminate G2.
Now Flamesy's on for it, 1v2, offers his first target! And it's beautiful!
Some hope left for FaZe Clan, unless Wonderful can just rip it out! Na'Vi bring this fairy tale crashing down.
You know the record that these two teams have, that it has been disastrous for Na'Vi. They haven't even won a map this year. Why not break another streak? It's here in Fort Worth that we unleash these beasts. This is Counter-Strike at its finest. An 11-1 domination out of Na'Vi. Our Vitality actually still in this. You allowed Vitality to crank that dial, you let them in this game, and now you have to best them in overtime. Mezzi's able to just lock in this spot, and patience pays off. Vitality chase you down, Alexi wants out of this nightmare. You cannot touch this Vitality, no. And they will end it, it's Vitality again.
Six to 6 at halftime, a comeback from M80. They were under pressure fast after some back and forths early on in that first half. They've done a great job to make it tied up at half time. So promising things from Stown. We didn't see too much from Kaspersky, which is not a criticism. He just didn't have much to do over towards B. Snappy picking up a lot of the frags. Now the sides will change and we'll see who will take an early advantage now. Again, a very confident start from the Ninjas. Let's see if they can continue in the same way, or if M80 can get the lion's share of the early rounds.
Which side will break first in this tentative moment? It looks like it's going to be MIP looking to send forth a few players over to the half wall, but maybe just trying to trigger a counter-attack from the MIP side. But they are just looking to play passive at the moment. More of a setup towards top mid, so I think for MIP there, or rather from M80, they're kind of hoping it's going to be a top mid play, and Lake with that kill, maybe he's going to send the rest of the players here for MIP side away. Lake with 2, the dualies really paying off. That's a nice one from Storm, but now he's just the sole surviving player. At least Stown has the bomb. He's going to make a run at this B site.
He knows the clock is against him. Every second that ticks, there'll be more CTs closing him down. Really nice work there. Difficult as well, having to reload the magazine so you've got a fighting chance, but also urgently trying to plant that bomb. He's able to do both. And JBA and Slacks will be shoulder to shoulder, moving through. Great range with the P250 for these duels as well. Now they're going to have to split their angles. It's got some sound cues from the pool area, but at some point, they're going to have to touch that bomb if they can't find him. He's inviting the pursuit. That's a great angle for him. Stown rounding the corner. Continues to be a problem. And Slacks will get the frag, but he does not have time to find that defuse. Be it the AWP or the pistol, the USP or the P250, Stown has been a problem in this game.
Terrorists win.
No kidding. 16-8, almost getting the ace, but hey, gets the round. It doesn't matter. Beautiful clutch from Stown when all of his teammates are falling around him. I mean, there we go. We get to see the initial moments there. The duel is paying off pretty heavily for Lake, but Stown just too good, too much quality right now in this game of Inferno, and that does give NIP the edge, starting off with that economy in the second half. I mean, we'll see if they can hold on to it. That is kind of half the battle at this point.
What a great performance. Many key rounds for Stown. Standing his ground and then some. Nice 2K from Swisher. The support is there to keep him standing for now. And again, it looks like we'll have some force buy wins early in the second half as we did in the first. Awkward scenario for many reasons. You don't want to give the opponent AKs. You don't want them to have 5 surviving. You're unlikely to make it out of this round. What do you do? That utility will tell the CTs where both these players are. Pick up a bit more util and, well, I don't know. What would you do here, Dan?
I mean, it had to be just praying that Desperate Spray would catch at least a single player to make it just a little bit easier. Like you say, taking away just some bodies, even if you end up losing the round, preventing them from picking stuff up, is at this point, that's a huge concern in of itself. So they're going to be forcing the action into the B site, and actually a perfect spot for that Molotov. We'll see what No can do on the entry. Able to find one, but the Mag-10 with a quick trade. Shush now looking to find the Fountain player. It's going to be a good chunk of damage, but all that's needed is delay there in that position. Don't even have to take the fight. Shush with another angle on it, looking to go for the plant. He's forced for this one on a time basis, running through the smoke, finishing off the round, at least a couple kills, but this was certainly a devastating result here for NIP.
Yeah, I'm impressed they managed to take it that far, and the AK and Galil will be collected, of course. But a very good start there for M80. Very good start indeed. Great toys to play with on that CT side as well. The 2K here, and then Swisher just about stays alive with the support he's got, swinging around the corner, playing anti-flash.
It's so hard to win the second round, Jay.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
They put the stack in the right place, in the right rounds, and reached the reward. So it will be a Mag-10 party for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Yeah, how about that statistic? Again, he has had a quiet game, ex-Kaspersky. But now is a great time to turn up the heats from his perspective. A lot of utility. Shock and awe on this B-bomb site, but yet to find a frag in this round. Note the first one to fall. There goes the bomb as well. That's a lot of information for the CTs, 4 of which are around this B-bomb site, more or less.
Yeah, that bomb did get dropped as well, so the pace that looks so strong at the beginning here is completely halted. And these CTs on the site around the smokes doing excellent work, delaying things and not even allowing any of any of these teams to actually get any kills. I mean, that's an incredibly strong result from the M80 side, especially, again, when you looked at NIP's pacing in there, it really felt like they did actually catch the CTs of M80 off guard, and that gave NIP all the position in the world to work with, but none of the frags and no bomb plant pressure either.
Desert Eagle for Stown. The rest with the stock pistol. Again, this has to feel really rewarding for M80 after clawing things back in that first half to be in such a strong position for the time being. Fair amounts of money in the bank as well. We'll see if they can keep it that way. I think in most cases the damage here will be quite limited that NIP can offer.
Top burst.
NIP who recently announced the end, at least for now, of their Young Ninjas project.
Yeah.
I think Notes will be happy that he's made it to the main team.
Yeah, it's very challenging, especially with the kind of the squeeze that we have on the teams. With we saw, of course, the impact of the change of the sticker situation with the major. I'm curious what the end result will be there for Valve in terms of how they decide to move forward with that. But definitely, it's always hard as a team, James, to finance.
Yeah, I've got a lot to say about that, but. Maybe in an eco rounders, both teams will be on the buy now. We've got the Galil for Stown after the Desert Eagle purchase, and the rest of them will have the AK-47s. So they're in position to be nimble. Quick look from Slacks. Saw some arms in front of faces, but wasn't able to make a connection. A prompt advance from NIP towards top mid. Minute 30 on the clock, and they're taking presence early around A.
Yeah, there's a rotation though coming from M80 to get that delay smoke on our side. That's going to be very helpful for Slacks. That's going to set him up for the kill, but caught on the run through. Swisher goes down. Does give something here. More position found by Snappy. A key double frag found. Stown and Shush now the ones that have to do it. Able to get the bomb down, and a smoke onto the little pit position. It's going to give them now a very nice after plant setup. They just have to find the perfect positioning to deal with this rotation from M80.
Sin will have to do a lot here. Lakers basically bait in this scenario. He's on the end of the fish hook. Sin spotted first. Slake looks to close in. Swinging now, dropped immediately. Sin versus 2. This looks nigh on impossible for him, and indeed it will be. Very difficult to solve that problem. Super fast round here from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Full commit towards the A bomb site. No lurker towards B. Didn't allow the time for M80 to investigate either.
Yeah, they really caught the NIP side, or rather M80, sorry, off the guard. And, they get a rotation in there in just in the nick of time, but it does come down to those duels on the side. And Snappy with that double, I think, really was the pivotal play that really made that round work for NIP. And I would imagine we'll see them back to more of a default here, and it does look like that's the case. Exchange of utility on Banana, as we come to expect. 3 players from M80 actually on this B side. Slacks with the AWP. And I feel like, James, things really turned around in one part on the T side for M80 because Slacks started picking up that AWP. So we'll see if that does yield the same result here now on the CT side for them as well.
Yeah, on the other side, NIP really need a consecutive round here. With the early success from M80, they built up a reasonable amount of cash. So if they do want to build to a break, then this will be a very crucial round indeed. Feels like, even though we've had fast rounds, it feels like we're already late into this game. And the urgency is quite high. Very nice timing on that HE. The numbers are here. But if they were expecting a 5-on-2, they are for the time being mistaken. 40 seconds on that clock. And there's still utility to deploy from M80. And no one's in position to invite a rotation for NIP. So will they force their way through with some chain flashes? They're posturing for it, and in they come. Swisher spotted first, just dropped, and there's late by the fountain gone. Swisher finds a second though, as he falls in, trying to hold down some position. That bomb has to get planted, and I don't think he'll find an angle.
Yeah, these players are low though for NIP on this defense on the B bomb site now. So perhaps there is some opportunity. There is a couple HEs, so Kaspersky on 2 HP suddenly becomes certainly quite a target. However, I believe Kaspersky is on that banana side, so he might evade all of the HEs. To the back of the side, we'll see some mollies there, forcing out players. Nice punish from Sin, but the trades are looking fantastic. Slacks couldn't afford to miss that one. 4 and 2 HP collectively. There is down, and it's not going to be enough here to defuse the bomb, and it's another round now for NIP, tying things up 9-9. This one's going down to the wire, it seems, James.
It's so different, the exit the AWPer makes from the bomb site there as well, because, you know, before they make those bomb changes, you got to run to CT and you're going to be feeling super, super vulnerable. But now you can just chill. Now you can just chill right next to the bomb. So yeah. Advantage CTs in that respect, but yes, it is a tight game indeed. It is a tight game. Lots of trading on that B bomb site, but it's NIP the ones who walk away.
I mean, even though it's 9-9, it kind of feels like to me that NIP are sort of finding their feet again a little bit. And it's actually kind of crazy when you see how much work Stown and Snappy have been doing for the team. 15 and 12 on Snappy, 21 and 12 for Stown, having a crazy game from Inferno.
It's a great angle for the initial exchanges on the bomb sites. Nine to 9. Both teams still eking out good buys. Oh, I love these aggressive angles. Slacks moves away just half a second too early. Don't want to outstay your welcome though. Have to be careful with your level of risk. Good spread from the Ninjas at the beginning of round 19. Ooh, that is a meaty one indeed.
And NIP doing a good job of evading utility, actually, I gotta say. M80 showing a lot of presence there on this top banana position. Lake with the jump spots, trying to see if there's a late retake of banana from NIP, but instead NIP, there's an arch smoke, and with that, to be honest, enough information, with that pick especially, as Note is just shoving the A site. What a shot there, finding the head of the pit player. A third for Note, down onto Sin, and there's almost nothing left now here for M80.
That is utterly beautiful from new man Note, and that's got to be mega dejecting for M80. They have the confidence of having presence with the jump peaks on banana to send the fourth player over towards the A bomb site, but didn't get there in time. There is a kit here for Lake, but I don't think they'll be tempted even with those 2 frags. There would be a lot to find out in a reasonably short space of time, so they'll go their separate ways, but it will be the Ninjas who take the lead once more.
Yeah, really great 3K there from Note. Hasn't had much in the way of kills in this game so far, actually, Notes, but very, very important round to find those entries and to maintain the continuity of that forward movement for his side, and that is indeed going to give NIP that slight edge. But this one's been going back and forth pretty consistently, so don't want to get ahead of ourselves too much here, but it does feel still like NIP are looking really solid at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, in their first half, we had some very notable impact from Stown in a few rounds of the AWP, whether it was against the Eco and the pistol came out or otherwise. I'm not sure that the same could be said for what we've seen from Slacks, who now lacks a primary weapon in this round. So M80 will have to find another way to catch up once more. This will be a nothing round for the M80 squad. Maybe a prompt one.
Good reaction from NIP, not allowing that deep middle smoke to go unchallenged. I think that was a very important. You need to make sure that you get the info there. What are they doing behind that? And now just 2 players remaining for M80. Looking for some damage. Slacks here in the apartments with the Deagle. And the B site is being cleaned up at the moment, or at least being found that it is safe territory for a plant. In the meantime, the rest of the CTs will go down, and that's 11-9 now. 2-round advantage for NIP.
This is the pick of M80, as you can see. Well, as you will see. Ancient, the pick of Ninjas in Pyjamas, is up next. Mirage, a decider should it be required. But of course, M80 will have come into this one expecting a W. We spoke about the longevity of the squad and how many maps they've played together. They'll have to channel that energy now and find a way back into this one before NIP fully close the door. 3 towards B for that M80 CT squad, as there'll be airstrikes from both sides, and Snappy will be barbecued. That is an early advantage that M80 perhaps really need.
Yeah, definitely, and M80 definitely looking to put more pressure on Banana as well. 3 players, aggressive posturing at the moment. In the meantime, there is some work being done top middle in terms of pressure from NIP, giving themselves some options. And M80, what do they want to do? Do they want to play passive off of this? I mean, that's a pretty normal response in a 5 versus 4 for the CT side. They've burned almost all their utility. They've got a couple of smokes left, though. And there we go, another re-smoke onto the half wall. Oh, it's down. Critical damage done to Lake.
Leave it up to the big boys to try and get something done, but really, there's not a lot going on here for the Ninja squad. This is exactly what M80 needed. Dire scenario money-wise if they had lost this one. 35 seconds left. I don't know what choices are on the table here for NIP. Scurry away. Find somewhere to hide. Note's got 1,500 before the loss bonus comes through, so they could certainly do with holding on to these 2 weapons. And I don't know how interested M80 at this late stage of the game will be in pursuing. So maybe a ceasefire for the time being. But things are getting quite tense now, or they are already tense in this first map of the opening series of the day.
Yeah, Inferno is always a tough one. I feel like Inferno is always a tough map. I think it's especially awkward as well if you're not sort of finding, like, it can be harder to find individual opportunities, you know, especially if you have a poorer start individually on this map. It does feel like a challenge change because so much is dictated by the information gain, by the utility, by these choke points. You got to play around that, and so, you know, if you're having a slower start, it just feels so painful. And for both sides, though, you know, we have seen a really good resurgence. Every time one side looks like they're struggling, they kind of come back just in the right moment, not allowing the other side to get too far ahead. And we're kind of back right there again. Slacks and Stown with the AWPs. And I mean, Stown, he slowed down a little bit in terms of the fragging on this T side, but overall has looked really good in this game. I'm curious where Slacks is going to be posting his AWP.
Yeah, we did see him make a play towards A Slacks on a round where I think the big focus from NIP was B, which is very unfortunate for M80, but perhaps he'll find a little more on this occasion. In that short area once more is Slacks. And we have seen a lot of action towards top mid here from NIP.
Yeah, so a lot less util dumping from both sides. Banana, it's just no action there at all. And it's been the focus for so many rounds. We are getting the util in towards A, and this has to read if you are M80. Like an A player, it really truly does. Oh, what an entry, but the trade comes through. The setup is there.
That's a beautiful pick to create some space towards top mid. A minute on the clock now, and Swisher's alone towards B. NIP keeping their options open. There's a swing from Lake, there's a trade from Shush. So they will retain map control. And it's a hell of a lot of map control now. JBA and Sin remain. Maybe they can rescue the AWP. Maybe they won't be allowed to by the likes of Shush, who lies in wait.
Oh, he's going hunting. If he's able to take that AWP away, that would be a massive, massive deal moving forwards, but... Oh, hello. Okay, Shu's able to take down Sin, so leaving just the AWP in the hands of JBA. And they are closing in on his position. A single focus in mind. Get rid of the AWP, and the jump across looks fantastic. That looks... I feel like he was moving faster than you're supposed to, James. I don't know.
That looks like he was hacking.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's just like, that looks like my nightmare in Premiere mode. I guess he's just good at the game.
Yeah, top 10.
Such a key round, though. Honestly, that entry towards short, I thought they were done for with the AWP posted up. Very tense indeed.
At least there's money, you know, for M80. They're going to have stuff to throw this round. But yeah, NIP. I like how they've been kind of mixing up some of the starts there on the T side in the recent rounds. In that previous round, no banana presence whatsoever. And I mean, M80 were kind of the same. M80 were wanting to hold on to their early round util, not just dump it. And that is a good response to NIP that have been a little bit slower for map control, but. We'll see how the approach goes this time for both sides. Is banana going to be voided again? Deep CT smoke. It's a T-smoke there to extinguish Molotov's incendiaries. So we are getting that initial exchange on banana this time.
Both teams have got similar win rates on Ancients, and M80 may have a slight advantage on Mirage numbers-wise. So it's not curtains if M80 are to lose this map, but they have plenty of firepower in this round. A 3-2 setup for the CT side with a minute on the clock, as NIP will start taking map control away. God, he really doesn't care, does he? Just flying through there with the AWP on his back. And that's the presence they wanted. Over 40 seconds on the clock, they can still go either way. They've got lurkers in the apartments towards the A-bomb sites, and there's no vision top mid for these CTs. So NIP can go wherever they choose.
Yeah, like going back to A right now does make a lot of sense with that deep position on apartments like you just mentioned. And the nades are being set up here to go and assault A, and 3 players are here for M80, so they'll have something to defend this with. Sax really is going to find the opening there on the defense, but he's going to get pulled back into the site. Nice from Note. Again, Note on these archway entries, looking quite sharp. Sax with a whiff. I don't think he can afford to whiff here unless JBA has a phenomenal response, and it's just not there.
Even with a team kill during that fire, might not be enough left over for Lake. Asking too much in this scenario, and it will be NIP to take M80's pick of Inferno.
Map 1 in the bag for NIP. Very nice indeed. And M80, of course, you know, picked into NIP, James. So given how close this matchup is on paper as well, it's going to feel really comfortable for NIP, especially after how back and forth this one was to get this this W. We'll see though, you know, what the rest of the series does have in store for us, because I feel like we did see, you know, key players from both sides, you know, showing us that they're here today.
Indeed, and from one James to another, M80 lose their map. What do you make of that?
I make of it being a very close game, a bit of back and forth in there, but losing their map pick is not the ideal start here for the likes of M80. And positive signs for NIP there, Vu, because we were looking at this, right? I'm thinking NIP right now, a team that's kind of trending downwards more than anything. M80 got a point to prove with their roster being more stable as well. But NIP handled business at the end of the day, I think. Stown and Snappy have got a big lot of talking to do with that.
Yeah, and I mean, I said there was a reason that M80 picked NIP. It's because they permaban NIP's best map pick. And we come into this, we're talking about, who are we talking about? Kaspersky, Stown, Note. Kaspersky's Note didn't really perform that well. It was Stown, and it was, to everyone's surprise, Snappy performing incredibly well near the beginning of this game. I think Stown and Snappy both found aces, or at least maybe Snappy's was a 4K. Stown mostly on the pistols, though. I actually was reading through the game log, and I think Stown only got 5 or maybe 6 op kills. We're talking about as an opper, but he is versatile. Primarily Stown, just a good Counter-Strike player, and then he can pick up the op and he can get things done as well.
Yeah, making it work in his new role. But you said, like, Snappy, surprisingly so. He does have these games every now and again where he can pop off the scoreboard and he can deliver on, depending on how fired up and hungry he is. But in this one, I feel like he just has the confidence to challenge M80, right? Like, he's saying, okay, you're not one of the top teams I need to be fearing here. I can make some moves against you and you might not be ready for it.
Yeah, that's what we need to see from Snappy. I mean, we saw the 2v1 where he was a little afraid to peek, and then they ended up losing because of that. But for the majority of this game, I think Snappy was showing that he was confident. He was going for the plays that he needed to be going for. And you're right, Snappy does have these pop-off performances from time to time. The only concern is Kaspersky down at 56 ADR. You know, although this was M80's map pick, you still want to see him pick it up, especially, you know, going into deeper runs in this tournament if they get there. Okay. Sorry. And ending this one, we're looking at an M80 that just couldn't close things out. This was their map pick. This is NIP's previous permaban. This is actually their first season playing Inferno in quite a while. And when we're looking at the way this game actually broke down, it starts with NIP actually in the driver's seat. This looked like it was going to be an absolute domination for NIP based on this type of gameplay. You saw 4-2 down, M80 just go for a heavy banana stack. They want to try and pound home on the B bomb site. That's where Snappy is playing generally. Maybe they see that as a weakness. Maybe it's someone that they're not expecting to be too effective, but they just get destroyed by nades to the point they lose full control of A, but they still have to go back and end for an A exec at the end of this round with no control of the map. I mean, they might as well have just saved there. Then they do actually show that they are more experienced on this map than I believe NIP is, because they know how to pivot back. And you see this kind of awkward change up for NIP when they go for this rotation. They try and continually bring down for the B rotate, but that gives up mid control. And you can see in back-to-back rounds here, we're going to show round 10 right after, 10 seconds left on the clock, they're going for this A hit when there's zero control for NIP of the map. They haven't got that same information because they've just slowed it down. They haven't gone for the overstack towards B. Round 10, again, 10 seconds left on the clock. It's just that NIP have tried to pivot Stown into this B hold time and time again, and in doing so they lose control of the middle of the map, they lose control of A apartments, and eventually M80 can just make their way back in for an exec. So Stown very effective on this map, but pivoting him around actually partially led to this comeback for M80 where they go from 6-2 down to a 6-6 halftime. Bring it up again, this is a permaban for NIP up until this season. They've actually performed impressively since picking up this map, but you can still see there are cracks, there are flaws in the way they defend this map. They still need to get a little bit more practice in, I think, get a little bit more comfortable with the rotations on the map, not leaving any gaps, not leaving any openings where they're just giving up for free entire control of the middle of the map. You can see M80 12 times played in the last 3 months. NIP, I believe this is not including this one. This is going to be 4 times played in this month. But before we go into the following map, which is going to be Ancient, we'll head to a break.
JBA, you've had your first 6 months now on M80, and when I was talking to your team during the major, they were saying before when you were on Wildcard, there was a lot of micromanaging for you. Now you're finding your own way more within this team. So how has that adjustment been for you?
It was rough at the beginning for sure, but now that I've had time to play under the team and understand everybody, how they play and how the calling is, it's been a lot easier to call for myself, think for myself, and really try to provide like a different type of thing for the team.
What do you feel like it does in terms of benefiting you as a player in your own game as well?
I tend to like to start games like on my how do you say it? On my own foot. So like going for aggressive picks early, get me in the game early, doing this, and I think on this team I can call for it more rather than on other teams than just not be able to call things, having the agile call everything, and yeah, I'm able to do more things.
Well, being able to do more things is what you want to see this player we highlight quite often. I'm back, Vu. Sorry for leaving you. I had to leave you in just making a YouTube video on your own for a little bit for the whole audience. Online.CEST is all that fun.
I've done it a few times before. You know, it just took a second to get used to, you know.
And looking at JBA, right? This is a player we do hype up within this team. We heard him talking about him now having to kind of learn a bit more now he's on M80, right? It's not going to be the same as Wildcard where he was gifted everything and told exactly what to do. Now he's got a bit more freedom. Do you think that's where he should play better? Like he should be playing more to the standard we're holding him to?
I actually think I'd compare him a bit to Swisher. I think when Swisher got picked up onto M80, or he first made his way into what we'll call like the tier 2 scene or the tier 1.5 scene, he struggled a bit because M80 is a team that requires you to make your own decisions, to play out a round and understand the sequencing of a round and how to make your own decisions within that packaging. I think that's what makes them such a great team as a feeder team. That's why MOUZ became such a great player on M80, that he could go straight to a G2. So I'm not expecting JBA, despite all the hype, to instantly perform. I think the way you're framing it is exactly right. You know, you go into a wild card, you're getting micromanaged. Well, how do you go from a wild card to a liquid where you go from fully micromanaged to tier 1 and complete freedom? You know, you have to make your own decisions. You take that step to M80 first. You look at a team that's going to let you make your decisions, but within a framework, and then you're ready maybe to make a step to the next level. Although I'm sure M80 would prefer, if he gets to that level, that he stays with them forever, and maybe they can make the #1 team in North America run for themselves.
That would be the dream on it. But now we're moving on to Ancient. This is actually going to be NIP's pick, and I'll say I'm a little bit worried for M80 here, because at least this is where we expect a better playing NIP, even though they were already able to take down the first map and they put themselves in a good position. And okay, I'll give M80 a little bit of an excuse here. They did only arrive in Europe, at least the American players, right, just a day ago. But I mean, they understand the situation. They've been in this situation many times before. This is where we need to see them bounce back and deliver, surely.
I mean, if we're a little worried for M80, I'm a lot worried for M80. If I'm M80, I'm beginning to panic, because as we mentioned, the Inferno was a permaban for NIP. That's a map you're expecting them to be a little less experienced on, although they have played it already 3 times this season. I believe that's their 4th game. You're still expecting them to underperform on that map compared to Ancient, where NIP is completely at home, completely comfortable. They played this map the last time they actually played against each other, not that long ago. And I think NIP, when I watch them on this map, this is one of their more complete maps. This plays into Snappy's IGLing style. They're very aggressive on this map, much more so than M80. And I think if they can bring home Inferno, they should be able to bring home Ancient as well, especially if Kaspersky can begin to activate.
What do we need to look at here then for M80 to make sure they can make this competitive and can fight back in it? What is the win conditions for you?
I'm looking at Lake. I think when you look at M80, you need Lake performing, especially when it comes to Ancient. This is a map he was at times a bit of a specialist on in the middle of the map. You have Note sometimes on that T side going for the aggression for himself in mid. I want to see Lake perform and dominate the mid control, and then you can topple the rest of the map from there.
And obviously for M80, they need to just get themselves out of just being the team that can farm the NA events and make it a step forward in Europe, right? Even at the major, there was glimpses of it, but I mean, this consistency, it's starting to become a problem.
The consistency is the right way to put it. They've been consistent in the way they play, in the level that they play at, and for the most part in their roster. I mean, we're talking about JBA, but he's already played I believe it said 180 maps on this team. It's not like they've been making a lot of changes. The question is there a point, you lose this event, if you struggle for the rest of the season, is there a point where you look at making changes? Because I'm happy with what I see out of M80 based on their personnel, but is there another step forward they could be making? Maybe the first step forward is they need to beat NIP if they want to show that this roster is capable of doing, as you're saying, of beating top European competition.
And it should be capable, but now we need to find out. We're moving into Ancient. We're going back with Bardolph and DDK.
Yes, it's time to get back into the action here, James. We had a great map one. I was enjoying VU's YouTube situation there.
Yeah.
Great channel
Good
and
work.
great analysis, and I feel concerned for M80 as well. I think James Banks is onto something here.
You can see the numbers here on Poly Market, and M80 are more than a big underdog in this one. So all eyes on Ninjas in Pyjamas. I don't think everybody, it felt like, turned up in the way they needed to for M80 in that previous map. I would love to see Slacks have more impact and personality on this game of Ancient, so let's see if he's able to do that. NIP is certainly in the driving seat here, and they spoke about the M80 roster here. I think sometimes doing it the hard way is how you prove that the current roster is fine. We'll see if they're able to do that, or if they will capitulate once again. I think they're more capable than... I have more belief in M80 than the general populace looking at those numbers, but we'll see if they can deliver on what I think of this team and what they're capable of. Well, we wanted more from Slacks, and he's offered himself a sacrifice in mid, so he won't have anything to do with this round now.
Yeah, we get that trade out from a Swisher as well. So, see how the positioning shakes out now. NIP moving through the caves. But here comes the very curious M80 players looking to go for a defense against that as they discovered this play. Swisher with another one here. These dollies are doing some work. Snappy to take down Lake. Swisher, though, still holding ground. And the bomb is down at his feet. And now also Sin, although only with 22 HP, will be reinforcing the position. Snappy, Exkapersky also quite weak, but with time to play on the clock, and we can see now that it's all about Snappy just holding for the rotation, but he's going to be able to pick off the weakened Sin. So now it's all onto Swisher. He's got to get the ace here.
One pistol for either player. Maybe it's possible. Kaspersky clearing the angles, but Swisher knows what's coming his way. That'll be a long reload, which will give Snappy some position. Bomb collected, and it will be all 5 for Swisher, holding it down for M80.
Wasn't Vu just saying Swisher was supposed to be the man? He's got to be the man here for M80. That's quite manly, James. That's what I hear.
You got to beat the man to be the man, and he beat all the men in that one. Losing a player early in that pistol as well, with the smoke up in mid, not helpful whatsoever. But Swisher is able to come through. You can see the gears working as he peeks that player coming in from the back. Able to finish off the job onto Snappy as well. And that's exactly what the team needed. And you can see it in how they respond to that clutch.
Yeah, absolutely massive work there. And I mean, I feel like, again, Inferno is pretty brutal for the CT economy sake of things. You really do need to have all of the utility. Absolutely, it's definitely a map where you want the orb, and to me it's kind of reminiscent of Inferno there. There's other maps where the CT side I feel like you get more options with lower eco, but for Ancient it's so nice to get a good start like this where you can have all the util. However, you do have to win this second round, which, I mean, if that happens here, James, that would be the first time in this series that a team would have converted off of the pistols. So we'll see whether that's a possibility here for M80.
Yeah, I think a CT orb could be really powerful in offering nasty surprises. That is not a great stat for M80, but no better time than the present to change things into your favor just a little bit. We'll see if they're able to deliver on the promise of this first round. Talisman, Swisher with a big clutch in the pistol. It's a burst fire from Slacks, who again, I'm looking at. I think if M80 are to prove victorious on this map, we need to have positive things to say about Slacks.
Well, so far, so good. I mean, one player down and one very, very low for NIP. So M80 able to play a little bit more passively with that advantage. And NIP looking to construct the way to win this round, perhaps, with a B hit. But it doesn't look good from what we can see with the information that we have. 3 players here for M80, and honestly, Lake can get there pretty fast as well. Or as I say that, he's going to disappear from red and actually lean towards A more. So Swisher, will he get overwhelmed in this position? Doesn't look like it, because most players coming through cave.
Some angles will be compromised to help Swisher, but he might not need them. Tech9s and Deagles will be trading. Can they get a bomb plant here? Notes needs to die sooner rather than later. No bomb plant, they'll do some damage. Keep that CT economy honest, but M80 comfortable with that one. We both did our fantasy picks just before the deadline.
I copied what you said.
Yeah, I was going to grass you up, yeah. Dan
I just copy him, yeah.
My first pick was Wops.
Homework.
I think I picked Smarts, but we'll see. We'll see how things progress.
It was a compelling argument, James. I was compelled. I was persuaded.
Yeah, that's what he's here for.
He's literally being paid for that. That's true. So how could I resist? But we will have Lake going deep on mid. So good forward control from M80, good information gathering, which is really nice when the opponents are on pistols. It's very nice to try to get those kills before they've managed to get an entry to a site. That's exactly what M80 are looking for. I mean, with deep control on B and middle, but with them not seeing a single thing, they've got to start to suspect what we can see, which is now this rotation to the A site, which is largely being played as a retake position with just Sin there with the FAMAS of all weapons.
This will be quite a curious retake if he does fall back. Like, does he stand his ground and try to pick off a player, or does he just fall back entirely? He hears the footsteps. They will try to thin the numbers, so a calculated risk here. Second one will be collected. There was some support utility there as well, which certainly helped because the CTs did look quite far away from supporting that point man. Speaking of the points, Down has found another one in Lake's forehead. 36 seconds may feel like a very long time for the 3 that remain. One watching the back as there are 2 in Donuts. It's Down looking for more. It's so awkward for these CTs as well. They don't have too much room to jiggle, but Swisher is able to deliver on both.
Yeah, and these rounds, these last 2 rounds against the pistols have gone very, very well. Ultimately, for M80, only losing 2 players each time, so their economy still gets to grow, largely speaking. So yeah, looking kind of nice. But now we do get to NIP's first gun round. As we can see, great performance on the defense there. Really just buying enough time with the FAMAS to allow the teammates to come in for the support, and the 3-0 starts will now be more in contention. We'll see though. What is the default going to look like from NIP? Going to be sending it pretty. Actually, in fact, well, every player is actually going outside B. They might just want to go for the B push, and with that damage, that's going to help.
Really good lineup. It goes from 5 HP to 2 to none after Note comes through that naded smoke. Wonderful timing there from the Ninjas. And Slacks will be dropped around the back as well. That should be the round over. Nothing left here for M80 to pursue. They really want to keep these 3 players up. But that was a lovely process to follow, from the wall bang to the chip damage to Notes coming through to finish off the job. Wonderful work there from NIP. It's going to be hard existing on that B bomb site, I think, for M80.
I love that initial round selection, coming out to your first buy. You know, there's a lot of things that the CTs might be thinking about in a round like that. They might be looking at early mid control, or you know, that they might just be looking to kind of just throw that initial utility. But how often is it that you're going to expect just an all-out hit onto a site like B? You know, I mean, that was a full 5-player commitment. So I think pretty shocking for M80 and really nice on the entries. We saw some of these entries from Notes on the T side in the previous game of Inferno too, and it also looked quite nice there. So very comfortable with those aggressive plays, and that does get NAP off to a pretty good start off of the first buy.
There's a bit of rock, paper, scissors on Ancient, as you see in this round as well as the last one. What it is required from the CT to take mid with utility. Obviously the gamble is if you spend your resources in personnel doing that and the opponent goes elsewhere, as NIP did in that prior round, then it could be a problem. So doing that early is interesting from NIP. Maybe they'll try to condition their opponents away. Lake is in trouble here. The double peek either side of the smoke. The Sin has done great work there to keep things competitive. Slack's moving over towards the A bomb site, catching the bomb carrier and more. That's the kind of importance we need from him, but Kaspersky's got a multi-frag of his own. Down to the 1 versus 1.
Big reposition from Slacks as well, all the way into red. And he's going to hear exactly what Kaspersky's up to. He's going to hear absolutely everything. Slacks has an incredible advantage. Kaspersky's though going to go back, and he almost manages to find the kill. Slacks is very quick to the headshot though. That was pretty shocking, but it will work out for M80 in the end.
Really big round for Slacks. We demanded impact from him, and that is a very key round. Looking really tough when you saw that double peek through after the smoke around Donuts from NIP. A very difficult round to win, and you can see how important they know it is. That does force them to spend all their money though, and there is another buy round here for NIP. So with a 4-1 scoreline, this is a very key round for both teams.
Yeah, big controller focus. Trades out there, but better for M80. Kaspersky, though, able to find Switcher through the smoke. Really nice trade to get, and keeping that pace moving into that B site, and it's absolutely denied. JBA is going to be powering this defense here on B for the 5th round there for for M80, I should say. Looking really comfortable now. 5-1 against NIP.
That's such a quick round, but you see how there's so many things happening very quickly, especially with this exchange and who gets better of it in mid. The other T players understand the urgency to try and find opportunity elsewhere. But when it comes down to the play around the smoke, that's a really important duel won by JBA. And again, that was a key round for both squads. If NIP were able to break the money for M80, and who knows what the next few rounds look like, but right now they look really bad for the squad on the T side.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling somewhat desperate. And with the pistols out, you've got M80 being more passive, not looking to go as aggro in middle, but they are lacking information as a trade-off. We'll see if Slacks is able to pick off a player there in red, but in the meantime, be careful here. Nice shot, though, from Lake. Pinpoint precision against Kaspersky on A main, and that's going to hold the tide at bay for now.
Slacks has lost his AWP, though. It was an interesting off angle that he was holding there, but he missed his shot with the AWP. And now we've got problems. Well, maybe they'll be taken care of. That smoke is up for the time being, but there's still someone behind enemy lines here. They don't see down coming. Lake again with the multi-frag will be really important. And now Snappy's in the clutch. 1 versus 2. He's got the AK. And this is a great channel to try and isolate a fight. As you know, that's both CTs. Either way, Swisher will deliver. That is a good escape from M80. There were so many things going on the A-bomb side. We didn't see the engagement in that red room area, but I don't know if there was a big swing with the pistol or a jiggle that made him miss the shot. Either way, when he misses that shot, you know he's absolutely screwed. AWP taken away, but the round will be rescued by M80.
Yeah, M80, in these chaotic rounds, when it kind of breaks down into these 1v1s, 1v2s, they seem to be outperforming NIP just individually at the moment. And as we get kicked off with this next round, we're seeing once again the focus that is so typically there in the middle position. But it's going to be Note who's the first man out here for NIP.
It's quite a curious approach here from M80. They'll dump the utility, but they're trying to make it to Donut to eliminate the variance of losing players early. Now, if NIP understand that to be habitual, maybe that changes the rounds to come here as far as mid is concerned. But they've got their early map control.
Set up there in cave. Pretty typical NIP. You'd imagine they would be able to clear that. But it does slow down the push into B.
Denied.
NIP starting to now move more into position for the attack.
How big an impact is that smoke going to be that they can't reach? Seems to be stuck in a random corner. And maybe it'll be brute force instead of an execute with that lost smoke. It seems to be working for the time being. Slacks has been spotted trying to bait the shots out now. And help seems to be on the way. Do they pursue this or are they going to rotate? They'll know that they can be heard as well, but they do have Note in Red Room, which could make all that difference. Indeed it will. Remaining players isolated for a moment, but it's of course Lake, who's had a lot of impact in this game, to open the door once again.
2 versus 3 here for the CTs, bursting through here for the frags, but Shush is there and ready. And as you say, that key kill that came in from Lake, it just preventing there to be any CT defense. I think it was Sin who was running to that A site for the defense. Him getting taken down, I think, was very difficult then for the M80 side. But still 4 rounds ahead. And can NIP replicate the success? I mean, the money's actually kind of terrible for M80, so they're not going to have too much to fight with in this next round. So NIP with a chance at momentum now.
What a bizarre micro situation with that smoke. CT's in forward positions, exactly what NIP needed with the numbers they had around B. And yeah, it's a difficult spot for M80, but they've got some room to breathe. But NIP will be seizing that very shortly indeed. 11 frags for Swisher, leading the frags across the board here on Ancient so far. But we've definitely seen a few different plays for M80 with the multi-frags. Very, very key multi-frags to give them this scoreline to start with. Now momentum will firmly be with the Ninjas.
Oh, okay. The NIP maybe just bursting into the A site. This actually could catch M80 completely off guard. I don't think you expect to see this as a play to deal with pistols. And I mean, honestly, it's really nice if they get the bomb down, fall back into position. It's going to be next to impossible to retake this. Trying to stop it before the bomb goes down, going past the smokes, and in the chaos, a couple kills will come the way of M80, but the round is far away, as now it's 3 rounds the difference for NIP as they work their way back in.
A fast eco round is a good eco round. Now the proper buy will come back for M80. Sans AWP, it looks like. So we'll see what they have to offer on this one. I wonder if we'll see a variation of their approach in mid, where they dump that util and head towards Donut once again. It looks like a similar approach. And back to that first buy round for NIP with heavy pressure on the B bomb site. And there's not much that JBA can really offer here. If anything, he can hope to stay alive or try and take 2 if he does fall, but it'll be 1 for 1 as the bomb site is seized again by NIP.
Yeah, confidence there on the B side for sure there from NIP. Now the clock has been put onto M80 as they look to work the ramp, but in from the back and the side. Note is going to slow the efforts. And that's, I mean, this is very difficult now. They know at the very least where I think both players are actually. And so M80 with no options will go for the save. Definitely the sensible approach. But yeah, NIP now will be at only a 2-round deficit, and kind of much like Inferno, I feel like. I mean, it was an M80 that actually did this in the first half, having a kind of a stinker of an initial few rounds, then followed by a massive resurgence. We're seeing M80 do, or rather NIP do exactly the same thing that M80 did on Inferno. So looks like we might be destined for another 6-6 if it keeps this way, James.
I'm quite curious to see what M80 do in this particular round. You've got 2 players who survived. You can't really spend too much money. You've seen how much junk they throw at the beginning of a round in mid. Like, what is the play here with two rifles and not much money? Like, what do you do on the CT side? I don't think any decision is a good one here. So it'll be just a little utility, of course. No incendiaries or challenge at all from the CTs in mid. So with the money together, how do you find a round win? Well, that's not a great start with Swisher being punished by Kaspersky early on. And yeah, I just don't think there's much you can do really but be a victim.
Yeah, I mean that sucks because, you know, with the silencer, you don't, there's no traces, right? So it's like that's painful. You feel like that should be somewhat safe, but
got fragged on pure vibes.
Absolutely, yeah. Now there are no vibes. Vibes have been taken away. And Note's coming in on the back. I feel like Note's been really good, just how active Note is in the aggression, catching these CTs. But JP8 could cause problems here behind the smoke, but Note gets checked for as well. Quite a common position. So it's a dismantling. One player at a time. Getting sent to the principal's office, never to be seen again.
Yeah, I think in that particular scenario, this is maybe one of the maps where you are absolutely the most helpless. It's not much of a play you can make. That's not completely suicidal. So all is well in this round. The Ninjas marching towards a tied score as we close in on halftime. Once again, if you're joining us late, M80 lost their pick of Inferno. And the confidence is with the Ninjas for map 2 of this series.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. I think the individuals definitely never lost a step despite being on the rougher end of things in the initial rounds of the first half. But now we are on the final round of the first half. And NIP, they've got to do it once more for the 6-6, but they'll be up against full weapons this time. So M80 with an honest buy coming up. No more of these pistols, not for now at least.
Slightly different approach this time. They'll be forced out into the open. Oh dear, Sin is not. Oh, how does he survive that? He was so blind. 4 on 3. They get the better of it. So often they've gone through mid into Donut, playing it safe. Somehow alive here. Reaping the rewards of these challenges in mid. What on earth? Stan with a nasty revenge frag on Sin.
Love
and we're down to a 2-on-2.
I just love the brazenness of that repeat call. Oh, hello. Okay, Saxis maybe found something, information on Kaspersky. So now you can see both players positioned around it because JPA is on the other end of it.
Oh,
it's down
man.
though. What a catch! And with that frag, now the position of JPA is the known position. It's down. Looking to try to clutch this one up for NIP's sake. Does have the bomb as well, so that's perfect. And his position is completely unknown here. So JBA is at a massive disadvantage, and he will be so far away.
I think you heard him as well. If you saw Stan on the radar, look to JBA's position when he was running in T-spawn, so I think he heard the rotation, which makes life even better for Stan. And JBA does not yet know what bomb site it's on. Does he have a kit? The answer is no. One of the longest rotations. He won't have time to go and pick that up. Stan ready, or as he has been in many a round in this series. Just griefing with the grenades. Just teasing as JBA is in an unwinnable scenario. And it will be a tied score as we move into halftime.
AWPers use a gun that nobody else uses. It's the biggest resource in the game. It's a one-shot gun, so it's bound to have high impact. Top AWPers get the credit they do because not anyone can do it. A top AWP is the player you're going to remember because they're going to get the best highlights. They're going to be really, really fast. You need your AWPer to perform if you're going to be putting as much resources into the AWP every single game. I think the role has evolved in a few ways. When you go all the way back to the start of CSGO, we had super combat AWPers. Kenny.S is the best example because he was so mobile with the AWP. The AWP got nerfed as a result mainly of players like Kenny.S, who was so aggressive and who were always pushing, always in your face. In the game, that got nerfed and we saw AWPers be more, I think, static for a while. Device is a great example of that. As someone who would pick their spot and stay in it and be like a turret almost. This guy never missed a shot. He was the most reliable AWPer of all time, really. I think AWP gelling is not easy.
You give him space, he'll figure it out every time.
There are very few cases of players who have made that work at like the top level. There's a few factors, I think, that play into this. When you're AWPing, you've got to be focused on your crosshair, as basic as that sounds. I think you have to have a lot more trust for your team in order to actually be capable to AWP. It's interesting to see James still be able to do it, considering the whole narrative around his team is how he has very inexperienced players that he needs to put in the right place. But he's someone who is so passive on the AWP that he's still going to be alive in those late rounds. He's more so playing for the clutch while his team open up the round. You typically just see an in-game leader be the first guy in. I think if you're AWPing, it's hard to be as involved. It feels easier said than done. But then you have also flashy AWPers are a lot of fun to watch. People like Monacy, extremely exciting player, in your face, pushing through utility, and of course, Simple doing the same thing. Absolutely able to take over games with high-risk plays. Think about some of Simple's best moments, dropping in from heaven, getting 2 no-scope kills. He did the craziest stuff, and he got away with it time after time. When you're a top AWPer as well, you're getting studied, you're getting game planned for. The fact that I was able to find as much impact as he does is impressive, considering there are whole analyst teams trying to figure out how to not let this guy pop off. A guy that never makes mistakes, a guy that is extremely hard to punish. There's different levels of AWPing, whether they're flashy, whether they're reliable. They have to perform in the highest impact moments, and there is no room for error. If you miss a shot on the AWP, you're going to die. You're always going to take attention because there is no room for error.
Indeed, there is no room for error, especially in the second half for M80. They lost their map pick of Inferno, and even though it's tied at half-time, it may feel like they are somewhat behind, Dan. What do you think?
They're definitely coming into the second half without the momentum. I mean, we saw NIP get round after round after round in a row to bring things back and to drive that confidence forward as they now start off on the CT side of the second half. And definitely a map that where they should be the team that's a bit more comfortable. So NIP set up really well in this series to send M80 home and to make them regret ever choosing NIP as the opener.
Kaspersky's got a lot to do and not many bullets to do it, but falling back will be enough because Note can pick up the slack, no pun intended. As Slacks falls, leaving Swisher with much to do. We know he's the talisman of the squad, but surely this is too much to ask with the Glock as well. Doesn't even have the range to one-shot them from that distance. So really everything against him in this one. Love the double peek from the CTs there. And he'll be put out of his misery as NIP take the second pistol.
There you go. Couldn't ask for a better start. However, you do have to convert. And M80 not getting the bomb down, I think, is a really big deal, of course, because they'll have a lot less behind a force buy here. And so we'll see what they opt to do. And for NIP, similarly, it's a precarious moment. They're going to load up on utility. And actually, we're going to get a full save from M80, which, again, I don't think that would be the story if they got the bomb down. So
yeah, we've seen many a successful force buy after bomb plants. This won't be one of them. But they might have a chance of planting this bomb because the only person in the back is Note. We'll see if the support can come in fast enough. Got to commit to that bomb plant. Oh. Trying to, you know, move his head out of the way, but he will be denied that bomb plant, denied that bonus money. They'll be on the buy regardless, but it just, you know, you don't want to give your opponent any edges whatsoever, and NIP have achieved that successfully.
That had to be milliseconds. That looked so close. All right then, so NIP survived that second round of the second half. And we are straight on the Opthos down, who definitely had a good performance on Inferno. Mid getting locked down with the initial counter utility. Wow, okay, NIP really investing a lot in mid control. Now, the holes might be found here. Wow, my goodness, Lake. Fantastic entries in middle. That's where the setup was. They don't have any players on the A bomb site. Disaster here for NIP.
Slacks being punished there. Shadow advantage all day. Wasn't expecting the rotation to come in so quickly, but I mean, Staun has been on point in this game, start to finish. Continues to be an issue, but can they find a successful retake here? As Note will show a little bit too much skin to JBA. Snappy and Staun remain, taking pot shots through the smoke. Staun, the only one near this bomb site, really. Fishing for something, being given nothing. And M80 at least will be on the scoreboard early in this second half, which will be really important for them. Keeping the score close as well.
Yeah, Lake, what a couple entries from him, huh? I mean, those entries in mid were just insane. Really not supposed to be in his favor to get those, but that really destabilized NIP enormously. And at the same time, M80, you know, really had a good read on pressing A main. There was just no defense there at all either. So fantastic round from M80.
All day. Still no round though. Still no round in that scenario. But maybe that punish will be something, a lesson for M80 to learn while they can still afford to learn it. Lot of junk towards mid and B from NIP as they mount a defense once again. Difficult to not be predictable with the mid approaches as it leaves you vulnerable elsewhere. Currently nobody on the A bomb site for NIP, so gambles have to be taken on the CT side of Ancients. Demands aggression, which I like about it. They've really shut M80 out of 2/3 of the map, and that last third, again, they don't have anybody in, but it's gonna still be a slow approach for M80 as they consider their options. Even if it's the only door open, you still need to open another door to have the threat of going somewhere else. Otherwise, you tend to run into a brick wall.
Well, playing the round so slowly, you know, that does make NIP go back because they didn't have any vision on A main again. So now they've rotated to be able to defend that. And so mid, which was such a heavy presence from them, has been voided entirely. And here comes the utility from M80 to convert this mid control now. However, there are still steps to be taken to get onto a bomb site. And with 30 seconds left, they're going to have to be a bit quicker.
I'm not sure if Shush saw the trajectory of that red room smoke, which he was in. He has gone over towards the A bomb site, so maybe that was telling, but as we can see, the forces are heading in towards B. So they may have had a part in pulling a player away, but I think NIP have got reasonable positions to shut this down. Open angles as the T's try to cross onto the bomb site. That bomb is abandoned on the B bomb site as Slacks falls away. So again, even a third man over towards A as they started to aggress on B will not prove enough for M80 on this occasion.
Yeah, we get a pause as well, and so this is going to be interesting. It's a tech pause, but for me, actually, I feel like it would be kind of a nice spot for a tactical timeout because for M80, that is, because their money's a little weird. They've got Stacks who saved that AK, and then they've got two players with around $2,000, and then Lake and Swisher could buy. So only 2 players that could buy around that AK. So do they ship it all in? I'd imagine they might decide to do that. But the question is what do they want to do? NIP have shown a pretty dominating open to middle on, I think, for like consecutive rounds. So do you want to gamble, challenge that? Or do you want to hit a timing elsewhere? Typically they do leave something open when they put so much focus on mid. So gambling could work out.
I think with NIP on 9 rounds, it's very difficult to kind of mess up your money for what might remain. Great timing on a flash, and there's nothing doing in mid for M80. Switch has got a Galil. Not much else to say about M80 in this round. NIP heading towards double figures. Stown is just on fire in this series. 16 for 6. Make it 17 and 10 rounds for NIP.
Yeah, they opted to go for the straight up mid challenge there. And again, NIP been looking really confident with that for the most part. A 3-round advantage now, and NIP looking to eject M80 from Bounty. The blast, Bounty.
M80 have got 2 buys left unless they plant the bomb. Maybe they can squeeze in another one. But their chances are dwindling. Bomb's been left in a safe spot for now as Swisher tries to have some presence around the B-bomb site, which will maybe take some focus away from that mid position, which they won't be challenging for now.
Oh no. That's a rough one. M80 looking for the mid retake, I think. It seems like they're positioned for that right now. They got the nades out, so potentially a smoke for red, but Kaspersky's right on the other end of this. Whisk down. Ooh, another player coming in from Red Room as well here, so James, it's not looking good right now for M80.
Oh dear, no, that is really, really rough. Nothing doing whatsoever. They lost their lurker early as far as B is concerned. All the rest more or less bunched together. One poking a little bit towards A, but really waiting for a push. Nothing being given. Lake spotting 2 in mid as he falls there, but they just don't really have an answer on this T side to the aggression from Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah, it does feel like they're sort of playing into NIP a little bit, and that round felt somewhat uninspired, but maybe they will find their way back here.
Oh dear.
Maybe not this round, just pistols and
That is the classic combo, the JBA just eating the meal deal there of the incendiary and the HE, trying to make it to Snappy's position. Denied without seeing anyone, and that just shows how desperate things are. We all know those grenades, and we all know how much they hurt, but still they tried that.
The meal deal, isn't that like a sandwich, a packet of crisps, and
yeah, just the usual, if you will.
Or something. Do they still do that kind of thing?
Absolutely.
In the UK, I don't know.
Yeah, for the working crowd,
for a while, you know. I've been in Texas, James.
No meal deals in Texas.
You don't need anything extra, to be honest, than whatever you initially get. That's going to be enough.
Yeah.
In Texas,
It'll
everything's huge. Okay, 12 to 7. NIP on the verge of booting M80 out the tournament.
Look at that. I mean, he tried. Maybe he thought, I might get lucky with the spread of the molly. Denied. Yeah, that's stress, man. And I mean, their stats at Blast Bounty are not great. And it looks like they are about to continue that way, because they have questions and no answers on this T side.
Again, NIP taking that mid control, looking very confident as they do it. M80 maybe more of a punisher towards the B side of the map, And oh, what a shot there, finding the head, no less, with the AWP. Slacks delivering an early kill for M80.
Feels like a rare one versus down on the other side. Who just seems to get whatever he wants with the AWP in his hands. Life in the old dog yet. It's a long way back for M80. These 5 rounds will feel like an age, but it is still doable. There's so much money, though, for most of NIP, even if they win around here or there.
Yeah. Well, those 2 kills M80 have done nothing now in this round. Most likely. I don't think NIP... They might not even entertain a retake, even though they do have so much money. Because, I mean, obviously, it's very hard to pull off having 0 position.
Yeah, Kaspersky's got 4K in the bank, so they can just turtle on the B-bomb site and keep that money together to weather any storm that may be coming their way. Blue skies, for the most part. Shush and Down remain. Taking the AKs away might help as well.
Yeah, Sound's going to protect that stat line. 18 kills, 6 deaths. It looks nice. Big number, small number. Looks good on the scoreboard.
You're a simple man. Don't need much.
Well, there we go. 4 rounds of deficit now as M80 try to bring themselves back. But how repeatable are those 2 entries? I don't know. I mean, that's what we need to see, a repeatable approach for M80, finding those initial picks, those edges that will allow them to leverage advantage into consecutive round wins. That's the situation that they're in here, James. And I don't think that we've been convinced just yet that their openings are going to yield that level of success. And you know, one could argue that for NIP, they maybe felt a little bit confident there, going quite aggressive on that peak into the B ramp, and they got punished. So will they give up something like that again?
Yeah, 1 successful round does not make a successful half, and for the most part, there hasn't really been a way into these rounds for M80.
Great shot, though.
Yeah. Flashy shots, but what do you do in the next round? What do you do in this round? Mid has been a problem. Fighting around B early has been a problem. And after the map control from NIP early, they haven't been able to, like, claw it back. Maybe taking inspiration from what we saw from NIP. There'll be a lot of players towards B, but will they be as prompt as NIP, where the bomb's been left in the back? Taking some good nade damage. Maybe NIP can follow up on that. But will they pursue this bomb site? Kaspersky's making his way over towards B. He's been a problem in this game so far.
Just one quick note I saw there from Stown. He actually mollied the A main entrance, even though his teammate's playing deeper, to obviously try to fake out any T's, thinking that it might actually be safe in front of that incendiary. So just nice little detail there. But you could also see NIP with the original setup. They were worried about a fast site hit. They didn't go for any mid control at all.
Yeah, speaking of mid control, well, we saw a great timed smoke from the CTs, but mid is where they don't have eyes, and now they've seen with a pixel gap, the T's cross, they are compromised. But maybe they can make up for that with a flank coming in from Shush, making his way to investigate. 30 seconds on the clock, that bomb heading to be collected now, as we finally get the first frag of this round. Swisher and Stown drop one after the other. Shush is eliminated as well. And the CTs have got no way back into this A bomb site, but the bomb carrier is racing over towards A and could potentially be caught here. Indeed he will be. And with 10 seconds on the clock, that could be curtains for this side of M80. Can they get into the bomb site in time? It's going to be really close. Does no fully commit to this one. He doesn't need to. The time will betray them, and it will be NIP who beats M80 in 2.
Wow, okay. NIP looking very strong, and the series stabilizes for them. And it's back to the desk for their analysis as we say goodbye to M80.
Thank you very much, James and Dan. We certainly will be saying goodbye to M80 after that one. And to lose it at the very end, Vu, with the clock like that, that is a painful thing to happen.
I mean, it's devastating the way they lost it, but at the same time, I think they're taking off their headphones like, we were screwed anyways. That they were systematically dismantled in that T side from the 6-1 scoreline they had all the way to the end. I think everyone knew this one was going NIP's way.
Yeah, this is a huge problem though, right? It's like when you've got the opportunity, you put yourself in a good position to allow that to happen on timing of all things. It just sounds to me like they were too panicked, you know? They were not on the same page they needed to be. And maybe that's the story of Ancient here.
Yeah, I think you just have an NIP team that's more experienced on the map, more comfortable on the map. I think strategically they have a better foundation on the map, and they've got better players, and they've got better strats, better timings, better rotations, better aim, better crosshair placement. They've got the whole package here, James. They've got it all on this map at the very least, and Inferno as well. But mainly on this map, they just looked almost untouchable as soon as that comeback started. From M80, you just have to go back to the drawing board, honestly.
And this was really a story of two halves, right? You think we started with Swisher getting the ace with the Julies, and you think, okay, there's a chance. And then a good rack of rounds, right? They're leading significantly. And then once NIP start to figure things out, work their own game out, we see Stown, we see Kaspersky come alive after he didn't have the best showing. I'm not faulting him. They still won the first map. But I mean, this is what you want on a map like Ancient on your T side, to be able to fight back into it with individuals shining like this.
Yeah, they had one kind of erroneous B hit, then they had a mid hit that went poorly. I said I wanted Lake to do well, and then they just went B, and then B, and then A one time, and then B a whole bunch more times. And JBA, we were talking about him before the series. We were talking about how he's trying to step up for this team, but unfortunately, it's tough against a team that just hits you back to back to back to back, especially when Swisher so many times was just committed to cave. You didn't often have a third player there helping on B to support against what they knew was coming. NIP is a team that loves to hit B, and JBA just couldn't defend against it. Can't even fault him for it. It's a tough site to hold.
It is a tough side to hold, right? Especially if you're just meeting a team that's full of confidence, especially after getting Inferno win and moving on forward with this. We praised Down in both maps now across what he was able to do, but it was good to see Kaspersky, who to me is the star of this team, the one to show up and deliver on Ancient as well and do what he does best. This puts NIP in a good position, right? You get the first win as a comfortable 2-0, but I would say, is it better than we expected? Because I was almost thinking this would go 3 maps.
I was 100% expecting this to go 3 maps. I think M80 was expecting 3 maps as well, and that's a map on map 3 that we're going to go into Mirage, I believe, which they're both very comfortable on. It's a map that they would have had a great, a fight on that map, but instead the Inferno pickup for NIP was the surprise. I think them playing Inferno this season, a bit of a surprise. It's a map Snappy never been super comfortable on, it seems like, and winning it against M80, especially given the way the rounds actually broke down, very surprising. We saw Stown and Kaspersky there. You're saying Kaspersky's the star. I wanted to mention Stown started out 4-6 on round 7. He died 1 time during that comeback. From round 7 onwards, he went 14-1. That's Stown with huge. The op this time, right? I said last map he only got 4 or 5 op kills. This time he had the op in hand the entire time, and he was instrumental.
He definitely was instrumental. And a man who's leading them to this big win is Snappy, who will be joining us for the interview right now. Snappy, a very strong start for you guys here at the Bounty. Just talk to me about this adjustment to Inferno. I remember a time where you would never play Inferno personally on your old teams as well. So coming into this, just your confidence going up against M80 and then the game overall.
I think it's a big misconception. I don't know if you remember the team Havu. They had
we're going way back.
And they did not play Inferno, so it was never because of me. We didn't play it in Ents, and then we got some people in that disliked it in all my Danish teams. So I was very comfortable playing Inferno, and I also think we were in 2025 with the Portuguese guys. So sure, I haven't played it like a couple of years in Ents mainly, but I think for me it's a pretty simple map. So yeah.
I wanted to ask the obvious question. You know, you're slotting in Note for Cairn. I think we had you on the desk last season at the Bounty. We asked about Cairn, and one of the answers was he's done really well in scrims. He's been really impressive in scrims, but I feel like he was never able to showcase that in the actual matches, in the important moments. How does slotting in Note actually work for Cairn? How does he compare as a player? Because I've been very impressed by him so far.
I think for me, one of the issues that obviously these things doesn't get focused a lot on, but I mean, I think the English was maybe harder than we thought it sometimes can be, and I think Note obviously is from Belgium and played only in international teams, so I think he's probably more comfortable, and therefore it has also been pretty comfortable for us to slot him in, and he understands the way we want to play really well. I think you can see also now with Kain Artem over in Fnatic, the first tournament he played amazing, and I'm super happy to see that. But I just think that it didn't click, and I think the language was a big factor, to be honest, bigger than we maybe thought.
The follow-up I'd have is on Stown as an Opera. Obviously, you didn't change him in the off season, but he's been slotted in, and the first thing I notice is that he seems to be throwing more utility than we saw from Wrinkle, and he seems to be a little more passive. I was looking at the stats. He goes for less opening duels on CT side, at least, than you see from a Shiro, right? He seems to be a bit of a passive Opera. To me, he's still a great player, but he's still taking time to slot into that op role. Is that how it feels, or does he feel like he's a very solid Opera already for you?
I mean, I think he's already opening. I think if you actually go, I think if you go and look at the numbers, the majority of his kills comes from the AWP, and I think he probably has more than average kills coming from the AWP compared to other AWPers across the scene. So he's definitely all in on this. But I mean, I played with him 7-8 years ago, and back then he was already an amazing AWPer. He just rifled. So I mean, sometimes we take these roles a little bit too, it's a little bit rigid, right? Like some players can slot into multiple roles, and even back then Martin said that his dream was to become an AWP, and that's also why we were pretty confident doing trying this transition, because it wasn't just some thought that came up in his head like a week ago or something.
Okay, so it sounds like something you wanted for a long time. Well, it's been enjoyable to watch. A good start for you guys here at the Bounty. Snappy, thank you very much for your time, man. Go off and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, you too, guys.
Well, there we go. We found out the truth. It was not a Snappy that didn't want to play the Infernal the Silver time. It was the rest of the people on his team with it.
Yeah, I mean, he did. If you look at his match history, we were looking through it, and it's like 3 or 4 Inferno games, lose them all, ban it for another few months. 3 or 4 Inferno games, lose them, ban it for a few months. Like, he seems like he wants to try it, and I mean, now they're 3-1 or 4-1 so far this season. So I guess it's working for them. Yeah.
He's got the pieces he needs and the understanding he wants to make sure Inferno is working now, but we've got to keep things moving forward. And our next game is Astralis taking on Nemesis. So let's hear what Hooksy had to say to start off with. So Hooksy, coming into this season, no player changes, but coach and support staff changes. So give it to me. What is Neo bringing that's different for you and the team in this one?
I mean, I've only been on bootcamp with him for 8 days now, and he's still trying to kind of see how we also operate, and I think trying to figure out the personalities of players and what we are good and bad at. So I wouldn't say he's had the biggest impact yet, but I think he's just getting into it.
In terms of him getting into it, what do you want from him as a coach? What are you looking to get out of this?
I hope that we can get some more player development, that we can kind of take the step that we need as individuals to become a consistent tier 1 team, and I hope that he can kind of be the bad cop sometimes, so I can be the good cop a bit more. I think I've developed somewhat of a reputation at this point, and would be nice to sway it the other way a bit.
And just looking at the matchup you have today, it's against Nemesis. How do you feel you do match up against them stylistically, and what do you think you need to be cautious of here? Because they're a team that's certainly on the rise a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are the classic team that is on the rise, that is like very good mechanically, and they shoot hard. They do some surprising stuff because they maybe play a bit untraditional compared to what you can expect from established tier 1 players. So we have to be ready for everything in a way. We have to be sharp from the start, and yeah, I think that is it.
Hey, you're going up against Astralis, who certainly a good team to take on. It's one you picked, right? Good amount of points available for these guys.
Yeah.
What do you make of them as a team right now? Because they've been kind of doing the opposite of you guys. They've been more going down from the highs they had.
Yeah, but it's really hard to say anything about them because they're playing like 3 officials like in 3 months. So it's we don't know what they're gonna prepare for us, but I don't see them like as a good like tier 1 team or something like that. They're just like just the normal guys that we can win like easily, I think. So like nothing special.
And in terms of you saying they've got nothing special, what's special about Nemesis? Who are we looking at in this game today to take over and dominate from you guys?
On this guy.
And there we have it, right? Fighting words coming out from the camp of Nemesis in there. Very confident in that. And I would be confident if you are Nemesis right now, Vu, because it is an exciting team. They play some explosive Counter-Strike. They've got some good individuals and they're gaining experience, even recently being at XPL and getting a playoffs LAN event for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're on the come up. They're punching above their weight so far, and I think that's the type of team that you expect to have this type of confidence. They want to go in against an Astralis that has faltered recently. It's exactly the type of team, if you're a Nemesis, you're making your way up the VRS standings. You want to try and beat a top team, but you're not there. You're not quite ready to beat a top 5, top 10 team. You play Astralis. They've been on the downturn. They're coming off of a break. Nemesis, you know, you usually see teams like this grind pretty hard in the off season, and they've already played some events. They've been showing in these tier 2 events that they can win. They can come to the finals, top 4 very consistently. This is their chance to show their mettle, to show that they can compete at the next level, take another step forward.
I'm glad you said about how much they're grinding, because they also only had a 4-day break after China. They took no vacation time. Their focus is on the next major, so they don't believe in any vacation time. They are fully sending it, fully going for it the whole way, and they've got some interesting individuals which could give an Astralis in current form a bit of a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at several players on this roster, but most notably Result, I think, is the name that most people have heard of, right? You've seen him on 9 Pandas. He had the lone stint over to whatever team. He had the lone stint over, and he comes back over to this team, and he's, you could argue if he's their best player. To me, he's their most notable name. He's certainly the one that people are going to recognize to pop off the page for this roster.
I like what I'm seeing here on this Vino, Vu. I see a bit of cash in there as the decider, but I got to ask you first. Is this a game where we get to cash? Is this where we get a 3-mapper?
I think we actually will get a 3-mapper here. At the very least, I think Nemesis are going to find a map where Astralis is faltering a little bit. You know, you have their map pick coming up where I think they're just gonna have the fragging against an Astralis that, you know, I'm not saying Astralis hasn't been back, they haven't been practicing, they haven't played games, but I think Nemesis, you're saying they only took a 4-day break, they're going to be a little bit more ready for this one. We're going 3 maps, and then Cash is a specialist map. It's a more puggy map. It's a map where your aimers can show up and dominate the game. I actually think there's a very good chance for Nemesis to take the series.
Whoa, okay, I like that early prediction coming in there. We'll have to see how it goes, but let's get ourselves into the game and watch all the action unfold with James Bardolph and DDK.
Thank you, lads. This is going to be an interesting one indeed. I'm also expecting a 3-mapper. We all know how good Nemesis can be on Nuke. Their stats on that map at the moment are kind of disgusting. Looking at the numbers here on Polymarket, Astralis are going to be a favorite. And again, there's a lot more name value on the side of Astralis, so that is to be expected. But do you think Nemesis could be a sleeper pick here?
I mean, I'm going with my man Vu there. He seems like he seems to make a good case for it, and I feel like you just never know. This I mean, the thing is like teams at this level, still in the online environment as well. Let's not forget
they're on the internet,
and they are on the internet, and they are grinding. I feel like I've seen a lot of this tier 2 to 1.5 level of teams really perform in ways that are kind of scary to be up against, and I think Astralis could definitely get caught by the likes of Nemesis. So I'm just excited to see, you know, what Nemesis can do with this opportunity as we get into the match here now. Astralis, though, will be starting out on that CT side here. Generally the favored side, of course, on Nuke.
Oh, already? I mean, we just got started.
Okay.
Well, Result might make up for the crater of his teammates, as great work is being done around the A bomb site, in and around. That leaves Stair alone. What on earth just happened? Honestly, we just got started, and there are already incidents to be noted.
First blood by gravity. Stair with a lot to do in this position. They're doing a good job here, Nemesis, and just ensuring that Stair has the hardest road. Very well done. So they're going to pick up a clean 1-0 start. And are they flexing, James? You're losing a player to just crater death there, or?
Man, so normally that happens when you're making a jump and you've been shot, which slows your acceleration. Yep, and then bang, exactly that. Wonderful to see, and you're just glad it's not you it's happening to. I like that Astralis are not afraid to play Nuke versus Nemesis here, because you might just. I think some teams with when they're looking at an opponent with 90% win rates on Nuke, might look at hard counter picks and just taking some gambles with the vetoes, but they're like, no, we'll take this. We'll go with this. Let's see what we can do. Well, it is just a beginning here on Nuke. So indeed, we will see what they can do. Scout is out for Fuzi. A full investment here from Astralis, as Nemesis will cut noise and creep.
Seeing the name Ryu, does it take you back to your Street Fighter days?
Not really.
Getting smashed by some, Hadokens, getting zoned out. No? Okay, cool. Glad we had that talk.
I don't think he's the only Ryu in CS. I think there's another one. I think there's at least two. So it's not new. It doesn't feel new to me. If we see a Zangief, then I'll start asking questions.
I always remember when Huxley kind of came back into the Astralis team in Kazakhstan last year in Astana. In fact, actually, it's actually so funny because the crowd in Astana was actually chanting Huxley's name. He had so much aura, James.
This is the right decision from Astralis, because you can essentially just reset the situation next round rather than die for no good reason.
Terrorists win.
We were decent men in an indecent time. Wow, 10 men surviving. It's a brave new world.
Yeah, you don't see that very commonly.
Yeah. So 2-0 Nemesis. A comfortable start so far. But now Astralis get to run it back, essentially. They may pick up the odd grenade here or there, but that round prior was lacking opportunity for them. So maybe a big three mapper between these squads. I think everybody's excited to see Not Overpass, also known as Cash, be played.
Ooh. Okay. Results. Losing a big chunk of health on the outside there. And I mean, with these pistols, I mean, that's the play, you just soften them up. Now just one deagle shot will do the trick on Results.
Oh, talk about chain flashes. That was a lot of flashes outside, but still, maybe walking into the meat grinder, or maybe more of a cheese grater, since it is not the strongest round from Astralis. Either way, it will be very painful for this Nemesis side.
Yeah, they're in a tricky spot, actually, because of the HP is so low. They lost Sexy already, and there we go. Able to punish Result, who was so low. Salta trying to find a path for his teammates. Huxley catching Magicy off guard is going to make life look now very desperate. 2 players left, Salta and Sadame. We'll see if they can do anything with this. Salto really needs this kill, but he's going to be able to get it. Wow, okay, he's going to find that one onto Herxy. 2 versus 3, but their health is so incredibly low. And Fuzzy again, that scout has been causing problems in this round.
Oof. So not committing to the bomb plant, maybe expecting someone to be there, but now it's about survival, and that's not going to happen either. I don't know how many times I can say that I have seen a force buying team on the CT side in a scenario such as this full save after, you know, being out-positioned by the guys with the guns, run it back the next round, and then win that round in such a fashion. I think it's very, very rare, but it's been a hell of a successful one here for Astralis.
Yes, I mean, this is a map of great comfort for Nemesis. A 90% win rate across 10 maps played in the last 3 months. So it is the most confident of maps for them.
There's some Ryu stats for you there, Dan. 5 players / coaches of the name Ryu. Yeah, I think it's somebody in NA. But anyway,
no, thank you.
Celta and Result will be dropped as well as Sadaim. So they are getting melted quickly, Nemesis. And whatever comfort they may have on Nuke will not be present at the beginning of this series.
What about Ken? We've got to check Ken now. I feel like you'd expect to see more of those.
Just ignore him, guys.
Bomb is lost currently. And so Astralis in a very nice position. I mean, especially if they can keep everybody alive here. Nemesis working their way around the ramp.
So awkward. There's just not much for them to do here.
Yeah.
They don't have the bomb. So it's kind of like hiding in plain sight, really. Which is tough when... Well, I mean, you don't want to lose too much money if you're the CT side here hunting these Ts. If you're like, ooh, we could get some more AKs. It not really worth it. So they may be able to hold out on the ramp here. But this is perhaps not the start they were expecting. Astralis with some cards up the sleeve, it seems.
And I can see the argument for Nemesis to go for some kills here, you know, because the money's going to be pretty sucky. So at least having everybody on the same economy, maybe it makes it a little bit easier to get those buys in later on. But either way, interestingly, you know, we talked about the stats for Nemesis on Nuke in the last 3 months. Astralis have a 20% win rate with 5 maps played on Nuke. Which is weird to say for a team called Astralis, James, because, you know, historically, I feel like when you think of the legacy, the legend of Astralis, you think, oh, this is the team that never lost Nuke. I forget what their record was, but they had like some ridiculous streak, obviously with just like the OG Astralis lineup, but still.
So after losing the pistol, I think Astralis will be very happy indeed with the current goings on, but this will be a dangerous round. There are some rifles out here for Nemesis, and they have taken early presence towards Secret, which will give them lots of time to try and find something. Astralis will let them know that they are aware with that smoke down below. But now Nemesis need to find a jewel, need to create opportunity for themselves with these 2 AKs.
Yeah, slow affair for Nemesis. And, wow, okay, Yabby's going for some information. Oxy as well joining in from the squeaky door. Stain will burst out of radio back with that P250. And now suddenly Astralis in some trouble. 3 versus 4 for them. However, obviously the weaponry is not great here for Nemesis. They're gonna, well, they did collect some grenades there, but it's like another trade comes through, so still maintaining that man advantage. 40 seconds to go, now the bomb has to be collected. Are you asking some questions of this position? Result's going to go down. That's going to even up the affair. 30 seconds now for this bomb to be planted.
So a brutal war of attrition if you're on a CT side right now, but they're still around to be rescued. Oh dear, Fuzi holding down 2 jobs there, looking towards main, exposed to heaven. Wrong way at the wrong time. Which leaves Ryu with much to do. Ryu or Ryu, whichever you prefer. UK mans tend to say Ryu.
Yeah, true.
He has a kit. And he will be annihilated by Texi. So Nemesis, able to do things the hard way. And you would expect some prowess when the chips are down, when you've got numbers like they do on Nuke. So I think this is, well, it's already proving to be a very interesting game of Nuke. But that must have felt like a very long, difficult round for Astralis.
Yeah, I think for Nemesis, what was very interesting is how they slowed the pace down so much, it kind of made it uncomfortable for Astralis, baiting Astralis in for that, you know, play into lobby, which isn't a bad thing by any measure, but it just, you don't want to be finding fights like that ultimately at the CTs and giving up players early. That's, of course, the worst outcome. This is an interesting map in terms of the CT perspective.
Ooh. AWP announced.
Cross smokes.
Yeah, nice refresh of the smokes there. Just allowing Astralis to dump their utility. Trying to limit the risk. But HooXi will still deliver. Minute 10 on the clock as Presence is showing Vice Dime around 8. So they've got some position. Some position. But HooXi continues to be a problem. Wanting to thirst that headshot. But it's more important that he stays alive. Quietly repositioning now. He's got some support from the ramp. Essentially just baiting the squad at this point. 40 seconds on the clock. That bomb will need to get planted eventually. And now the frags start to fly in here for Nemesis. 3 on 4 in their favor.
20 seconds. Right, he has a lot of work to do in this position. Let's see if he is able to do it. It's going to be very challenging though. 14 seconds. Needs to be absolutely perfect. Good reposition. Isolating the 1v1s. Can you believe it? 3 kills back to back. Magic-y will take down 2, but I don't think this time here. Picks up the bomb, and it's just a done round at this point. Yavi's going to come in and take Magic-y down. Astralis, really well played. And I think HooXi, James, the delay that he provided and just how he paced around that lower site was excellent.
Yeah, you've really got milliseconds to decide on if you fight to the death there. You know, he headshot somebody in his second position around the B bomb site, went back to have another go, spotted 2 players there and was able to disengage. And that is so important. Just stunting the growth, the progress of Nemesis in that round. And then you can see Astralis are positioned and quietly ready to deal with the threats. An overperformance from Ryu as well. Wonderfully done. And the score quickly tied now, as the pistols are out once again for Nemesis, but it's got enough utility for an execute.
And they starting to rain in. There's the outside smokes once again. Not a comfortable game here for Astralis. Good spray initially, but the Tech-9 prevails. Another Tech-9 kill onto the site. Disaster striking Astralis once again. Just can't seem to stabilize in this game of Nuke just yet. And with Nemesis on the bomb, all those guns collected, I don't think there's a challenge here for Astralis. They're going to be backing off to the spawn. They seem to agree. And sometimes it's just just throw the Tech-9s at the upper side, James. Sometimes that just works.
I like the timing from Nemesis. I mean, we've seen plenty of teams with Tech-9s and such buy utility, and sometimes there might be a bum rush into the A-bomb site, but I think that their timing, they use their timing well with this utility. We saw it in the full buy earlier when they had the second wave of smokes outside to avoid all the counter utility and positioning from the CT side. So they're using their experience well in that regard and putting themselves in good positions to get rounds on the board on their T side. 7 rounds done now, and they are 1 round to the good as the AKs will come out once again. And this does really put Astralis in an uncomfortable position. I mean, I feel like many of the rounds have been uncomfortable, again, with that pace of Nemesis, when they were slow with the pistols, winning unlikely rounds and so on. This may prove painful as well This could be a tipping point for Nemesis in the remainder of this half if they're able to break Astralis while they're a little bit weak.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's that CT side. It's just, really sucks. It really sucks when you don't have enough to play with. At least on this map, unlike some of the other maps we've seen today, I feel like there are some more creative options you can kind of get away with on the CT side with low eco, just because of a lot of the close ranges, because you're not as punished on rotations as you are on some of the maps. Obviously, that's the thing that makes this map unique, I suppose, from the CT side perspective, that you're kind of the sites are stacked on top of each other. There you go, deep smoke on ramp, so that's going to slow things down there, and same on squeaky door. Keeping Nemesis honest and unable to go for a rush anywhere.
So we have the smokes outside for Nemesis. TigeRES still by T-Red at present. And again, that second wave deployed from T-Spawn by Celta. And it's Stairs' turn to show presence there. As we have seen, Huxi do great things from there on more than one round. So a good hold, but he'll show some presence and rotate elsewhere and allow TigeRES to move in uncontested after that grenade.
Yes.
This says to me that Astralis are very confident in choosing where the fights will take place. So you know what Nemesis are up to at this stage of the round. And with 40 seconds left, Nemesis have got a lot of movement to do to seize a bomb site here.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to get uncomfortable. Stame is going to be able to try to make things a little bit easier, though. Nice pickup. Going for another one. The trade, though, from Ryu comes in. 4 players left now, darting down to the lower site. I don't know about the time pressure here. They're going to get the smoke down, and there's no CT to slow the plant, so they'll be good on that front. But now having to hold a 4 versus 4 retake. And Astralis aren't really in great positions at the moment. It's going to take them some time, burn some time on the bomb to get into positions.
I'm not sure that they will be going for it.
No kits.
Yeah, Ryu's certainly not interested. Again, it's just too costly. Too costly, too much of the time to go for a round such as this. So they're playing it the safe way as best they can. Quite an interesting one from Nemesis. About 35 seconds on the clock, and I think there were 3 of them just past T-Red. They got an entry onto the A-bomb sites, and I wondered if they might just send it into there, but they still pursued the B route, maybe inviting rotation from the CTs. Their A players to dime eventually dealt with, but again, no one to challenge on the B bomb site after that.
Yeah, I like the quality of pacing from Nemesis so far. You know, I think they've managed to force some mistakes from Astralis with how they've been pacing the game, and they're also, I think, making it so that Astralis are going to be susceptible at some future round to a burst play, like we saw the upper site with Tech 9. Something that's very, very fast could catch Astralis, given again these very, very, very slow rounds that go into the final seconds that we've seen from Nemesis, which will make the CTs feel very uncomfortable. And they'll also tend to try to hold on to util earlier on, and that's a nice pickup onto TigeRES.
They're getting so much from that position, are Astralis. The aggression from Secret has caught Nemesis on at least 3 different rounds now. But they will need more to show for it at the end of the round, Astralis. Oh. Not the results Sadime was looking for. No. That's a lot of quick information around the lobby as well. Bomb carrier Magiki lurking towards that lobby position, and he will be dealt with. And that might mark the end of this round, or the chances to win it, unless they do it by elimination. 40 seconds sounds heard in the A-bomb site, and the CTs will position accordingly.
They love to burn the clock. the setup area is hard to deal with. Fuzi certainly with an advantage on this fight. And that is exactly why. Angles, how do they work? So much creeping, James. I've never seen so much creeping.
Yeah, it's a very quiet game. Very quiet game so far. I was just looking, Celta and Result were the last two, and I was just looking at their profile pictures because their expressions are somewhat opposite. Celta's like, yeah, this is great, and Result's like, oh, I don't know, I'm not sure.
I like how that's like the state of the round. You're trying to find amusement any way you can.
Yeah. Astralis now maybe can take some control of this game in the coming rounds. I say that mainly because of the pistols, but we know that Nemesis are quite capable with their utility, of which there is still much, even with what they've deployed here. Turning up the heat on the A-bomb sites. But maybe the real wave comes now. I think that was a flash that bounced backwards, but the main impact, I think, was correct. Perhaps trying to draw the CTs in. We did see the smokes go over the roof. Oh, that sound cue is very unfortunate for Result. Just gave Fuzi a little extra focus, which makes it a 5-1-4.
He will get caught by Yabby there, still waiting in the lower setup. And cue the creeping. Not too much to do other than to try to find position quietly at the moment. Celta does have the bomb. And Stain has managed to get himself a kill. And there we go. We hear it ringing off in the distance. Deagle connected, and that's going to be the plant. AK as well. And suddenly Astralis in a little bit of trouble. They've got to find a way to retake this. There is a kit on Ryu. We'll see if he's able to get into a position to use it. But speaking of position, Nemesis are in a fantastic spot. Look at that one at distance. Yeah, he can't even, I mean, he has to worry about so much right here.
Yeah, it's a really tough scenario. Where is that last player, though? Don't you hate those ones when you feel like you've checked the corner, but you haven't checked the corner, and as you move away from checking it, that happens. Very unfortunate indeed. Yeah. But that was a hard-to-win situation on the best of times. God, that was such a back and forth as well in the 2-on-2 as I think it was Ryu out of Secret who spotted the jiggling in heaven only for the peak to come through for Satime, who absolutely just deletes him afterwards. Info wasn't enough in that scenario. 6-4 for Nemesis on the T side. I think they'll be happy with the proceedings so far.
Yeah, and I think just the way that they're playing, I think is perhaps it feels a little bit difficult for Astralis. I think they're just, you know, a few key rounds when Nemesis, I think, really started to create problems with that very slow pacing. We saw that two-man push into the lobby from Astralis, and that didn't go their way. And I think since then, it's really felt like Nemesis have just been able to kind of repeat the results for the most part. Astralis now with a labored scenario on the buy. Spent everything, though, to have what they have.
Oh dear.
There's a gun.
Where are you off to, son? Trying to change the pace again. Let's not forget the other rounds where they had those second waves of smokes outside. A faster pace immediately punished, and that a 5-7 at close range is doing God's work for Astralis. Ryu with all the four that remain. Nothing doing for Nemesis in that round.
Bruh. The 5-7, it's like the gun that can do those things. That's crazy. That's actually so nuts. Let's have a look again. 4K, rushing through the smoke.
I'm not sure if he knew anything about the second one. He came in so fast. I know he did. I think he's just a gamer. He's just a gamer gaming. Beautiful. That's got to be so... Oh, there goes the camera. That's got to be so satisfying. There has to be a divot in that table now.
I don't know about your divots. Well, into the final round we go. What has felt like a very quiet Nuke, as you mentioned. Very quiet. It's like the library version of Nuke. Not allowed to talk too loudly or run anywhere, but it's a much faster approach, and they are getting shut down. Nemesis on the way in. Might be a very fast finish to this first half, and indeed it will be. 6-6 as Astralis tie us up as we head into the second half.
What in life kind of generally annoys you?
Nothing makes me like annoyed or mad.
I don't feel like I'm annoyed by anyone, anything and anyone kinda in my life, so I would say there is nothing at all.
Yeah, I wish I could teleport, you know, so I don't have to travel all the places, you know. That would be nice to teleport, you know.
My mousepad, when someone is touching it with like let's say a glass of water or something, and even my cat is jumping on it, I don't like it.
Generally in life, what just annoys me is just people. I just hate people.
What makes me really grumpy and annoyed is when people are in the plane, they're behind you, they want to exit quicker than you, so they just push you.
Obviously people are in a hurry all the time in the airport, and then you just decide to stand in the middle of nowhere, looking at your phone, doing nothing, like that kind of stuff.
You will be out of the plane in 5 seconds more, but stop pushing everyone. Like everyone just stands up and are just so focused on getting out of the plane while they still have to wait anyway a bit. So it's not like they're gonna be those 10 seconds that's gonna make you win in life, so just chill, mate.
If I have like early flight like 6 AM or something, try to go to sleep, but you know, I have to wake up with 3 hours of sleep, and the whole day feels like ruined because you have to wake up early, and then yeah, you're like in the zombie mode the whole day pretty much.
Some of the most annoying is obviously losing your luggage.
I think more than I have fingers on my hand, to be honest. I think I have lost it so many times in my career.
Definitely had it been delayed like for media days and stuff, and then I didn't have like jerseys and stuff with me, so I have to use the same jersey for like 6 days, and it becomes pretty nasty in the end. So I would rather travel to a place that is too hot. I hate cold.
If it's a little bit colder, I usually don't mind it, but if it's plus extra wine, then oof, I don't like it.
I think the coldest location so far has been Sweden compared to Denmark. It's like pretty much the same, but that doesn't mean that I like it. So I stay inside. That's why I became good at playing video games.
It's pretty cold where I live already, so unless it's summer, then there's not that warm where I live, so I like to travel where it's warm weather.
So when it's too hot, when we've been, for example, to like Riyadh for EWC, like it's oven outside. It's like 45 degrees minimum. It's not possible to breathe or whatever. I've been to places at -10, -20, -25. That was not a pleasure to be there, but that was a bit easier if you have good clothing for that, so I would say that. Let's be honest, media days are really annoying.
I had several times that I went for 3 hours of media and then I was doing only things for maybe 20 minutes, you know. It's not like media is making me mad, I feel like this wasting of time is maybe taking me a little bit off the edge, you know, there.
It's normal, they have to ask basic questions, but it's always the same question. How do you feel about the game? Why did you win this map? Why do you feel like that's wrong? Why you won 4 events in a row? Blah, 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 blah. It's always the same question, so sometimes it's been a bit boring.
After you've done it like 50 times, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, we just do it again, you know, like cross your arms, take a photo, chill. Like, so yeah.
Doing media is like, come on, please, leave me alone. You know everything about me now. It's over.
No, Apex, I want to learn more about your life. However, we need to learn more about this game, James, because we could be learning about Nemesis firsthand. They have the position with a start like that to potentially be, you know, upsetting Astralis, maybe taking us all the way to cash. I think a lot of people want to see that. But first, of course, comes this second half on map 1, as we now see Nemesis on the CT side.
3 of the Nemesis players are auto-muted, I noticed. I'm surprised I'm not auto-muted, to be honest. But, you know, if they deliver, then maybe they don't deserve it. So far, so good as they find the first 2 frags here on this pistol round, which would be a great way to start things on their CT side. 4 on 3, as Fuzi keeps an eye on things outside. Fuzi, Yabi, and Ryu remain still in control of the bomb in the hands of Yabi. And again, it's all quiet on Nuke, as it has been in many a round in this game so far. And the CTs will just hold their position and wait for Astralis to make their play.
Maybe Astralis are getting revenge here, you know, really slowing things down. Seeing if they can catch any players creeping around themselves for an easy pick-off. But Nemesis, to their credit, haven't given anything away. And so now Astralis have to, by nature of the clock, move things forward to, hopefully for their sake, get onto a bomb plant. Nice crossfire, though, from the Nemesis side. Beautiful team play. You love to see that. And that's going to be a clean finish for the pistol for them.
Yeah, really nice work. Good synergy from Nemesis. Just making things as difficult as possible for Astralis to succeed with what they were left with. 11 kills for Ryu so far. Magic not too far behind now with 10. It's been a quiet game for TigeRES so far, who is 2-4-7. Worst hand in poker is what he is holding. Astralis' numbers on the T side, not promising for Nuke historically, but you know, today is a new day, people. It's a new page. The ink is not dry just yet.
You've seen the damage the Pistols can do. Swinging around into main, finding one and traded out though. CT's on high alert in the upper bomb side at the moment. Astralis finding their way around. Might be another frag outside here. Getting around onto Magic Keys. Very nice, but staying able to do better than that than just a trade. But you know, it's going to leave just Yabby now alone in the 1 versus 3. Some extra damage would be really nice. That could go a long way for Yabby if he can find it. But not looking all that promising at the moment.
He's been heard now as well. Heard and dealt with by Result. And it feels strong already. Maybe I'm just biased because of the numbers are so incredibly good for Nemesis on Nuke. But it feels like they're in a very, very strong position. I think maybe compounded by the statistics we saw on the screen there about Astralis on the T side of Nuke also. But I think Nemesis have all the tools to run away with the first game of this series now.
Yeah, I do agree. I think, was it who that made this point? That just the grind factor for the Nemesis side, they've been absolutely grinding games, a lot more games played, so it does make a difference in what you feel comfortable and falling back to in terms of those fundamentals. And Magic Key with his deep position, with the MP9 looking to make some money, and there we go, first kill found, looking for more, turning the corner there, players all over the place. And able to take down another. Oh my god, sent flying off the silo. Celta with the support, with the backup.
From the angle, it looked like a circus trick gone wrong, you know. He won't be back in Cirque du Soleil anytime soon.
Oh yeah.
No damage done by Hooksy. And this is a very solid way to start your CT side. Astralis coming in for the buy Magic. He's got almost $9,000 in the bank. I guess he can make up for Celta being a little short, but the average is probably about 5 to 6. So a full buy in the hole for Nemesis. They'll be coming into this next round of no complaints whatsoever. 9 to 6 scoreline as Astralis look to find a way into this half. Fuzi will have the AWP. They'll have a reasonable level of utility. Question is, what can they do with it?
Outside smokes, so far providing the coverage necessary. There's an HE though to try to get some info, see if they can find any crossed players. I mean, that's the thing though that's so effective about these smokes, is that you have to make the assumption you might miss some of the info even still, and the smokes go out again as Yabby gets that pick there in the lobby, and suddenly things look a little bit chaotic here for Nemesis. They need somebody to step up and deliver heroics. Celta with 1 kill there might be such a player to do so.
Oh, so Dime's been dropped. That's going to be a big problem, which Hooksy could compound with this angle, but TigeRES ready for it. A swing and a miss at close range from Fuzi, and things start to collapse very quickly. Maybe Ryu can do something about it, down to a 2-on-2 now. However, they have lost a bomb in secret, and that's going to be a problem. That's going to burn time for them. Yabi spotted. Only one question mark in Ryu now for this CT squad. So they continue to run that clock down and run the numbers down as well.
Ooh, looking very dangerous. I mean, a doable scenario though for Ryu. We'll see as he now edges closer. He is going to be able to guess correctly here. He looks like he's got a good guess. Great work there, looking for the transfer onto a trade fragger, but there's no time, I don't think, for this one. And playing the clock, Magic is going to be able to get the better of Ryu, so very well played there. 10-6 Nemesis, looking like they might just clean up here on this CT side for map 1.
Yeah, Astralis just couldn't keep a grip on that climb. Sliding back down the pole there. Everything collapsing around that garage in secret position. Such an awkward range for the AWP, but still, like, you don't land that shot and you are a sitting duck. 10 rounds now for Nemesis, and again, no bomb plants as well. Like, your loss bonus is high, but you're still not planting the bomb. Really just compounds the problems. So they are well and truly in the driving seat, Nemesis. Even with that player lost, you may still favor them in this one. I certainly do.
Scaling onto the site very rapidly. Taxi's going to be pushed as he is going to get wrapped there. Fuzi able to take him down. And speaking of a lack of bomb plants, should be quite possible for Fuzi to get the plant down here now, as he does have coverage from teammates. 3 players for Nemesis. Decent money. They could certainly try to go for this.
It's a tough decision, I think. Do you play for the long run with your economy, or do you go for something sneaky? Well, a calculated risk with Sadime, who will be dropped, and that'll be that, I think. Looking to make it expensive for the T side, actually, and they have done that very well indeed, keeping them on the back foot.
Terrorists win.
Now there's no uncertainty that you might die to the bomb. I guess you know.
It's so different now.
You play the game enough, you'll know.
Yeah, I think they had to have an indicator with how it works now, because otherwise you would think something makes sense and it might not.
Right.
Very different now. But it's also pretty cool that they're taking a wide look at like every single detail of the game and like what other states could this thing be in. But anyway, this is a buy round. We've got some forward positions from Nemesis early as Astralis try to understand the formation. Magic.CEST somehow escapes that scenario. I think a lot of the time he doesn't, and Astralis could really do with that frag in a 7-10 scenario here. Not on this occasion though, but he will take the map control. Oh, that's another sitter. He should get that one all day. And now they've still got 5 standing as they open doors onto the bomb site, but he'll find Yabi elsewhere.
Minute to go, and we do get a play into lobby from Nemesis, asking questions. They actually have good positioning to get ahead of this play from Astralis. If they commit to the lower site, will Astralis do so? Hooksy gets found out going through main there, and Nemesis all over this one on the defense. 4 versus 2 now for them, as Astralis are now in a more desperate state. Fuzi does have the bomb, and maybe there's a chance to get this plant up a bit. With Taxi up in the heaven position, Rafters is going to shut that one down completely.
29 seconds for Stair to find a solution, but Magic.CEST has recovered from his earlier errors and delivered a number of frags there, which have been really important. God, those were awkward, like around the vents scenario. Oh, okay, I can't blame him for that one. The T stopped at the absolute perfect pixel. 11-7 for Nemesis. We've got a good buy here for Astralis. This will be a competitive round, but they are running out of rounds to lose in the second half.
Yeah, Nemesis looking quite comfortable. I just like how they found good timings in that previous round to get aggressive on this CT side. Speaking of which, Stag is going to be very close to these southside position. Coverage of smokes is what allows even more forward position going straight through credit card. And nice pickup here. Outside is being cleaned up, and now it's starting to. I think Nemesis is starting to feel the squeeze.
Promising start for Astralis, but we've seen promising starts where they haven't delivered on the promise of those in this half. Some sound cues for Nemesis, but really they, with so many Astralis players alive, they need to wait for them to make the wrong turn. Yabi ready with the Mac 10, and then there were two. Both on the A-bomb side. Fuzi over towards B. And this will be an 8th round, as there's not much for Nemesis to pursue here, other than better money for their players who have been lost. Celta will need a drop.
So Astralis not done just yet on Nuke, it would seem.
This is only their 2nd round in this half.
Yeah, it's not been a great run so far. It's not been a great run. Yeah, Ryu's really been delivering for their side. You know, we've been seeing a lot of those key kills coming through.
TigeRES.CEST win.
Magic key on the other end there for Nemesis. 21 and 11, really showing up there for the team. I like their logo. I don't know what it is, but I like it. No comment at all, James. Gee,
I
saw you looking at it and you just didn't say anything.
I was going to say something and then I decided not to, and I'm just going to leave it there. 2 defuse kits for Nemesis in round 20. Texi keeping an honest eye on things. Trying to limit risk. I really wonder how Valve made that sound. What is that sound?
Which sound?
The sound of him jumping.
Oh.
Like, what is that? It sounds like 2 materials being rubbed together.
Oh, you think they got a Foley artist on the case?
Well, yeah, you know, some kind of I don't know what I forget what they're called, but
Foley artist, that's what they're called.
A Foley artist.
Yeah.
Oh.
The person who like makes the sounds out of random things. Yeah, Foley artist.
There's other game devs who have made videos showing how certain sounds are made, but Valve keep their cards close to their chest. Magic Key keeps his orb close to the chest of many an Astralis player. Although for their loss outside, Yabi's managed to find some progress inside as ramp has been taken over now. And that will force some rotation from some of these Nemesis players. 35 seconds for Astralis to try and get a bomb plant. We have not seen many in this half. They've only planted a bomb in the rounds they've won, actually.
Makes sense. Seems logical. Time is a problem here. 15 seconds to plant. Happy coming on in from up high. Nice trade, though. That's a massive find from Magic Key, and there's no time for this now. The bomb has been lost. And, you know, once again, in one of these very slow rounds, you know, all the cards are on the table right at the end there. It doesn't really pay off there for Astralis, and now Nemesis 12-8, very soon to be looking at finding themselves on Ancient if things continue this way.
Yeah, it's been a tiring half for Astralis.
Yeah.
And again, if you measure their progress in these rounds, even in the bomb plants, it's very painful indeed. Magic Key having a wonderful time now. Just showing too much flesh. And the AWP is going to pick those up all day. all day. Not a position they were expecting him to be in, and he completely crushed around. 25 for 12 is Magic at present. No trade attempts. They were just trying to throw a molly into main. But here we are, game point for Nemesis, looking to improve on that 90% on nuke. Such a rare stat to be in the 90s on a map in Counter-Strike. And again, when you talk about how much CS they're playing, one could argue it's even more impressive.
Well, here we go. We are in the what could be a final round here if Nemesis continuing winning ways. Stave is going straight into lobby. He's going deep with the AK-47. He's found a timing here. They are going very aggressive with the ramp crunch and lobby crunch. But it is more of an effort outside where Ryu will find a kill onto Magic, one of the, well, the key player. So far, 25 and 13, but now he's down, out for the counts. Is there a way back into this round for Nemesis?
Yep, you must have heard a bunch of players falling back from that lobby push. Sound maybe obscured by the Molotov they threw in the first place. But now you wonder if he can find an opportunity for them on this A-bomb site. Silencer spotted. Surely there is a kill just waiting for him. Indeed there is. And that'll be Nemesis in a very unlikely position now. Can't imagine they go for anything else in this round. So Diamond, Result have got crap money. And things maybe start to get tense now. Interesting play from Nemesis. Perhaps the wrong round to do it, but you have to credit Yabi to his position as well, not getting caught there in that lobby position while they found the frag outside.
Yeah, it's kind of unlucky in a way. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes. You know, you take a risk on the opening play where you're going aggressive, and if the other team's doing something fast somewhere else, you're just going to miss them. And you know, in StarCraft, they would call that a build order loss, where you're opening because you know, you don't have information of what the other person's doing. You have the fog of war. So you know, you're just doing a blind opening basically, and sometimes it's just an auto loss.
Yeah, just have to accept that we zigged when we should have zagged. So Astralis are only 3 rounds away. And again, I think sports psychology is really important in scenarios like this where it's been such a difficult half. You've just got to play the round in front of you and not worry about the overall deficit. Just stay hyper-focused on this. And again, we see lobby aggression from Nemesis. Been very comfortable with this. Magic-Key's been so good. We'll see if he can hold this position. And his teammates will need to stay alive elsewhere as well. A lot of presence from Astralis on the outside. 3 players heading towards T-Red, slowly but surely, as they deploy their smokes. And Celta's not well positioned to really do something about it. With the MP9 from Secret, can't really duel too much. Result and Sadaim get dropped in stereo fashion as well. So despite the forward position of Magic-Key, it's a really bad looking round for Nemesis.
Yeah, and the money is such that they need to, I mean, unless there's some incredible fight that kind of gets in a place in front of them, they need to be thinking about optimizing around how they can save these guns, especially the key AWP. This the beginning of this round just really did not pan out as they needed it to. And Astralis are looking dangerous. Still Fusey with the bomb looking for all the plants. But the upper bomb site is where Nemesis would love to fight if there is to be a fight. They would fight you there.
Hooksy's maybe the information man looking for safe passage now as he investigates towards B, because you don't want to move into a stack, and he has found B unchallenged, and that is where the bomb will head. Great work there, good focus by Astralis, not making any sloppy decisions. That bomb makes its way over. So Nemesis finally on the back foot late on in this game of Nuke. And again, losing a few chess pieces, and the rest of the game will be conceded for the round, as they'll need something to fight with for the next one. But we've seen, I think, maybe at least 3 rounds where Nemesis have gone for aggressive plays towards the lobby. And it hasn't been the right round. They haven't been too deterred though, throwing different looks at it. The rifle push, the sniper push. So we'll see if they continue with that. Because I think from their perspective, they may have just been unlucky on the rounds where they've chosen to do that.
Oof. Might get overtime now at this rate, James, as well, because for Nemesis, you know, maybe they are thinking of saving here, so they can actually have like one really solid proper buy to just end the game, as opposed to
they lost all their bits. They lost all their bits. While we were talking about their bits,
all their bits
no
and
more
bobs.
bits. They are bitless.
Bits and bobs. Yeah, it's all gone. It's been an interesting game from a stylistic perspective. I think that's always something that's interesting to think about when it comes to Counter-Strike, or really anything competitive, is the interaction of styles. And I think that is some of the danger that a team like Nemesis presents, because I don't know how much Astralis is playing against Nemesis, you know, how much they're going to have in terms of record against them and familiarity against how they're playing the game. And you know, this is the first head-to-head that they have had historically. So there you go. I guess I just answered my own question.
4 of the last 6 rounds won by Astralis. They have turned the ship around.
That lobby control. They're going to go for a quick upper hit here. This is not going to look good for Nemesis. They don't have anyone really to stop this. They're going to have to play full retake.
Yeah, good luck with that retake. Astralis keeping it very simple. Simple and effective.
Wow.
So we are heading towards that last round.
And it's kind of cool too, because, you know, what do you, if you're making the calculus and you're thinking, okay, where do we think the pistols will stack? Because oftentimes, you know, that's one of the most scary things. That's one of the ways you can lose a round like this, is the pistols all stacking in one position. Upper is definitely in the calculus there as a pretty strong chance. You know, upper or ramp, these are pretty familiar places to stack a pistol by. Or yeah, so definitely, I agree. Decisive, brave from Astralis to just no nonsense hit the upper site.
Terrorists win.
Wait, Hooksy died to the bomb, James.
That's fine. He's got the money. Doesn't matter. Last round coming up. 9k in the bank. Hooksy's happy with that. Securing the round at all costs. He's a hero. So we'll have one last buy for Nemesis to try and close things out on their pick of nuke in normal time, in regulation, if you will. Magic Key's been on 25 for a little while now. Has been a lot of the firepower for Nemesis has been very effective in more than one round. And again, Nemesis has been throwing aggressive plays at lobby, but each time they haven't quite found what they've been looking for. Astralis with presence on the outside. Yabby, good positioning by Squeaky. We'll see if they take one last stab at such a play, or if they'll go for something different.
Yeah, we go getting into it. We'll find out if there's an overtime to be had here. See if Nemesis can clinch it.
Nemesis.
Yes.
Maybe they're fans of Resident Evil.
Oh man, I never really played the Resident Evil games.
Nemesis and his rocket launcher.
Shameful.
I got stuck in the first one. I got stuck in a room where I had no herbs, and every time I left the room, a hunter chopped my head off.
What
and that was it. That was my only game save, so that was just it. I tried for months to leave that room, and I just got decapitated every time.
What are the herbs for in Resident Evil?
For healing your health.
Okay.
So I couldn't tank the damage, so my head just came off every time. PlayStation 1 days.
I do miss like those days. We'll have to talk about that another time, like the way saves would work in the old days. No checkpoints, just save on 1 HP somewhere. Anyway, we are into what could be the last round of regulation. Oh, rather, sorry, until we get to overtime. I'm not sure that made any sense, but you know, whatever, James. I'm just trying to make it work. Now we've got Stair making progress around the outside again. There's a quick flash play Oh, timing there is beautiful. What a pop flash there from Stame for Celta.
So it looks like the lobby aggression stopped. Magic heading to the ramp on that occasion. I'm not sure how many players, maybe one more spotted outside. Celta in a better position to defend now. Doesn't have an MP9 this time. Oh, stuck. Is he stuck against the wall? Oh dear, still alive, still alive. That's a problem. Oh, the timing is just not what you need when there's only this round left in the game. 3 remain for Astralis now. Aster and Ryu are dropped outside.
Okay, so desperate right at the last round of regulation. Absolute desperation now for Astralis, looking to find a way forward. Good positions from Celta again, just really so annoying outside, and now Fuzi's going to commit into another 1v1 against him. Nice flick, even connects the headshot. However, now down to Fuzi against the world. 4 players, 50 seconds. Not looking good here for Astralis on map 1. Fuzi forced to move into the flames, and there it is, the wide swing from results, and the map there for Nemesis.
So close and yet so far for Astralis. A great comeback mounted towards the second half, but ultimately it will be Nemesis to take their map pick.
Well, it might have got close, but it was just a cosmetic comeback at the very end of it all, because I don't know, we got to just quickly talk about this last round of MOUZ, because the pop flash outside, straight kill, beautiful from Celta. Then he repositions through their own smokes. Ryu then gets stuck, like he looked like he couldn't find where he wanted to go through the smokes. Then he gets punished, and then just all unraveling, man. That whole ending 20-30 seconds was just rough.
Yeah, I mean, that's a play Ryu has probably done 100 times. I was saying he's probably done it at least 10 times in the last week. You know, you walk through the smoke, you wrap around credit, you get into the spot, and you know, you can wrap on garage and catch Celta off guard there if you do it on the right timing. And then he almost got saved because he gets tapped in the back, but he doesn't manage to recover it. I mean, even despite Ryu having what is an incredible game for himself, I think he's the only reason Astralis were in that for much of this game. Unfortunately, the last round could have come down to if he just got through that smoke and wrapped into garage, he might have just found the frag.
Yeah, exactly. Might have put them into a commanding position to take that into overtime at least, but you got to give it a lot of credit out towards this Nemesis team, because 6-6 at the half, right? They have a pretty good T side, but on the CT side, starting off so strong, looking confident. Magic-y just dominating from start to finish. He was not slowing down. He was feeling very comfortable with all the moves he can make. Even when he was making some very risky plays, he was still making them pay off.
Yeah, I mean, James and Dan were talking about a 90% win rate. This is 9 maps in a row for Nemesis on Nuke, and incredibly clean in doing so. A lot based off of Magic-y. I mean, round and round again, he was constantly in the right position at the right time. CT side, he got the op in his hand, something we didn't really see from Astralis. When they got the op in Fozi's hands, they might have gotten in his hands once or twice. He couldn't really get all that much done, whereas Magic-y with the op was locking down the map when he was given the chance. During that comeback, it looked like Astralis managed to find a way to avoid the op, and by the time he could actually even see someone, the round would already be over. It'd be 3v5, but when he was able to activate, he was dominant. And even in this round here, we had a highlight with during the game, we were seeing the players' reaction, all face palming, like, how do we let this guy do that from this position we all know exists? We have to get the trade. They just can't deal with him.
They couldn't deal with him, and it became a problem. And it was like some of the Astralis players, obviously Ryu was playing very well, but everyone else was trying to kind of buy time at the moment to actually come alive, and it was just all a little bit too late, I would say. Even on this first part of the half, right, if we look at the T side for Nemesis, we look at round 7 as an example, this Tech 9 Force, right, it was such a key round for them to be able to get it, them having a good A hit coming onto the site. Like, moments like this is what made sure their T side stayed alive.
I mean, this is the second force buy that Nemesis win. Round 7, they won round 5 already. They force Astralis into some bad rotations. They're almost empty on the A bomb site here, but they have a perfect execution. So it's a tale of two sides, right? You have Astralis, I think their rotation there didn't make all that much sense. They had a player outside of Heaven, even though they had Hooksy and Secret. They could have been a little more together, ready for that play, but the play itself, once Nemesis went for it, was picture perfect. The perfect flash for the player besides Silo, who's worried about the players swinging out squeaky. Absolute dominance in that round, and that's what spurred them into this one. I mean, you have a 13-11 win. I didn't, you know, when I called for that replay, I didn't think it was going to matter that much, but if they win that round, that's Astralis at least going into overtime based off of that comeback. And it comes down to a very nice play from Nemesis, but also I think a flubbed rotation from Astralis as well. And there's a reason they lost multiple anti-force buys in that round, or in that game.
A bad read on what was going on, and Nemesis was the ones with all the confidence and all the commanding lead in this one, right? Even in games that even in rounds, that seem unwinnable for it. The comeback that we did start to see from Astralis, right? The failed comeback. Do we say, like, I was personally starting to believe, do we think it was on the cards?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate that just the way the last round broke down. I think they were getting, I don't want to say getting nervous, but Ryu just failed the play that, you know, you see Stair make the exact same play a few rounds earlier. Ryu surely has made that play plenty of times. And that's an Astralis that has the second worst T-side in the top 30. They can't even crack a 40% T-side win rate to come. So as soon as they go into the second half, 6-6, I'm thinking it's over for them completely. I think that is good signs showing for them to actually have an effective T-side, to go into an Ancient that's a more comfortable map for them, to go into a Cache, which maybe neither team is perfectly comfortable with, to at least show that their T-sides are a strength for them at the moment, maybe in this series.
And we do need to look at like the duality of man we have here, right, in Ryu and Fuzi, because Ryu, okay, playing a bit better here, but both of these players, when they first came into Astralis, looking so good, we were almost hyping them up to some degree, but things have slowed down quite massively towards the end of where things were not going so well for Astralis.
Well, the crazy thing is, with the way Fozi's been performing, Astralis wish they could have had Stown as an opper back on the roster, I think, because Fozi, I'm gonna hit you with the stat. Fozi has an under 1.0 rating with the op in hand. Even weak offers almost universally are at a 1.2 or above with that gun in their hands. He had an amazing start. I actually thought, oh, did we have a talent and we just let him go from the NA scene? You know, we had him on a team here and we had the chance to perform with him. Yeah. And then we see the last few months. And I think the same is true of Ryu, but coming off of a player break, maybe he's reinvigorated, because this was very impressive from Ryu. And I said before, I'll say again, he was the only reason they were in this game with a chance. I mean, even the gun rounds they won on CT side, one of them he had to pull off a 4K, despite them already being in the perfect rotations. That was impressive. That's the Ryu we saw inklings of when he first joined this team.
Well, let's see if that can continue for him and Astralis and the rest of the players that will need to step up, because they're going on to Ancient, which is their pick next, and they don't want to have their journey end here so early on. They're on boot camp. They're trying to put things together. So let's find out what happens in a few moments after the break. So Celta, I just noticed that Nemesis is fully on the grind. So have you guys had any vacation or time off this year, or has it just been all non-stop CS?
We had like 4 or 5 days off after the Chinese tournament, so yeah, I think that was the only like 5 days off during this year. So not really. We're just grinding. We need to go to the major.
I like it. So you've got a goal, you've got to focus, and you just mentioned the Chinese event for XPL. How important was that for you and the team?
I think really important because we now have a lot more confidence on the LAN. So, and even online it's even easier. So I think that's like one of the reasons that why we can qualify for the Blast LAN part. So yeah.
Oh, I love that you said that. And looking at that, right, to qualify for the LAN portion of the Blast Bounty would be huge for you guys. And you are close to breaking through. We've been seeing your strong performances. What is it that you see as the most important factor for you guys to have success and to do well for the rest of 2026? Like, you're the IGL, you know a lot more than me. What's missing?
I think the most important part that we just don't stress during the officials at all, like to be calm and collected. I think that's one of the reasons. And second reason, that we have to be better every day. We have to work on our mistakes. Even if we lose a game, we have to work properly on it, so we just get better like next game, and that's it.
Dude, I absolutely love the mentality he's bringing that a lot of teams somehow forget when they start to make their way to bigger tournaments, right, and get there. They're in grind mode. They're looking to dominate again, and they're not worried about an Astralis or whoever else they might want to face, right? They've got their brand of CS they want to play.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't be worried about Astralis based on that map. Even with the comeback, I think you saw a Nemesis side where they could slow a round down, and that's why we saw a lot of slow, kind of pacey rounds. And eventually, someone on Nemesis would enter a 1v1 with an Astralis player who had a slight advantage, maybe a 55-45 engagement, and they just win it. They just find a way to win that duel and bring their team back into a round, even when the round looked completely lost. And you go into an Ancient, I mean, it's a more comfortable map for Astralis, but still, Astralis has played this 3 times in the last 3 months. Nemesis has played this 13 times in the last 3 months. They're comfortable on every map with the amount of times that they've played this. And it's a map where you can force out those duels. If you feel that you're comfortable in the duels, you feel like you're better individually when you get into straight up gunfights, you can force those a little bit on Ancient. And I think this might actually just end up being a 2-0.
Oh, you've changed your tune. You swapped.
I still favor Astralis slightly, but I think if Nemesis have the confidence coming from the first map, I think they have a very good chance of taking this one. I would have said this was comfortably Astralis's map going into the series.
But I feel like this is where we come back to that interview we had with Hooksy, right? Where he's saying he doesn't want to be the bad cop the whole time. He's hoping Neo will be able to do a bit of that, even if it is early days. They are all on boot camp because there needs to be a bit of ass kicking to get everyone to be playing to their standard, to be playing their level, right? We know, and we have seen, at least in the past, what this Astralis can do.
Yeah, not to derail this, but that's something that Alexi B talked about when he refers to his time on ENTS. He was the bad cop, there was no good cop, using that exact language. So it's interesting to see Hooksy say that. He needs someone to be, the bad cop so he can be the good cop. And that can lean into why Astralis seems to have kind of disappeared. I feel like they've kind of petered out heading into the last few months, where once you looked at them a month before the major, you were thinking maybe a playoff team, maybe not going to win the major, but you can see them do quite well at the major. By the time the major rolled around, you were not expecting anything from Astralis, and now there's big question marks. Can they bring back the form that they once had, where they look like they can win events, they can make a consolidation final, they can make a final? That's what we need to see from Astralis, and maybe that mentality really does come into it. We know Hooksy, based on his time in G2, does struggle with mentality. So I like that change. I like the upgrade. The problem is the players, I don't think, are quite good enough to compete at that top level if they want to get there.
But even with what we're saying, right, they've got a new performance coach. Zeref's come in. Ursula used to be on Na'Vi. That should be able to fix some of these problems you're talking about with Hooksy, with the mentality, with maybe Fuzi, who has had a massive decline from the stats you were giving before we went into talking about Ancient coming into this, right? Is that enough of a difference that can work already? Probably not. But they're only facing Nemesis on paper, right? Like, we're not talking about them facing one of the elite teams in the world.
Or you were mentioning before the broadcast, maybe Spirit was right. Maybe Fozy was having a life game, but maybe he can pull off a life game against Nemesis here, because based on his current performances, a 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 rating in this map would be a life game for Fozy's current level. I mean, he's running a 0.88 rating on Ancient specifically. You know, we want to see a life game from Fozy again.
Okay, well, we're looking for the life game. Let's see if we're going to get it, but I know two commentators will give us their best game at all times. It's Bardolph and DDK.
Thanks, James. Yeah. Yeah,
dude,
he's right.
Vu's a savage, man. He's leaving no prisoners
I know,
whatsoever.
I love it.
But that's what he wants.
It's so funny because he's also he looks so like happy and warm, but
now they're a favorite. All of a sudden,
just like that.
Now they're a favorite.
I see it.
Perhaps they should have been there.
I see it
at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was wild. The numbers I saw on Astralis for Nuke at the beginning of this series, but hey, it is Astralis with their backs to the wall now. I mean, I think again with those stats, most people are expecting Nemesis to win that, but I think the way in which they won it, or perhaps more the way in which Astralis lost it, has left a total lack of confidence for Vu in Astralis at this point. So let's see if they can turn things around and reignite whatever he thinks has been extinguished within that map of Nuke. They'll start on the T side with Astralis, making inroads towards B, where there will be 3 CTs lying in wait.
Yes, they may go to meet this. Meeting of the minds. Oh dear. Goodbye to the dualies. Ajuki is dead. He had a great first map, but now unable to perform in this pistol. Stuck watching his teammates. Result though, good perspective to watch. Very nice kills coming in on this defense of the B site. Just can't quite seem to connect these kills here, Astralis, and maybe Fuzi is able to have a life of a game. Maybe now is the moment to see that in this 1v3 clutch situation. Does the bomb as well. Minute to go, and nothing given. Nemesis do seem very disciplined in these scenarios.
See, he's looking for the trade fragger. There's just too many men up for Nemesis. Still unknown where the other two are. He's got time to cut noise once again. Now we see a second CT darting over. Better keep your gun out when Mata Texi is absolutely ready. I think you really need your knife out in a pistol round. But that was too difficult a challenge there for Fuzi, and Nemesis will start as they mean to go on.
Yeah. I mean, looks really good. I do love, again, the discipline from Nemesis, because it really goes to show that when they're in these advantageous scenarios with the numbers and the opponent has to move into them, they do really make it as hard as possible for the opponent. And that's stuff that you have to really grind into the fundamentals, practice after practice. It's not a fun thing to grind, but it is absolutely a must fundamental to have if you want to perform at the top level. And now we're going to have to see how this next round goes, though, because these pistols are dangerous. Magic Key back into the action. The A side is under attack, but they're getting whittled down.
Comfortable for Nemesis.
Comfy.
Oh, okay. Yami's got something to say. That's pretty good. More than you can ask for, I think.
It's aesthetic.
The bomb plant has got to be the minimum goal there, but that's a pretty good bonus.
Yeah, it's a feast for the eyes.
Something to build on. Keep the CT spending as you look for your first round. Very important to do that.
It's dopamine. That is just pure dopamine right there.
I feel like Dopamine would be a good nickname. Like, if you could choose your nickname again, would you choose Dopamine?
No. I would not. Would you?
What would you choose then?
I don't know. That's kind of the problem. That's why I ended up my initials, James. I feel like the problem still persists.
Heavy presence towards B in round 3. There is a hero rifle here in the hands of Yabi. Better find something with it soon before his teammates leave the server for this round. And as I say that, they will all make their exit. Now Yabi's got a minute 20 to do what he can. Tagged through the wall. He knows where 2 of the 4 players are. Smoked off the choke points. Bomb collected. Again, a question of doing as much damage as possible before he is put to the sword. But he'll have to wait first.
Yeah, nothing much doing right now. Again, it would be great to get something equivalent of those 2 kills from the previous round. Yeah, B was in that previous scenario with the Deagle. See what he can find. Again, this is exactly what I was saying about the discipline. I mean, even though they're 4v1, everyone is just fully disciplined. It's just a rehearsed a way to play these advantages, and you love to see it. Again, it's not the most entertaining version of the game, but it is the most effective, and it's the kind of stuff that gets you to the upper echelons. You know, Dopamine also a title of a song from a famous beatboxer. I've been getting into the beatbox community lately.
Okay.
It's kind of insane how good it is. Last time I checked in, 20 years ago. Like, they've made progress, but...
Fuzi's got the AWP in round 4. So, this is the second Ancient we've seen today. And generally seen as CTs be somewhat risk-averse in that mid position. But of course, you'd have to change up your setup and maybe turn the screw in that mid position sometimes. But for now, Astralis will have some map control. Fuzi he's got a bomb as well, waiting towards B. I was watching him on the radar. Magic Key curious for information. Fuzi positioned really well. So maybe the bomb was spotted there in that engagement. But it is Nemesis who lose a man early.
Yeah, it's a really great pick to get, and given that Nemesis are playing very defensively, they've kind of traded off information for that. And so they're going to be put into a scenario now where they're just stacking the B side, which I think is so reasonable given the fact that they just don't have info. So they at least can keep players alive this way, or have a good fight for a site should the push had come to them. But yeah, that's kind of the nature of the beast when you make an approach like that. And I don't hate it as well, because it also gives them some information by playing passively. You know, what is our opponent doing? Because sometimes when you go for an opening, if it's an aggressive mid opening, and the opponent's trying to play fast timings, you might get caught off guard and just lose the round outright that way and lose players. So you get to see kind of, okay, what kind of pacing does Astralis want to start out with on this T side? Definitely it was a slower pace. We saw the positioning there of Fuzi as well with the AWP from the doors outside of B. So definitely some information for Nemesis to pick up early.
Yeah, they're running a tight ship on Nemesis with, in terms of risk, as you mentioned towards the end of the previous round, just accepting the round loss and keeping the numbers up in this one. Very efficient. So both teams will have an AWP into the next round. But I'm always curious to watch at the beginning of all these rounds how the CT approach changes in terms of how they use people in mid. Be it a quick exit towards donuts or committing all the way, we'll see.
I'm also a big fan too of giving your opponent as little kills as is possible, even when you're losing rounds. I think that's really nice because it makes the game feel harder, just psychologically for the team that's winning the rounds, but they're never really getting many fights. And you know, when it comes to the point where Nemesis are looking to take fights, if they end up winning those fights, it then kind of that like in a narrative, it just feels like you're playing a much harder game if you're from Astralis' perspective, because you're not getting the kills with the frequency you might be getting in an average game. So I kind of like that. But we'll see if that kind of continues here, as we are in this tech pause at the moment. And I'm kind of curious what Nemesis will do here, James, because in the previous round they really gave up a lot of the map, and I'm generally not a fan of that, but that's what they decided to do. So will they do that again? Is that the general approach? Or are we going to see mid pressure? Are we going to see pressure outside of B? You know, these more typical things.
Well then, let's see how both teams open in round 5. The pick of Astralis, 67%, but that's only with 3 maps played of late, so it's kind of a non-percentage, really. Can't read anything into that one. Fuzi's got a nice angle, but the utility is such that he won't find anything. TigeRES certainly will, though. Narrow margins there in mid. Fuzi holding for a long time. I'm surprised he didn't get rewarded, but such is life.
Yeah, good rotate out from Nemesis as well off of that initial mid contact. Covering their bases towards A. And Astralis, they lost a player. They don't want to mess around at this point. They're going to hit this B site. They would love Fuzi to be able to get a pick here, but I don't know that Magic is going to be challenging that angle.
Good stuff from Magic, but unable to survive. And there's Celta being punished as well. Trying to respond to the losses will increase the losses. See Ryu trying to take over the A bomb site now. I think TigeRES may have something to say about that, but his team are rotating with him. So if he could get a pick here, that would be really interesting in what Astralis would choose to do. They're kind of stuck in that donut position with the bomb now, but Ryu's still alive and long, and he drops a dime. So they're going to try and force their way through the smoke, and they'll do exactly that. Awkward towards the end there for Astralis, but they're still standing with 4.
I got to say, TigeRES really made me a believer in that position, that he could have performed something pretty big in that moment. Obviously, like you say, if he gets that A main player, that's hell for the donut players at that point. That's very difficult. Now, Astralis, though, they do pick up the round. Also, despite losing that initial player in mid, I mean, you know, like we saw that set up, the pop flash there to deal with Magic Keys. They seem to have a very, very good sense as to what they were looking for with that pop flash play. Absolutely outplayed Magic Key with that. What is this smoke, by the way, after the bomb goes off? It feels like a, you know, like an asthma hazard or something.
Oh, don't talk to me about asthma hazard. Maybe it relates to the change from yesterday, where if there's a smoke up, it kind of breaks the smoke. If there's a molly or fire, it extinguishes that. So maybe it's just a kick up of dust or something. I'm not sure what I think of that part of it. But anyway, we can look at more of that later if people keep planting the bomb. Fuzi again looking for an entry. Oh, the flash is so picture perfect. He will still deliver, but there will be a trade.
Yeah, really good to have that control outside the cave, but creeping is Yabi, and oh my! Okay, yeah, more than discovered. He's been fragged as well, and that does force a response from Astralis into the A site. Hooksy does have the bomb, so he's going to be able to get that one soon to a plant. Celta on the other end with an MP9. Might actually feel brave with an MP9 to potentially go beyond the smoke. HE comes in. Also, Stame is coming from Donut. Util is providing great coverage, though, for the bomb to go down.
Pop flash from Result, looking for a late lurker in that mid position, but there is none. He'll join Stime then as they move in from that donut position. The utility keeps on coming. That's a great quick scope from Fuzi, though. And then there were 3. A kit on Stime only. Don't need to focus on that, as someone needs to get on the bomb. It better be him. Only him and Celta now remaining, as Celta will find an angle. Stime on that bomb with that kit. So many smokes up, body blocking as well. And this might just work out for them. Indeed it will. robbery of a round as we're down to the pistols. We'll see if anyone survives.
Wow. That's one of the few times where I feel like the body block, I feel like legit saved the diffuser. It absorbed like a good, like at least half of those bullets. Get another look at that one on the chaos of the A sites. Great work there by Nemesis to rescue that one. Now that's a 4-2 scoreline. However, the buys are not going to stop coming from Astralis. They still have plenty of cash to go and get a full buy-in with. And for Nemesis, you know, they don't have an AWP, which is kind of unfortunate. You can see MOUZ, I think, has been struggling to kind of get into this game of Ancient so far, but will be on the M4 in this round.
With two MP9s, I wonder how they will choose to utilize those. There are some potential aggressive plays to be made. So one of those MP9s will be in mid. Actually, they'll both be in mid. So they're gonna swing as well. Oh, sorry, no, Result is not in mid. Either way, they're all on the floor now, apart from MOUZ. How about that? Scorched Earth. That's such a big round for Astralis. Lightning fast. And that's what can happen when you choose to take those fights, especially in that mid position and around it, through B and such. So yeah, I think the two MP9s maybe did prompt some hyper-aggression from Nemesis. However, things have not gone in their favor.
Yeah, it might just be a whole lot of nothing now. I mean, MOUZ is upgraded to an AK. Is he going to try to find more fights? There's another headshot. Definitely helps if you can get more kills, but getting a bit weak himself on HP, and MOUZ finishes him off. So no AK for you, sir. Okay, 3-4 then, with Astralis picking up that round. I feel like we've had a lot of very close first halves. I think like 6-6, 6-6 today. And maybe this game will show the same thing too.
Great position for Stair to punish. Yeah, proving difficult in that mid position. Astralis absolutely ready. And this could open the remainder of the half. Could blow it wide open for Astralis. Plenty of opportunity, which they must seize, all things considered, if they want to see a deciding map of cash. Then here is where they will rack up those rounds.
Yeah, force buy. The HEs have done significant damage to Astralis. Two players like Stair and MOUZ are not healthy anymore. So these pistols and MP9s, etc., can definitely do some good work. If the circumstances are correct, of course. And Astralis, I mean, really posturing for a hit onto the B site. I don't think there's anything that's going to happen to give them an argument to not go to B, unless they just decided right now to full team rotate. I don't know why they would decide to do that. This is obviously kind of nice. They don't know it, but only 2 players here. Banana 5-7. So it is a good luck charm.
That's all the nades on the B bomb site. As you see, the smoke's being replenished on long A. But the ordnance will come in from Astralis over towards B, and the threat will be neutralized. Not sure what Celta can do from the wrong side of this smoke grenade. Indeed, he'll just have to fall back. So Astralis will find themselves in the driving seat. Nice to see an AWP lightning as well. Don't see those very often. Cadian wielded one for a very long time. One thing you never see though is the AWP Medusa, which I think is underrated and needs to make a comeback. You know, if you're a connoisseur, if you're a classy Counter-Strike pro, and get yourself a Medusa or a Prince, and you'll have my approval. Nemesis will be struggling for the foreseeable future here on Ancient. 54% for Nemesis with 13 maps played. Much bigger sample size than the few for Astralis, so leaves some question marks as to how strong they may be in the vacuum of this match, Astralis on Ancients. But they're definitely in a position with lots of potential right now.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I'm curious how Nemesis might try to solve mid, because that seems to be something that's been a bit more tricky for them. I think it's something where Astralis have managed to gain quite a lot of edge in this game so far. Obviously, it's just pistols at the moment here. You know, Nemesis will have to be quite creative to do all that much, and Astralis have also been quite discerning, deliberate in these anti-eco rounds. And anti-force buys. Oh, hooks, he could get caught potentially. Mac-10 comes out in time. Yeah, the Mac-10 is the gun to deal with that kind of those shenanigans. So not too much to say here then for Nemesis. Or what say you, James?
Yeah, I mean, really, you're just waiting for this is time to think about the next buy round. Especially when most of your team are gone. But when you drop the bomb carrier, maybe you're like, oh, hold on a second. And then you get traded and it's like, oh yeah, back to the next round. So just focusing on, you know, thinking about like replaying the previous rounds, how the opponent's engaging in that mid position. We see Astralis bouncing mollies off the wall, so Nemesis can't stand around donut and kind of fade away, you know, which could be a nice position to drop someone and fall back from. So if they are they going to be conditioned to not challenge it? Are they going to find a way elsewhere to take an advantage? We'll see.
Well, there we go. Astralis take the lead for the first time in this game of Ancient. And for Nemesis, they are finally going to be able to buy up some rifles. I think one thing that's been a shame for them is that they've not really been able to get the AWP going so far. And they're not going to have enough money for that this time either, so a glorious Mac-10-inch printing, money printing. So red smoke. Smoke outside cave for control. Nemesis with a bit more counter utility, but not really committing to fights in mid.
Yeah, too safely in donuts, but again, avoiding the war of attrition people-wise. They're going to try and boost in this smoke. Oh no! It could be both! Her jumping off, and even a simple thing like that has proven so costly. And then there were two. There's like no notes for this round, just deletion.
Yeah. I was gonna say that Nemesis are, Nemesis are giving so much space. I think the mid control aspect of this game is really being problematic. It's a nice cut to Ryu, but it's gonna be at the end of the round. And you know, Astralis, to their credit, taking full advantage of this lack of mid control. Astralis, you know, they wait a little bit for the initial util to kind of fade, and then they just walk up into red for free. And by the time that Nemesis get to fight them, it's kind of too late.
That really looks like they were unsure as to what to do.
Yeah.
Like with that boost, and then just being punished for that one little sound cue. Nothing is for free in Counter-Strike. So things looking pretty bright for Astralis, with the prospect for a third map. Plenty more CS to be played though. Now that is a hell of a grenade.
Uh-oh, scary 5-7s. They're coming for you. Good deflection though from Yabi. Gets both actually. And just like that, there's not really all that much left here for Nemesis. Now they've been on pistols, it feels like forever. I don't like the last round they had a buy, but it kind of sucked, you know. No AWP, we're missing some util. Just feels like they've been impoverished.
I mean, Celta's got 2 frags here. You know, if you could give them like a certificate for achievement on Nuke, you could give them one for a lack of achievement on the CT side of Ancients. Mid has been such a big issue.
Do you have a certificate of a lack of achievement?
No. But I don't know, maybe there was a period of time where I should have received one. Perhaps when I was a kid, although perhaps that's unfair. Maybe we should hand them out.
Not really sure where to go with this, but hey, Celta gets a very nice headshot, peeking over the top of the box. But unable to get any more. Can Magicy find something? Well, he has absolutely found something there. This might be a chance. This might be a chance. Gets caught, though. Add that to Tex. He's found an AK, so definitely a bit dangerous. But look at that. Astralis all over it. Another kill there from Ryu, and 7-4 now the score. As it's looking like it might be one of the most, if not, I think the most dominant half that we have seen today.
Yeah, it feels that Nemesis are much further away than the score suggests. I was excited to see Magicy make it to that AWP in that last round, but Astralis were understood that could not happen. That could not be allowed. So one last-ditch attempt to offer a defense here on this first half for the CT side of Nemesis. They will not be challenged as we have a conga line going straight into the A bomb site here for Astralis, catching them completely out of position.
Yeah, I love the pace switch up from Astralis. It's going to really put Nemesis in a different position for this retake. They don't have much in the way of util, but they will get a couple kills. Celta, 2 through the smoke with the M4A1S is going to allow Nemesis to be off to a great start on this retake. I don't know if they even have a kit here. Oh, they've got 2 kits, speeding things up through Donut, and now Yabi, way too much lifting to do. And right at the end of the half, it's a switch up in pace from Nemesis, or rather from the Astralis side, that allows Nemesis back in.
Into the sniper, out from heaven. Hypex yet again with impact.
And now it has to be a clutch. The bomb, can it get planted?
Yeah, Snax is gonna try to go for the spray, but it's off the mark. Now Flamesy's on for it. 1v2, offers his first target! Oh! And it's beautiful!
Oh, it stays safe by Flamesy. More pressure from G2 coming out long.
Yeah, and his teammates were just kind of shifting very, very far away, so reinforcements a long way off for HooXi, but who needs it?
Yeah, great flashbang. HooXi with a triple kill. Heavy got Mattis and Hunter all dead at HooXi's hand as he goes again. HooXi shutting them down. Long is completely closed by the Dane. And his phase about to fall.
The clash is going to come at the CC stairs. Now they're going to play for it behind this smoke with the pistols close up. They don't want to back off and give the rifles an advantage.
Oh, again. It's Heavy God again. The Tech 9 enters the kill feed. And that old familiar sting. FaZe Clan are gonna lose the pistols unless Frozen and Twist, the OGs from FaZe Clan, looking to deliver some life. But the P250 goes down and Frozen! FaZe are in the game.
With the AWP recovered, you need to get the strongest weapons out next to it.
AK for Hunter stepping into the lion's den. Oh, what? How has he done that? Hunter, that is something special out of the AK. That is just unreal. Feasting on his prey.
They break the smoke and Fallen still has a strong position. This could still get really weird.
Good. Double pistol kill for Fallen, gets the upgrade, and there's still Keserato down in pit. They try to clear Yuri. 1 health is all the difference, and it does make a difference. 1v3 for Torsen as he takes the first kill. Might have another body in store. Fallen falls for information. And Torsen waits for Molodoy to make a move. So now that's the bomb down. This 1v4 ace for Torsen is on the line. Kinder plays, and Torsen fights. He finds all 5. What a monster.
Alexi B fighting him on, but Brokey's right here in the 4th round, and some hope left for FaZe Clan. Unless Wonderful can just rip it out. Oh! No way! And it's the inexperienced player up against Wonderful in FaZe's most important round.
Already feels like FaZe is knocked out walking.
Wonderful, so confident! Of course he's got it!
Yeah, trying to just be sneaky, hoping maybe that one opening kill moved the defense away. Didn't. ZywOo's gonna get hunted down with the AWP, but he's got a teammate. That's crazy. He's actually gotten all 4. Flamesy backs him up and steals every single kill. ZywOo.
And it's gonna fall onto Hypex now.
It's time to run at this.
10 to the clock. 2 players in front of the bathrooms. Hypex shaves off 1 of the 3. 7 seconds, and it's all on Hypex now. Plays behind the dice with the no-scope. Oh! Beautiful flick shot up.
Man, talk about a hype package. Well, we'll need to see some hype from Nemesis in this second half. Didn't realize how important the pistol was for them. They won the first 3 rounds, then they lost all but 2, including that last round they defused. Everything else won by Astralis. A hell of a run, and it really did look dire. I think it'll be a relief for Nemesis that that first half is over. And again, with 5 rounds on the board, you see how crucial, how much they're leaning on that pistol round win to stay competitive at halftime.
Yeah, and if not for that switch up from Astralis and how they approached the round, I feel like, yeah, definitely Nemesis need a lot more. Magic Key teasing. P250 is the gun for this range. Can't quite find the head though. A few more licks at this one, but still nothing doing. Forced to go forward now. Nemesis looking for the opening, and finally they're going to get it in red.
It's a good opening for Nemesis. Yabi so patient. Lovely tap. TigeRES able to trade, however. The bomb still safely in the hands of Nemesis as they smoke off the choke points towards 8, rotate the bomb over. Sadime increasing the problems here for Astralis, leaving Stair on a 1 versus 4, but not for long. He'll find another one, and that will be 3 for Stime and Nemesis with the pistol. Again, so important that they won that first pistol to keep the score somewhat close. Now they win the second. Who knows what's possible?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it really looks like on the T side, it could really be a different story for Nemesis. You know, they get to dictate the pace more, take the initiative. With that said, the CT side, you can take the initiative pretty hardcore on this map as well. So we'll see what that dynamic looks like, especially around middle. And also around cave as well, obviously. Those players can connect up kind of nicely. Astralis sending the squad out of Donuts. Seeing what they can find. TigeRES looking to keep it honest. Sees a lot of players. That gives them all the info they need. Sadame up here, outside cave, is just baiting him to jump up. What? How did he get dinged? It's not a jumping ding, I don't know, but they'll only lose for assault, so nice conversion there for them. Tying it up 7-7.
Well, very quick, very prompt here from Nemesis, getting their teeth sunk in early in this second half. 1 map to the good. Ancient, the pick of Astralis. Definitely built some confidence in that first half. They've got the guns now. Limited util, but maybe they've got enough. We'll see what the Astralis CT approach to mid is after we saw the challenges that Nemesis had to deal with. Fuzi with a huge send. And they'll lose the man each. But it is the CTs in control now. However, the A-bomb site has been heavily compromised. Oh, but the bomb carrier has been deleted by Fuzi. And that could change everything. Not going to hold that bomb position, but will reset elsewhere. Not what Nemesis were expecting. And they've got much work to do, but there's a bait and switch. Yabi continues to be an issue here. Sadime can rescue the bomb, but can he rescue the round?
What a heroic play to take down the bomber. that's that was supposed to be en route to the A site. So Dame, I mean, this is a pretty horrendous scenario. I mean, you'd really love to get some extra damage in against the CT economy in this position, but I guess Sadame's team can buy next round, potentially, so except him. So if he keeps the AK alive, that is a pretty good result, but he's about to walk into Ryu here, so not really a great outcome there for Sadame, and there you go. Astralis bouncing back pretty much immediately on the first buy round, and we'll get a full buy coming out from Nemesis, although it will be lacking quite a bit. They're probably going to be forced into a sight hit with this buy. But I can't help but get the feeling, James, that Astralis are about to take over the game completely.
Well, it's good that someone has confidence after Vu abandoned ship. Oh, timing. Magic-Key ready for stare, but Hooksy will trade. There are still aggressive positions here for Astralis. And they will neutralize the threat yet further, although there are other threats which are growing quite significantly, as you can see. Result in CT spawn so quickly as well. Turbo mode. Now Fuzi will hear the rotation through A long from the donut position, but does anyone check the spot? Look at the patience. Is he ready for the second one? He is, and that might be that. Although, I mean, Fuzi's close enough that maybe he takes a stab at this.
Honestly, crazy rotation. So, getting it all done this round. And there you go. Fuzi goes down, and it's a round for Nemesis. That was just crazy. I think it was like 121 on the clock, and results like in CT spawn. That's so crazy. And I have to say, I can't believe the second player actually spots him. You'll see it here on the replay, I imagine. I believe this Ryu is actually gonna check for him, which seems crazy. What a ton of events. The economy's kind of gone now for Astralis too.
Yeah, bumpy start, flat tire for Astralis early in the second half. But if your problems happen early, then you've got time to survive them. But first, you've got to go through it in a round such as this. Good spread from Nemesis in round 17. Again, with more interest towards A, it seems. Two players lurking with the bomb for now.
They killed the most problematic player, Yabi. He's been doing a lot of crazy stuff in this game, and he's dead, so it makes the round feel a little bit less scary for Nemesis.
Very carefully edging forward, but still eating some meaty deagle shots from Stair. Suddenly we'll have the CTs racing over. They've got a man advantage now. The sooner they can get there, they might even have some angles on this bomb plant. Magic-Key trying to hold Donut, aware of that. This suddenly has become very risky. Nemesis carefully rotating over. Now that bomb is planted. 3-on-3, Texi dealing with one after another. Stair and Ryu remain. Maybe there's an exit frag. They can get a rifle to be collected, but that threat of losing the round has been neutralized.
3 big headshots in this round. Honestly, it hurts because the money does suck. The money really does suck for Nemesis. So this really hurts, honestly. This is much more economic damage than they would have ever wanted to allow to have happened on a round like that. And they're going to be up against it. It's going to be a full buy here now coming up as we see the gloriousness of these Deegs again. Again, pure dopamine on these shots. And yeah, it's 9-8 now for Nemesis, but it's a full buy for Astralis. And if Nemesis are to lose this round, their money is completely reset in a very unfortunate timing of the map. So this round, James, it feels to me like it carries immense weight.
Yeah, this is a big buy for Astralis. Let's see what they can do with it. We've got some instant smokes for mid being lined up from CT spawn. From the Orpa Fuzi. Let's see if they can do what Nemesis struggled to do as that half developed. And have a good hold at the beginning. Lots of HEs looking to catch rotation. Nothing doing in that regard. And it seems they will struggle as well. Just as Nemesis did, Astralis will have a very tough time. Shokanora in mid, 2 remain for Astralis. Orb still in the hands. But there aren't many people on the radio right now.
Nemesis need everybody to survive this. They're looking like they're in great position to have that be the outcome. But, I mean, what a recovery from the previous rounds, losing all those players to stare. I mean, it could not really have gone better here, and especially in mid, where they've historically in this game so far had immense problems. But this round seems to be quite a different look in that respect, and I mean, it couldn't have come any later. If you look at the game state and how much weight was on this round. Okay, well, they found at least one of the 2 players. I mean, they've got to know that the other player is also nearby. They've got to imagine that this is exactly, you know, the situation. It's a save from the CTs. They've got to hold on to their guns, especially the Orb. I mean, maybe VOO's going to be right after all, James. I mean,
I know.
Moving to 10,
the
you know?
pendulum of whether VOO's going to be right or wrong changes from round to round.
Yeah, yeah. I do love his tone, because he seems so like warm and like in his criticism, you know? So he's like a silent savage in that respect.
Nemesis with a recent win over Eyeballers. He will be playing FaZe tomorrow.
Yes, it's a fun one.
TigeRES.CEST win.
More griefing coming FaZe's way, maybe, after previous victories in the Bounty. Lots of Counter-Strike to come over the coming days. 10-8 in favor of Nemesis there. Looking really tough to defend mid today as a CT side.
Yeah.
Very challenging indeed. But Astralis will have a buy for this round. There'll be an MP9 for Yabi. The rest are better equipped.
Rezel has come up with some really good rounds. That last one, the entries in mid, and then that round where he was in CT spawn somehow. Just teleported over there. And got a 3K as well. So Rezel, I feel like really turning up here. And I think to be honest, making the difference for Nemesis in terms of the individual factor. But look at Astralis right now. They're playing very passively here, James. And I think that's also in part because they really do want to get value from Fuzi. Fuzi gets smoked off.
Fuzi being real patient in that position. There we go. Got a lot of mileage out of that. 45 seconds on the clock. Now we see Fuzi moving up into that donut position. Great timing there as one door closes and they try to walk into another one. They are preyed upon.
It's interesting what Nemesis are doing here, because they left the bomb outside of B. Okay, they are actually going to take the bomb to A after all. And 3 players for Astralis are still on the B side. Astralis not sure what to think of this. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, this is a slow one. And now Yabi will be raising the alarm that many a player is coming his way. But this clock is really running down. Is anyone going to check for him? He gets the cover first, but a bomb is going to get planted. Still in position. And now it's just Sadime that remains. Can he provide a miracle here? Can he get past the AWP? That bomb is being defused. He's got to swing onto it if there is to be a chance, but there won't be on this occasion. Just a one-player loss there for Astralis. Very late in the day for Nemesis. I'm amazed that the bomb even got planted there.
Yeah, Yabi's position played to perfection with the MP9. Yeah, it's so difficult. Nemesis now, though, in with another buy, thanks to some of the previous success that they've had, and magically getting onto the AWP again. Astralis played quite passive in that round, not really giving too much in the way of openings. I really do wonder, what does Nemesis go with here? Because you know, speaking of pivotal rounds, like, we're really in that territory where this is another extremely important one, because the money has been spent pretty much entirely for, or as close to, for both teams. Because if Astralis lose, obviously their reset bonus gets is starting from 0 again, so they're not going to really have enough for a full buy. And Nemesis, they're spending literally everything that they have. So Nemesis really need another big round from Result or somebody that can make the difference for them.
I love how uncertain this game is right now.
It really is. I still feel like Nemesis haven't shown us that they have solved the T side.
Man, things move quickly in this mid position. 2 red X's means that Nemesis are in trouble once again. Celta picking up the AWP, but there is no one to challenge in this mid position. Astralis scrambling over towards B, leaving Ryu alone in the A area. Fuzi not shy to take a forward position. He's got rifle support in tow as well. Great work holding the angle. Oh, he has been spotted though by Sadime.
Oh, gets baited. Oh my god! The bait backfires, James. They had the play. And let's not forget, he did critical damage to Ryu as well, down to 8 HP. And that suddenly just swings Nemesis back into a favorable position as they move towards A.
Yeah, that was a master plan, which did not quite work out. Seen a few close range swings and misses today with the AWP. Either way, 22 seconds, and it's Yabi again looking to stop a late plant. Oh, perfectly lined up. 14 seconds now. That bomb needs to get picked up in the smoke. That's part of the job done. Yabi's still alone on this bomb site. And he's found another one. And that is 6 seconds. And he's done enough. Ryu will pick up the scraps, but my word, Yabi is a problem on that A bomb site.
That was painful to watch there. You know, Yabi with perfect positioning on killing the planter and then planting in exactly the same spot. And maybe there's that sense that when you're in the smoke that, you know, it's hard for them to know where you are, you know, and you don't know where your teammate died exactly, but Yabi causing problems in this game. I mean, he's been performing just incredibly well. 21 and 11, doing all the lifting for Astralis, and now we go into the next round, and they didn't even get the plant money, so this looks a little desperate. Tech9s, some nades. And look how aggressive Astralis are. They want to go deep for this against the pistols, James. Inadvisable, perhaps.
Merciless. There's a lot of nades coming their way. She might catch them off guard here. Oh, love an M4A4 for some spray. Yabi here for support as well. Just trying to step on their necks here. But this war of attrition is going both ways. And they might be in a somewhat unlikely but winnable situation here. They're just quick enough on the trigger. Both low in health, both carrying M4s now. There is a chance of catastrophe here for Astralis. That will certainly help. Now Sadime is the last man standing, getting peppered by the USP, reveals his position. Low on bullets on the M4. Is there anything left in this round? The smokes won't be up forever, and he has found the kill. But through the smoke, revenge will come.
Really wild round. Really wild stuff there. Astralis, getting aggressive against the pistols. To be honest, it's not a horrendous thing to do, because if you allow the Tech 9s to rush the sites, that in of itself can be a lot more dangerous. So Astralis taking their chances. It pays off. 11-10 ends Nemesis with really nothing except a hero AK in this round.
Oh my days, Dan. Someone has knifed Texi to 28 HP from his own team. That's just not helping stuff. And he's the grenade man as well. Imagine if he got naded and had one nade left, so they couldn't do their execute. Well, they found some way to make it onto the B-bomb site. That hero rifle's got to work here. And there may be a chance for some nonsense here from the Nemesis squad. They've got the bomb planted as well. Some of the team have been cut to ribbons now, and only the Glocks remain. But they finally got a bomb plant at the very least. AK found, and they were lining up for a moment.
I saw it happening in my mind's eye, getting both players to transfer across towards CT. And then we get like another Magic's moment, like from the Major, the 4K spray down. But no. I've got an active imagination, James, it seems.
Yeah, I'll be heading towards a 30 bomb here. As Astralis find themselves at gain points.
Seriously, someone give this man an award, a certificate. I know you like to give certificates. I learned this today.
I feel like if you wanted to define thorn in the side, you could run the highlight package of Yabi in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, without his performance, there's no way Astralis win this game. But that means not over just yet. Nemesis looking to keep the cave control a bit more honest. They've had problems with players just darting out of this position with the CT smoke and then just like punishing the mid aggressions. That's been a big problem for Nemesis. Well, they're going for the A here, and it's like Astralis just know what's going on.
Is this heard by Yabi? Must be. Holding donut for the retake. Oh dear. I said retake, but what on earth? Just wiping the floor with Nemesis on the A-bomb site to secure Ancient. Over to the desk.
Well, it certainly wasn't easy, but Astralis managed to get the job done. It was touch and go. This game was in anyone's hands at any timing. And I'll just say that, Vu, you nearly called it again, but your flip-flopping didn't work out this time.
I mean, I still gave it to Astralis as the slight favorite on this one, and I think you look at it and the shoe's on the other foot with this map. You had a nuke where I think that Nemesis was the better team through and through, even if Astralis managed a bit of a comeback, and I think this is Astralis just being the better team through and through. You saw it with the rotates, you saw it with the way that rounds broke down when Astralis slowed it down. This is just a team where Nemesis is comfortable on this map, but Astralis is just better on the map.
Would you say though, right, the impression I got when watching this game was that the individuals on Nemesis were still better. Like there was Yabi, there was not so much Ryu anymore, and I'm just more impressed by some of the moves and the individual skills shown by the Nemesis players.
I think they had their moments. I'm actually impressed with a few different players from Astralis as well. But I mean, if you're looking down to it man to man, it's a very close battle, and I think you often do see Nemesis, at least with the riflers this time. Even though Fozy didn't have the greatest game, I think the riflers from Nemesis outside of Javi were generally better. I actually think Fozy, I mean, ended the game something like 11-13, but he had some very impactful rounds. I actually think the op battle, despite all of the negativity I had towards Fozy before the map, I actually think he won his team at least a few rounds, including round 5, which we'll get to a little bit later.
And looking at this for how we go into this game, right, both matches end up being a little bit close in there, but it's again Astralis having to fight back a bit from after like having such a good T side, coming onto their CT side, slowing down and then fighting their way back into the game to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, Astralis, they've had their fair share of struggles, and we'll pull up round 5 here as well, that we can look at exactly how they've managed to bring not only the games back, but the rounds back, because this is why I say that Astralis is just more comfortable on this map. They go down 4v5 to begin with, and then you have this kind of awkward rotate from Nemesis. They're doubled up on A with 1 in Donut, and then Magic just gets a little bit more aggressive than he needs to be there. He gets flashed off, tries to get the re-aggression, then Selter gives up the kill in towards A main, and from here, the round is just over for Nemesis from what was a 5v4, but their players just don't feel quite as comfortable. They don't know the angle. You know, Magic walks back into an angle that Fozy's already holding. Then they get a little antsy on the rotates. And although you have, a walk back into it, they have a chance in this one for Nemesis. Astralis just clearly understand the map, the rotations, and how they can actually close out a round a little better than I think Nemesis did. And if you had Nemesis playing with that style, with that ability on the second half, I think they might have actually been the one to take the map home. But again, there's a reason Astralis picked this map.
Yeah, right. They've got the experience on it. They know what they're supposed to be doing on it. Despite how many times Nemesis might have played it, right? It is in the wheelhouse for Astralis. I want to look at Fuzi a little bit more detail from your perspective, because obviously you were keen to point out, the rating problems, the deficit in it, but you were happier this time around?
Yeah, I mean, score-wise, it's not impressive, and you also see a round 20 where he misses a gimme of a shot, and he almost loses his team the round, almost loses them the game. We've got this round here where you get the entry from Fozy, you've got the control of mid, and then they go for this re-aggress down ramp here, and initially it looks like he's just going to get the trade, right? You've got the damage out from Stame, nearly kills Ryu. Here's the swing, you're waiting for it. He whiffs it and he dies. And this could have actually basically cost him the game. You have Selter pick up the kill in towards mid, but you got Jabby here. And I don't know what's going on. They just go for the second plant, hoping that Jabby misses the shot, but he's not going to, based on that game, he's not going to miss it. So we're looking at a round where Jabby had to bail Fozy out, but several rounds in this game, including the round 5 that we showed, without him going for that play, which is just a simple flash over B, posts up, it requires a mistake from Magic, but there's a few rounds like that where he got them the kill in the round that actually gave them a chance from a 4v5 or a 3v4 or some sort of disadvantage. So regardless of scoreline, I actually am happy with what Fozy did there. He's not going to be jumping off the page the way a ZywOo will, the way a Molodoy will, but if he can get you rounds like that, he can actually bring you back into rounds and he can get a positive scoreline. I'm happy with what I see from Fozy. That's the most you can really expect.
Okay, so it's positive signs around Fuzi, but it's amazing signs if you're a Jabby fan right now, because he was the one not just popping off the scoreboard, but he could kind of do no wrong, even in the example you gave.
Yeah, this is the first one that they have to show there. That's just insane play from Yabby. I mean, Stair pulled off something similar in the second half, but Yabby is the only reason they were in this game, if we're being honest. For a long portion of the game, I think he was the only person that was actually positive. At some point, he's like 20 and 11, constantly round after round, giving them the frags to make the rounds winnable, even if they're not picking up every single one. He is the reason that these rounds are close, that they can come back. Fozy has a chance to come back from a 4v5 or a 2v3 because Yabby is putting them in these situations where they actually have some economy based on just getting kills round after round after. I mean, he's just absolutely like a sure thing on whatever bomb set he was holding.
Yeah, and that's a reliable pair of hands that Astralis desperately needed. But would you agree that now coming into like the rest of the series, the rest of this event, the rest of the future for Astralis, we need to see just more of the good team play, because that's what they were winning on previously?
I mean, that's all they can hope for. If we're being, let's be honest here, James. Astralis, they're playing a team that is confident against them because they're confident in their gameplay and they're also confident in their individuals. What other team of the stature of Astralis are you as Nemesis going up against and feeling very comfortable? You're not really gonna name too many of those. It's because Astralis is a team and an org that's not put out for the star opera. They've not put out for a replacement for Ryu, despite Ryu's performance in map 1. He's been struggling for a while, and in the offseason, people have asked, they've suggested that maybe there should have been a player change along the way, but Astralis are saying our teamwork is going to put us over the edge. It's going to make us more effective. So if they don't have the teamwork, then what do they have? Well, they have got Stair and they've got Yabby, who are great players, but they're not good enough to push them to a grand final or an event win in an era where you have Falcons and you have Vitality and you have Fury. You have all these great teams out there, you know?
And it's also interesting because when I did the interview with Celta from Nemesis, he was saying that, right, he doesn't really consider Astralis as a good tier 1 team. So let me ask you, Vu, is Astralis a tier 1 team?
I think when he says good tier 1 team, he might be using tier 1 as like a top 5 team, a tournament champion team. In that case, I'm 100% on the same page. I like how he calls them normal guys, because Astralis does kind of seem like normal guys. Like, you watch Astralis, you see a Deeg shot from Yavi, a Deeg shot from Stair, but it almost looks like, hey, I could possibly do that. Put me in a game. I could replicate some of that. They don't jump off the page the way a Modesty or a Zywoo or these top players do. They're all just solid players. And that's why you're saying earlier, you need the teamwork. Calling them normal guys, I think, is pretty appropriate.
I love the way that you say you could pull off some of these shots, so I might need to have a look at some of your games here, Vu, right? Because I can't be doing the stuff we're seeing here on a daily basis. But we will get to see cash coming in, the first cash of the bounty. We're only in our second match, and teams are putting it forward. So let's get ourselves to a break and then discuss all things on the new map afterwards. we are back and we are going into Cash. It's the deciding map between Astralis and Nemesis. And it has been an exciting series so far. Some comebacks coming into it, some individuals shining, but now it all comes down to this. And remember, here at the Blast of Bounty, presented by Polymark, it is single elimination. So one loss and you are out. This is your only chance you have within it. Now we're going into Cash. Vu hates Cash so much that he's already left. He didn't want to take part in this. He's gone. He's out of the equation. So it's just me for now. Neither teams have played it, despite Nemesis already playing some events this year, where Astralis have not. But Astralis have been on boot camp for the past 8 days, which to me would say, if you've been on boot camp for the past 8 days, first couple of days, you're just getting used to things, you're growing into it. But then you want to start working on Cash, especially if you floated it for your first game of the season. Over 7 years since it was last played in Tier 1. It's been a long time. There's probably a lot of people out there who are watching Counter-Strike and saying, I never even saw some Cash. Well, you're in for a treat. Some individual skills will be shining and showing it, and two guys who they know a little thing about Cash. They've done some great casts, some memorable moments on it. It's Bardolph and DDK.
Wow, I can't believe Cash is back, James. We've been asking for it for so long. It's amazing. Sometimes we do get the things that we ask for in life.
Yeah. Although my favorite map is Overpass. So, you know, I've got some feelings about that, but it's always interesting to have something somewhat fresh in the map pool. So Cash being in there is cool. Of course, we've got great memories from the Shroud days, the Hiko days, Simple, all kinds of things, and I'm sure we'll have some more highlights from it as well in the future.
Yeah.
I like the look of this Cash. It's not over the top. I think some of the redos might have been, but this one I think is pretty reasonable. It's pretty reasonable indeed. So they're going to do a knife round to decide who starts where on Cash, and then we'll get into things.
But yes, it is really interesting. You know, James was saying how there is, you know, there's like a lot of players that probably won't be familiar with the Cash, even though it's so historic in
that feels weird. You know, you played CS for so long, it's like people, you know, you play a game and like, I don't know this map, and I'm like, what?
It is a classic. It's like Cash is like the closest thing to Mirage, I feel like, you know, in terms of how everybody likes playing it. It was super playable. It's very similar in that, you know, you got a mid, you got to control the mid. It's like a very classic Counter-Strike formula for a map, and I think that's one of the reasons why in some, you know, there's some arguments I can see where it's like, oh, maybe this makes Counter-Strike less interesting because it's some of that, but at the same time, I felt like it always produced really great games.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that being on the CT side is going to be a problem. I've seen that a lot of T sides are taking mid with a ton of Molotovs. So I think it's going to be a difficult day at the office if you are trying to hold down mid, but we'll soon see how that one plays out. We'll be starting very soon indeed here on Cash. So yeah, I mean, it is pretty much the same layouts that we had before. Of course, the utility works in slightly different ways, but it'll be really fun to sink our teeth into Cash after such a long time now.
Oh, totally. Yeah, I'm sure, you know, some slightly different timings here and there, or maybe off the spawns, but yeah, it's gonna be very, very cool to see also how the new kind of smokes of CS2 will allow for some more tactical options. But right off the bat, Nemesis on this T side, looking to, you know, get some love through A main onto the site, and at the same time, the bomb. It's all a ruse, James. In comes the bomb, and they've absolutely deleted 2 players out of the vent room, and they'll be onto a quick plant of B.
Yeah, that's a painful start. Hard to make your way back in. Not 1 but 2 headshots for Stare, thanks to the Glocks. Oh, we're going to go for the run boost as well. Oh, they failed it! They failed it in front of the whole world. I saw that, so did you. Man, you hate it when that happens, but I love that they're getting cracking with all the different things here. So I'm not sure what there is to pursue. I mean, Yabi really could try to save his Kevlar at that point. I think that's all he had going for him in that round. But that was a promising prompt one from Nemesis.
Yeah, and I think one thing that I'll say too about this map, and I think another reason I like it a lot, is that Cache is always a map that has had like a lot of like very interesting evolutions around the meta in terms of how you're taking mid and how you're setting up for sites, and the level of tactics was always very interesting. But at the same time, you've got all these really awesome open channels for duels, so that the individual level also very prevalent. Also for AWPers too, it produced a lot of great moments. So it gives you a bit of everything, I feel.
There's one notable thing which has changed on Cache, which is over towards the B bomb site. Oh, the USP to open? Hold on a second. I thought this was a USP round. They've got 3 frags. What in the blazes is happening? Are they going to win this round? They've got 4. Yabby's in a 1v1. What? Excuse me?
Oh my goodness. Okay, I mean, it makes sense that Yabby's the man to finish it off with 2 clean headshots there with the USPs. But I don't think that you're ever expecting the USPs to be able to hold like that. But so they will. So it has been done.
Oh my words. That's supposed to be a round where we can engage in discourse and discussion.
I will say that there's so much history on Cache, but we used to lambast people very often for not just throwing all the Molotovs on the A site, because you can cover everything, right? And that should be impossible, essentially. No, we're back to that, James. We're back to
right back where we were. We've seen many. There's a lot to talk about for Cache. There's a lot to talk about.
There really is, yeah.
So there's a corner to the left of the crosshair here. Force a dime, like that corner basically where he's aiming with the blue and white wall. So that corner used to be rounded off, so you could, from a T perspective, bounce, say, a Molotov underneath the vent into that corner where a CT can hide it. But that corner is no longer rounded, so you can't bounce things off there anymore, which is awkward, especially like if you're trying to, show a lot of presence on your own. It's a little harder to do that now. Whereas before you could smoke off the front of the B bomb site, get the molly in there, like you could clear a certain amount of area on your Jack Jones, but it's a little bit more challenging now.
And you can see a result there in A main is just looking for something that was very common for CTs to get info is CT main pop flashes to see if their setup is starting to happen in the A main position. But no one's deep enough here from Astralis to do that. So there might be a look in on this site if the util does its job, but a clean channel where the spray just falls onto everybody. And again, you can't test Yabby in this game, in this series. He's the one player for Astralis that is extraordinarily reliable.
10 seconds to die, and that will be achieved at the very least. I'm super interested in where we're going round to round in this game of Cache. So the money's broken. I remember we did an Asia qualifier for a major out of Malaysia a long time ago.
God, don't.
And we had some very strange games of Cache there, where some of the teams from China and other regions were a bit averse to taking mid as a T side.
A bit. They didn't do it once. Multiple overtimes.
We kind of lost our minds because one game went maybe to 3-4 overtimes.
Yeah.
And in the whole process, neither team went mid as Ts until the last overtime. Maybe it was the decision. It made all the difference. I don't recall, but we might see a bomb plant here from an ecoing Nemesis side, which when you're playing a numbers game, and you're all basically cannon fodder, is the goal. That's certainly been achieved now. And we'll see if Astralis can have minimal bleeding here as they come through to retake. 2 kills, I think, is fantastic. If your minimum goal there is a bomb plant and you get 2 frags as well, great round.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely does the job. The round does get picked up, and Astralis are looking pretty good at the moment. But now we're into the first buy for Nemesis, so we haven't really been able to see too much from them. So we get to see the defense here against the pistols. I'm hopeful, and that we'll see a mid control here for Nemesis now in their buy round. So getting the mid smokes out there against CTs. And there's a molly for the boost position. Very familiar things here on Cash.
That's a really nice molly. A nice lineup. I have a jump throw from colliding with the rail and aiming at the bottom of that red line near the door. A jump throw will do the job, but that one was clean AF. So, initial challenges in that mid position. Silent jump.
So Dame's pretty deep on the vent room already, and there's found no CTs here, but there's someone in the corner over at the back. Huge kill to find on Ryu. It's gonna cause a little rotation as well. So bomb is there towards B. Dame is not done just yet. Another entry, and the Molotov will force them back. So the site is very taken.
Yeah, I don't know if this is pursued by the CT side. If you've got good util, which I think is going to be rare for a retake of B, you can smoke off the Checkers entrance and the main T entrance into the B bomb sites. But I feel like it's very rare we're going to see that on Cash with the utility required at the beginning of the round in mid and such. Oh, you can no longer jump on that lamp on B from upper as well. That was a very nice abusable spot, but it is no more. A lot of people were upset at the lack of simple graffiti on the B-bomb sites. I think it's like consecrated ground for many a Counter-Strike fan. I think that was a big cultural thing.
Oh yeah.
Which is maybe something for devs to think about in future.
Protest, James. We need protests. Peaceful protests.
Both teams on the bye for round 6. So again, I'm curious to see how mid progresses.
Yeah.
I think we might see delayed takes from the T side here.
Yeah.
I think they're just lining up looking for boosts at the moment.
Classic Cash stuff, for sure. The play around A main there, and a very nice kill to get. And that does make the map a bit more readable for Astralis, especially because they've got mid control still. They've got mid control, they have A main control. They can see basically everything, and they're quite well prepared for anything towards B here, because they can also burst through the vents for an assist. So this makes this whole position very, very difficult for Nemesis. And Stare in a nice boosted position in middle now. Astralis are just extremely ready for everything at the moment. Oh, I like this. They're all going through the door. This is interesting. Maybe Celta can kind of sell a bit of noise and a fake towards B. Yeah, he's going to send some util out towards B.
The problem is Yabi's on A. And that has often been enough as they line up for him.
Yeah.
Now Magiki is stuck waiting for his demise. Yabi's hands and arms are open, welcoming all would-be assailants to his bomb site. He is 12 for free.
Honestly, stop going to. I think that we're at that point, James. I think we're at that point where the strat is go away from Yabi.
You've got some games where, like, Karrigan on the CT side may be targeted by a team. Maybe teams need to do the opposite.
Yeah.
Maybe Nemesis needs to do the opposite to Yabi. Yabi's on A, don't go A. Take mid, split B. This is just not working out at all.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis haven't really been going for delayed mid takes, because you're right, that was very much in the meta previously, because the CTs kind of have to stop the rush timings. So the CTs have to throw these nades that we're seeing on screen there. Like, they have to throw those right away. But so, okay, it's going to be a quick burst through the A main position. God. And over a forklift, it's Yabi. Of course, he's going to find 2 kills instant. Oh my God, it's disgusting there from Yabi. And finally, he's going to get dealt with, but it's 3 kills later.
This might be just about doable for Nemesis. Maybe a little luck required. We've got a lot of retake utility. We've got more flames. Celta with the Galil will be punctured by Fuzi, and again they go towards Yabi. We saw so many flashes being spammed through A main, but almost all of them are going at an angle where he's protected by Forklift and not being blinded by almost any of them.
Yeah,
and then, of course, he's still Yabi afterwards, so, you know, many people die. 15 for 4 now. Whereas, like, Stair's got 1 frag. Hooksy's got 2. Ryu's got 2. There's just not much to do because they keep going towards Yabi.
Yeah, it's pretty... It's become quite comical at this point. But yeah, 5-2 scoreline, and yeah, there is so much tactical stuff around mid that's missing for Nemesis right now. That is kind of shutting down their options a little bit, I think. Because yeah, you give the CT the option to go close, but you just have to be able to do the delayed take and have the nades to kind of flush them out of the closer positions. That's kind of how it's supposed to work. And then you can kind of course, take mid away, and then that allows you to threaten A splits and B splits. And that's kind of the reason why mid is so important.
For a round such as this, if the CTs had smoked A main, you can do a really nice left-right click flash into that smoke from the lockers, which gets Forklift guy as well. Maybe there's a chance now if they can wield this AWP. It is in the hands of Magic, but that grenade will do so much damage. Minutes on the clock. Stair just seeing Celta in time. That could be quite pivotal, but Magic still has the AWP. Stair waiting for a repeat. The grenades just chipping down further and further. Barbecued now by Ryu, leaving Texi with a lot to do. Unable to do it again. They will take some CTs with them, but the wheels keep turning for Astralis.
Yeah, they certainly do. You feel like that's the best chance you've got right there. You kill Yabi pretty quickly, got a bomb down. You know, it's a pretty even after plant. But no, Astralis still cooking them. And again, you can kind of see that for the most part, Astralis are in the position where they have most information they need. Just off of these very cheap mid takes that they're getting as well. Because that's the other thing too, James, is that as the T side, you can kind of force the CTs to expend more util in mid as you take that fight. So see if there's any change to be had there. What's also crazy is there's probably like a lot of players, like pro players in the current day and age, that this is their first experience with Cash, maybe.
Yeah.
Which is actually more insane to think. I see you thinking. I
feel like
you're pensive.
Some were almost literal babies when Shroud was making highlights.
Oh yeah, with the CZ and everything.
Yeah, well, there's a big pick onto Yabi. That's got to fill them with confidence. Not undeterred, still pursue this A bomb site. Time and again. Again, we haven't really seen much presence in mid so far in this half from Nemesis, or attempts on mid, really.
Yeah.
Been relatively unchallenged, no one really on the boost. No take of mid, no molly by the sandbags.
Back to the counter-striking Kuala Lumpur all those years ago.
So Fuzi will be alone on that A-bomb site. No commitment just yet. Maybe inviting rotation, actually. Stime's been left into a false sense of security, but there was no rotation coming just yet. Now things seem a bit dicey as the flank comes through. Bomb spotted. Now what do you do? Getting shot from the front and the back. Bombs on the floor, 19 seconds. And this round's just been a little too slow for Nemesis. Magic alone now, and 1 versus 4. Maybe looking for an exit with his AWP, but that won't be allowed either.
7-2. It just looks too easy for Astralis. It just really feels like they're a lot more familiar with how to play the map at the moment. I will be curious to see on the second half how the mid dynamics play out if Astralis put more emphasis on the T side there than Nemesis currently are. But as far as things stand right now, it doesn't look like Astralis are going to slow down at any point in this half, James. It could be a pretty quick game of Cash with the way things are going.
Yeah, they will need something from this half, will Nemesis. Bear in mind, Nemesis won the pistol round. They won the pistol round, they immediately got reset, and they have 1 round to show for it post-pistol. So this is an arid environment for them indeed. They are absolutely parched, and there's no sign of water.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff too when CTs can get someone either like boosted up as well. Those A main flanks are absolutely brutal. But we're back into the action again, 7-2. That's CT utility, and now we're going to get a challenge here. Are they thinking about a challenge into mid? Okay, we get the white box Molotov. It's a little less white than it used to be.
No sandbag molly though on this occasion, and that's going to cost them, as you see standing at those sandbags. Maybe just shortcomings in this round. You know, it's not a full buy that we're seeing here. But where there are shortcomings, there's opportunity for Astralis to punish. Fuzi's got to be careful not to be too close in this scenario. Repositioning. He's still got Yabi over towards the A-bomb site as well. But now Astralis needs to finally deal with some presence in that mid position. Dealt with, I guess. Oh, no. Stime's here as well. Might not be here for long, though.
Yeah, this is not a good look. It's a really tough position. The AWP post is on the other side. There we go, cleaned up. But again, this is a map where, you know, it is so nice with AKs to run around on this map. When you're in the open spaces, you can find really, really cool headshots all over the place. But Astralis, again, just very familiar with how to play the positions. And yeah, Nemesis, you know, there's a lot of util, I think, that you mentioned, James, that some of the takes that they're looking at, you know, you're seeing is kind of missing right now. Usually, you know, you throw those mollies you're talking about when you're on the boots as well.
Well, they've got a proper buy now this time, Nemesis. So we'll see if they continue their approach on the A-bomb site. Nice HE onto the boost position. Soto won't enjoy that. Now you can criticize the repeat approach to the same bomb site that keeps failing, but sometimes teams feel like they just need to tweak one thing or another and they'll find success rather than failure. It's a hell of a barbecue over there. So they're taking a lot of risks to try and catch a T unawares, and there's more flames where they came from. So Nemesis prodding this mid position now, but still looking for an opening.
Yes, and okay, they're going to find one finally. Oh, over the top of the smoke though. Yabi, of course, it's Yabi finding another kill. Fuzi, the misflip there. It won't miss a second time, and now Sadam's going to really find this position, value from this position. There goes Fuzi, but still going to be challenging to deal with Yabi, who's on the other end of this one, causing problems as ever. Finally goes down 2 versus 2 now, thanks to the efforts from Sadam. 25 seconds to get the bomb from short and then plant it.
There's a molly on the bomb as well, which has come and gone. And now the HEs as well. God, the strikes on that bomb. But it has been rescued and it will be planted. Huxi and Ryu staying together. They've both got kits. They have a flash. Magic Keys in a post-plant position with an AWP, which will be very strong. Oh, they see what they choose to do. Ryu heading for the door. He'll hope it's still open. Magic Key with a very, very strong angle indeed. Huxi takes it all in the face. And the door is open, but where is that second player? He's got precious few seconds to find out. Stime is way closer than Ryu wants him to be, and he'll choose to make an exit instead. Got all he could from that round. A rare one for Nemesis, finally finding success on the A-bomb site.
Yeah, they do. They managed to get that plant down, and the approach into mid more successful. And you know, that's in part also because Astralis put a little less emphasis there. So it was a great round for Nemesis to get some value in mid, and it definitely helps a lot. I feel like that was like the first super legit round that they have managed to get you know, because one of the rounds they got was a pistol, and I forget what the second round Nemesis posted was, but I think it's like an A rush or something like that. I can't remember completely, but it has been few and far between, of course, and it's not feeling super replicable, some of the successes for Nemesis, but we'll see if they get a bit more emphasis around that mid position now that it helped them so much in that previous round.
There are so many things that we are yet to discover with Cash reintroduced to the map pool. Things that used to work in CSGO, do they still work in CS2? Are they more challenging, more risky? Like a spawn, like if you've got the best spawn with the AWP, do you make the play off the balcony to get an early pick on B?
Right.
A lot of things that we'll look to see if they reappear or will be notably missing. Fuzzy is heading over towards that B bomb site actually. I think he's doing exactly what I was talking about. Posted up in checkers. A little bit pathetic. He didn't even have the best spawn. He was behind one of his teammates, but still confident to go for that play. These closer ranges. A lot of missed shots with this AWP. It looks like Nemesis will capitalize on this. Over to B we go.
Okay, well then. HooXi and Yabi left alive. HooXi's gonna have to go crazy for this one. The smoke does provide a way into the site. Bomb's not even down just yet though, so they can actually they're gonna toss the bomb across to Sedame. But HooXi's on the site. It doesn't seem like they have any idea he's on the site here. And the bomb's gonna go down. Okay, this is feeling a little bit sketchy. I mean, just a 1v4 for Yabi.
I wonder if there was a little bit more that could be done with some trigger discipline there, because the bomb was running into the site backwards.
Totally. I think he thought that they knew that he was there. And just like that, the end of the first half, 8-4 for Astralis. Something at the end for Nemesis, at least.
Hey guys, I'm Frozen.
This is Fosi from Astralis. This is Apex. And I'm gonna read some of your bad comments. Here we are. Peak Vitality will get demolished by Prime Navi 2021. My only answer will be a big LOL.
SMB75 says, never take your VRS point for granted, plan ahead. Words of wisdom, man. Words of wisdom.
KR Jam says, poor Stare and HooXi. Rooting for them though, maybe it will work.
What is this? Twist and Nico. You mean like he's the GOAT? I agree, man.
Sport. What the fuck is that name? Can't wait for a shift in teams. Vitality is so good, it's boring. It's good. I like that.
Zaylar says, he needs to stop fucking opping. He can't hit a bar to save his life. He positions like a headless chicken, screaming on how bad his eye is as an opper. Maybe we need a Zaylar in the team. Maybe Zaylar sounds like a good opper.
Oh, here we go, HLTV. It's always the best on HLTV. This is why Simple is better. Even when he was dominating with Navi, at least it was entertaining. Simple can be better for your head, but that was still the GOAT. There are no good IGLs available now. HooXi is free. Good IGLs. That's just mean.
Immediate call 7981 says, let's just hope the shitty org pays off instead of getting a new team and it will be a dream come true. Hey man.
Sandals, also from Finland, says, HooXi retire already, you bum. What is all this HooXi flame?
Chips 1709 says, Brokey, HooXi's gonna overtake you in rating, bro. Lock the fucking. You guys need to stop caring about the fucking rating, man, honestly. Shut the fuck up.
Enthusiasm West 4481 says, a Swede in Astralis. It's over. That's how we felt when Device came to NIP, you know, so I'm just giving them the treatment back.
I wear Cartographer 46. That's a sick name. We are witnessing the funeral phase. Fun fact, 4 out of 5 Vitality members have the letter Z in the surname, representing the organization B, theming. Apex is not included because bees have short life spans and don't usually live too thoroughly. That's actually fun. X-Blow from Finland, a fan of PC game, says Astralis downfall continues and I'm all here for it. Vitality is normal. Okay, makes sense. Can't believe they made Apex keep playing at 50 years old, elder abuse emo. I'm actually 33. I still have great years ahead of me, so fuck off. This was mostly like Hoaxy Flame. You can think whatever you want. It's okay. Bro, I'm surprised how good these people are on HLTV, you know? Like, we should just take a few of you guys to fix every problem we have.
Apex has great hair. From great hair to no hair. Anyway, Astralis are 8-4 in the lead, a very strong side of Cash. Nemesis re-aggressing again and again on the A-bomb site with mixed results, mostly negative. We'll see if they can turn things around now as it is their turn to defend. And again, they won the pistol in that first half, got reset immediately and had 2 rounds until they won 2 more. The last 2 in that half, it was that dire. But maybe the worst is over for them. Pop flash into A main to stop any early shenanigans. As Astralis asks questions, just for footsteps for the most part. They have Ryu looking over towards B, keeping the CTs honest, but they'll be patient, waiting for Astralis to make a play.
Yeah, in theory, it should be easier for Nemesis to play the CT side. You know, it did feel like their development around mid was a bit of a struggle, but it is easier on the CT side to be a bit more rudimentary with the mid approach. So we'll see how it goes here for Astralis too, because Astralis it does feel like Astralis really have a much greater sense of playing Cash. Like this, for example, like the delay take there with the pop flashes looks very reminiscent of how teams would play Cash in the past. And now comes the split onto the A site, and the split really powerful once you've got that short position activated, as Stair will take full advantage of that spot, and he'll be able to clean out the site with his teammates. Now Celta and Stain have to make their way in through the short position. It's not going to be easy.
Elevating his position to avoid a headshot if anybody's at fork. Nice detail, but no one found just yet. Okay, one at quad. Where are the remainder? Stein all alone now, trying to isolate these fights as best he can. Nice taps, no kit, no time, just about the bonus frags now. Again, an opportunity to save the Kevlar if possible. Won't matter now. Astralis continue their run then. Again, two late rounds from Nemesis, really a nothing half for them. And the map and the series start to slowly slip away.
Certainly, yeah, it's gonna be very tough. It's gonna be very tough. Again, we're just seeing, I think, some small details from Astralis. You just kind of see more comfort with the map back in circulation for them. So we'll see exactly what there is to offer here now for Nemesis. On the CT side, just some pistols, largely looking to maybe punish any mid play, but there isn't really any mid play just yet. Again, mid is really nice. You know, when you're in the position of the T side, I feel like there's 2 approaches that can work really well. I think set pieces on the A and the B site, because you can carpet everything with Molotovs to deal with the pistols because of how open the site is and so on. Or going for these delayed mid takes where you use, see, there's that sandbags model you're talking about, James.
Yep.
This is all the classic stuff that you wanted to see. And that's the kind of thing that it makes the mid take really safe, and the open duels are also very favorable. So you just get kind of like so many options once you've managed to grab this space. And they found that there's nobody here, so they got to be wondering, what is Nemesis doing?
Yeah, those are some of the early indicators for how ready a team is here on Cash. The average age of Nemesis is 21.
Okay.
And it's 24 for Astralis. But that small window may be enough to have a lot more familiarity.
Yeah, I think so.
On Cash and, you know, what box to stand behind and so on. We've seen a USP round win on this bomb site already. Perhaps it's Nemesis's turn now, as there are 20 seconds and they're all still standing. Still, though, the last one emerging from that B bomb site as Celta starts to creep through the smoke. Spotted by Hoaxy, who seems ready at forklift. Repositioning carefully now. And there may be nothing in this round for Nemesis. I mean, there's probably nothing, all things considered. They'll still go fishing to do what they can. Astralis make it to 10, and it could be an early bath for Nemesis in this map of Cash.
Man, if Valve really want to throw a loop for the pro scene in this respect, they could just bring back like old cobblestone or something. That would be pretty wild.
People do ask for cobble. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, it was painful. It was painful. And the only way that it was played or picked in the clone, I think was it the clone major that where NIP won was with the randomizer.
Yeah,
where
that randomizer was fun.
Yeah,
I liked that. That was fun.
It's so unthinkable now.
It was just chaotic. It was just it was like the right kind of chaos.
But was that with when we had 3 majors a year? Was it that territory? It was, wasn't it?
Maybe. Either way, that was that was fun. It was like almost like a wrestling-esque stipulation. Like, what are we gonna get? Oh, it's this one.
Yeah. It was actually pretty hilarious. Yeah, it did put a caveat on NIP's win at that time too, because many people were like, well, it's just because Cobble. Essentially. But people wanted the D-laws as well. But anyway, we're getting into so much Counter-Strike history here. We are 10-4 here for Astralis, as Astralis look to continue in winning ways with a very quick burst out into the mid position. And Celta getting close, able to control the space for now.
Yeah, cheap investment there from Astralis and standard stuff if you're playing close on cash. Running sideways, avoiding the flash, but ready to fight. Quick surge into A then. And this one's getting very urgent for Nemesis. Stare in the corner, and Magic Key will deal. Got a good angle on the player in A main now, but he'll be dealt with by Fuzi. HooXi with great angles, drops Celta through the smoke. Bomb being planted, 2-on-1 now as TigeRES deleted.
So there we go. Nice find onto Fuzi. HooXi by Forklift will be pushed back into A main. That's a great smoke there. HooXi's going to play forward into the site. Now the pressure's on. That's going to force HooXi. He's got to go out there. He doesn't know if the bomb's being stuck or not. He's gambling it. The mind game's coming in here between these two players. HooXi, does he? Oh, he does go over the top there, but Sname is ready. 8 points of health. Wow, that's incredible.
Really down to the wire. Really down to the wire. But an important round win there. Again, they were ready for that one-man investment into mid, and it was a really tough fight, a sudden one from Astralis. And maybe that's why there was just one man there in mid. Either way, really down to narrow margins there. I think Steim spotted just about the player by Forklift, dropped the molly. Nemesis able to prevail. That you could see Astralis felt like that was them closing out the series. But they're not done just yet.
We find Fuzi over the top. Well, not too much. It's Magic Key that might find something. Like it going reasonably deep there.
Yeah.
Always good to see a brave AWPer. An AWPer that knows his worth.
He was always the man to do that early. Seen some nice frags from Magic Key today. Still just the one player over towards B. Stare will be dropped by Magic Key eventually. He could be a key factor if there is to be a comeback in this half from Nemesis. Presence towards checkers on B then for Astralis. Bomb still in the hands of HooXi. Moving away from the entrance to mid. So with 5 players heavily committed to the A bomb site, I think Celta and Steim may have to be successful here. Otherwise this round might be over unless we see some timely activity from those A players. Magic Key starting to rotate over. He has a molly which could help if he can get there in time. He's got his skates on. He's almost there now. 20 seconds for this bomb to get planted. Celta and Steim combined for 3. That leaves Fuzi with nothing to do. There was some promise for a moment for Astralis, but they were never able to make it materialize.
Well, Nemesis looking to bring themselves back into this one, and You know, very important timing to do so. Astralis really starting to run away with things, but it's not over just yet. But at the very least, they've gotten rid of a lot of the money from Astralis. Really great defense. I mean, they can shoot, that's for sure. These Nemesis guys, they can definitely shoot. And again, it kind of goes back to that thing I was mentioning, where it is going to be easier to play the CT side if there's a familiarity diff on the map for Nemesis.
There's a lurk smoke in mid from the T side. Nothing behind it, but maybe that will keep players focused on that bomb site as they can do a flash into the smoke on the B bomb site. We still have TigeRES at the back here, who's going to be in a lot of trouble. Can he delay the push? He can do better than that. Dropping HooXi and Yabby coming back for Stare as well. Big performance from TigeRES. So close to reducing the deficit here, but two of them dropped by MOUZ in the clutch now, who suddenly made it a 1v1. Result hasn't popped the vent just yet, so he can't get closer without giving the game away. MOUZ wondering where he might be.
Bomb being down is quite irritating. The assumption has to be that Russell knows where it is and might be even positioned around it, but the vent not being broken is problematic for Result as well. Looking to go for the bait though, MOUZ very aware that this could trigger that movement. Insane that Result actually didn't peek there at all.
It's broken on the other, it's not broken on the other side. That's the problem. So he's stuck there.
Yeah.
Until he knows he can commit.
Wow, that's insane.
He's got no idea where to look. He's completely paranoid. He needs tablets and a therapist. That molly will force him into the open, but MOUZ will deliver. That's the 11th round Astralis have been looking for.
Oh no. That's a rough one. Astralis. Again, you know, really good shooting here on the site, but MOUZ coming alive at the worst possible moment for his opponents. That's, I think that's one of the biggest rounds we've seen from MOUZ. He's 19-8, so really finding his footing on the third map of this series.
Yeah, that was a big one. That was a big one. Nemesis are still able to muster a reasonable buy. Celta's got the MP9, so his choices may be a bit more difficult. I think it was him on a previous round who was able to charge up mid, avoid a flash, and get a pick on a single player making his way in, but you may feel less inclined to do that with an MP9. I mean, if you're close, but we'll see what he chooses to do. Nemesis need 5 to tie up now with Astralis. So Celta will go to that short position on this occasion, rather than up close in mid. So up on these lockers, you can often find an angle on the corner through that smoke there, and again, being older will help with that.
Yeah.
Celta caught off immediately.
Oh man, yeah, that's a problem. They don't really have much util left either. 1 smoke remaining. And Astralis will start to gather up. Boost there for Stare. Pretty tough here for the CT side, because again, info plays, you know, on this map, that's like another whole thing. Like, you know, understanding just sort of what are the good info plays, and what timing should you make them? How can they inform your positioning? And Nemesis keep it simple. They're just going to stack towards the B sites, and honestly, they're actually right. So this could work out for Nemesis. Multiple players in the same spot too. This has potential, James.
Yeah, this is a lot to deal with. Well, if TigeRES tries to fall off, that could be interesting if he ends up on his teammate's head. Only good for the one, but Steim is here as well, and now Result can play bait off of his teammate, and HooXi runs straight into the trap, just not expecting a third player on the bomb site there. And now there are 18 seconds to plant that bomb, and still 2 on the bomb sites, and reinforcements on the way. Heading towards 12, Bell's being run, CT's being deleted, Magic Key is here now, 6 seconds to get that bomb planted. Oh, it's so awkward to face the AWP again, but he manages to do it. Stair comes off the bomb, and the round will be won by Nemesis.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so Nemesis, they're bringing it back here, James. They're making it look a little bit awkward here and there, but hey, it is working for them.
If you've got time to plant the bomb, I feel like you have to commit to it there, whether you're going to die or not. Otherwise, you'll lose the round regardless. But yeah, those corners in main, always got to be aware of those and someone looking through them. Same is true of these new smokes in CS2 over towards B as well. You can get some angles to the balcony, but it works both ways, of course. Definitely something to be aware of.
Yabby goes down. Crazy Stair able to take 2 players out though. That's going to make things a little bit awkward. Defending at the back with the AWP is nice until you got someone in your face. Now just 2 players left for Nemesis here as they look to try to figure out how to get around this situation. Well, he's forcing some repositions here as Nemesis start to close in on this one, but this is going to be very challenging. So Damien is going to be the first man in, looking to see what he can find here, and multiple players looking for him. It's not going to be easy. 12-7 as Astralis move on to match point.
Thought, well, Sudaim had some shadow teasing a frag on that bomb site, but the trades were instant, and Astralis, who look much more comfortable, absolutely ready for success here. Grinding down this CT side, who has put up a fight, but just don't have enough rounds. All the rounds needed now, but they don't have all the money to do it. Surely they don't. A FAMAS here and MP9 there. 5-7s have been dangerous in this series, but surely this is too much to ask.
Yeah, it is a lot. It's a lot to ask, for sure. I would expect that Astralis should be able to close this out, James. I mean, they've got such a significant advantage. And, you know, what's really interesting is how the game started from the individual performances of Yappy, but then how things started to get picked up by Fuzi and Stair as well in terms of the individual plays. But look at that, Fuzi and then able to get the legs. 2 quick frags for the Astralis side, gunning down the mid push. And now there's not very much left here for Nemesis. A FAMAS, an MP9, and an Eagle.
It's great stuff. Just spraying that window is a perfect lineup if you're along that red wall, trying to make it close. Spraying that window, you'll eat all of those bullets. Painful lessons here for Nemesis. Very painful indeed. Astralis surviving to the 3rd map, answering the call here on Cash. Texi doing what he can. But we need too much from him. Wall of smoke separating Celta. Maybe with that wall there's opportunity. Looking for a rifle. Spotting ahead. Spotting some boosts. Oh, delivering. Finally, eventually. 2-on-3 now. Superior angles for Astralis. Sudaim will try to eliminate some of those with the flash. And then there were 2. They're making progress at the very least. They don't have a kit. That clock is ticking. Very hard to peek around that corner. And then it's Celta with that Desert Eagle once again. Just trying to find one of these players to put him out of his misery. Astralis will clutch it in 3 versus Nemesis.
And just like that, Nemesis, they're done. And Vu is incorrect in his prediction.
Yeah,
however, however, it was a good shout, but it just didn't work out. And now we're going to head over to the desk and we'll see Vu in all of his shame.
Vu, you're just getting called out, man, for flip-flopping, but you did originally say Astralis would win it on Cash anyway, so you were right 50% of the time, just you couldn't believe in your own self.
I'm gonna actually be completely honest here. I definitely said Nemesis were gonna win if it went 3 maps.
Okay. So I was trying to help you. I was even trying to save you.
I was unfamiliar with your game. In fact, no, I was too familiar with Fozy's game to predict that he was gonna do what he just did. I've seen a lot of Fozy. I just didn't see this one coming. And Result went like 3-16. I was also too familiar with his game. I'm too familiar with the games of everyone to have predicted this outcome. It's not my fault.
You're watching too intently. You're looking too closely at these players. You know, you're thinking they can give more than what they can. I'll give you this. I'll do the easy analysis for you, mate. Out of all the people on the server, there are 10 players playing. Only 3 have experience on Cash, and that is Hooksy, Yabi, and Fuzi. So that is why Astralis won. It came down to Cash. They were actually ready for it. And they had the boot camp as well. That probably helped.
I mean, they probably practiced this map at least a little bit, but you could tell when you watch Nemesis play. I know people at home are saying, oh my God, you can actually play Cash in a different way. You can only hit A and B if you're watching Nemesis' T side and lose almost every round. That is what happens when you only hit A and B. If you watch Astralis T side, they actually hit middle sometimes. You force the CTs into some awkward spots, and then you can go for some execs, and then it's tough.
You gonna give Fuzi some love now, though, after this performance? You know, he map by map, he stepped it up. He came back into this series.
This is like when I said I wanted Kerrigan to retire, okay? It's because I love him that I want him to be better. It's not that I hate Fozy, it's that he is a representative of North American Counter-Strike now. He played for Wildcard. He needs to represent us at the top level. Better. Like this.
I like how we've got so down on North America that you are trying to take a Swede for your only option in here. But you know what? We're going to talk to a Great Dane. That is Yabi, who had a fantastic series across this, keeping Astralis in it. Yabi, a close series, a hard fight against Nemesis. Just walk me through what it was like to go through you guys all being on boot camp and managing to take this one over the line.
I mean, I think obviously it's always nice to be boot camp, be next to your teammates when you're playing official games. I think the game was a bit tough in the start, especially on Nuke. We were not doing the things we were supposed to in terms of the way we want to play the game. But I mean, I think we stepped up on Ancient and Cash. I mean, Cash is still kind of new, you know, but I think we did good.
Yeah, my first question is going to be about Cash. You know, we know you've been on a boot camp for a little while. Is Cash a map that you feel like you've got a good amount of practice on? Because it is a map that I feel it was very clear that your team understood Cash a lot better than Nemesis did there.
Yeah, I mean, I think we focused on it a lot, and we also been practicing it quite a while. One of the maps we focused the most on, to be honest. But yeah.
The follow-up
worked out well.
The follow-up I'll have is about the changes you made in the off season. You know, there was questions if it was enough or what changes you should have made, but obviously you've picked up Neo and you've got the sports psychologist you've picked up. Can you give any first thoughts on how they've impacted your bootcamp experience?
I think Ula is coming with a lot of mental side of the things, which we haven't really used before. So I think it's a new and a good thing that everyone has to take in and try their best to accomplish what they work on. And then I think Neo is obviously just a really calm and smart guy. He has his vision on the game, and he's just good at telling us what we could do in other situations, and was also really calm and nice to have in the timeouts today, for example.
And a positive start for you guys getting this win, but also an impressive performance from you, Yabi, across this. Did you just come in looking really strong and hot for this season? You've been putting in some extra grind?
I mean, I think I put in some extra hours before we started the bootcamp, because I knew we would only have not as many days of practice as we wanted to. But yeah, I think I didn't really put the time in the break. I used the time to relax and enjoy the break. Yeah,
sounds like a smart thing to do and a good start for you here. We'll be talking to you later on throughout the tournament. Thank you very much for your time, man. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
So Astralis do survive the first test. Vu, any closing thoughts from you before we move on out of this?
That's the Astralis that we all know and love. The Astralis that, you know, can take it home on 3 maps. I want to see more from Astralis against, you know, stronger opposition before I feel super confident. But I do like the move to pick up Neo. I do like the sports psychologist change. I have hopes for Astralis. I have hopes for Hooksy. We just need to see a little more before we can have a definitive conclusion.
Yeah, it's still early days and we'll see how they can do throughout the rest of the tournament, but me and you are done here. Next up, we've got MOUZ taking on Nuclear TigeRES, probably the best name in all of esports. And then we've got two of the best joining in Nat and Maui. Well, Nat definitely, Maui, we'll see.
Hey guys, this is Mahone, and I'm going to break down how the pros hold long A on Dust 2 so you can do it just like them too. Let's go. Usually at the start of the round, you want to pay attention to the spawns. That's because only the best spawn for the CTs gets past this corner before the best T spawn peaks. So the best use of the spawn is to try to get a Molotov down at the doors right away to stop a potential rush. Now keep in mind, if you don't have the best spawn, the Ts can already be holding you. With a Molotov down at doors, the next component is to have a second person throw flashes to blind the Ts as they come out. One of the most common ways to do this is just over the building from the long crossing. The flash will blind Ts holding from the doors, so even if you don't have the best spawn, you get a brief window to cross the angle. It's possible to throw this flash too early, so the timing to throw this flash is at 1:49, which leads to the earliest a T can be at the doors. The Molotov and flash gives you a good initial defense, but Ts with the best spawn can run straight to blue bin before the Molotov lands. So another option for the Molotov is to throw it behind the blue bin, which stops Ts from sitting there. And as for a potential T at the entrance, you can use this smoke at the start of the round. The smoke is thrown from elevator, flies over the buildings, then bounces off the top of long house and drops into the doors. This smoke limits Ts from holding the long corner, which gives you an isolated fight on the T crossing to blue bin. But keep in mind, if you want to peek the doors with the best spawn, it won't land in time. The blue bin Molotov and long doors smoke takes away a lot of positions for the Ts. But what if the Ts are fully committed to taking long? There will be flashes or a corner smoke preventing you from holding the entrance. To ensure your Molotov still lands even while blind, you can use this lineup where you run sideways facing the wall and release as soon as you reach the corner. Facing the wall reduces how much you get blinded, and it also removes the need to step forward to throw the Molotov, which means you can cross the pit without any additional movement, and it lowers the chance the T catches you mid-throw. To fight the corner smoke, you can throw a counter flash to blind the Ts pushing up. And this is a flash your teammate can throw for you. The goal of the flash is to have it pop on the left side of long and behind you so you don't need to turn. This flash will blind Ts hugging the wall, as the 149 flash won't get them. With this flash, you can swing to the left side of the smoke or push through the smoke to catch Ts directly behind it. So with these extra steps, let's say you fought off the initial push. What's a good spot to hold from? There's this position at the pit where you aren't directly holding the doors, but the side of the blue bin. The idea is to catch the Ts at the moment they have to clear the right side. You can also use this lineup to re-smoke the doors without exposing yourself too much, giving you time to reposition. So that's what you can do if you have long control, but what do you do if you're forced to fall back? If you back up to the long crossing, you can use this smoke that lands at the middle of long to delay Ts from pushing up. The smoke covers the entire choke point, which allows you to move freely between car and CT spawn. And as well, you can use the smoke to push up close to fight the Ts. And that is the last piece of how to hold Dust 2 long A like the pros.
Senka, not a lot of people know much about Nuclear TigeRES, and so where exactly would you put yourself, or where do you think teams and viewers should place you guys on the power rankings at the moment out of the 32 teams at Blast Bounty?
We young team, we don't have any playing experience on tier 1, but we will show your best game, and I think we're ready.
I want to know more about you as a player as well. What do you think is something you bring to the Nuclear TigeRES roster, or even just as a player, what you bring to Counter-Strike that not a lot of people might know about?
I think we have good vibe on team, and we have good fun. I don't know, and I think it's helped us to win.
I want to talk about, this format, how interesting Blast Bounty is, and the fact that when it came to Nuclear TigeRES being able to pick, they still could have gone for G2, a team lower on the rankings, but they went for you guys. Do you read into that at all, or are you kind of happy that they picked you?
I think we didn't really care who's gonna pick us. I think we just focus on ourselves. So yeah, I think this way.
Is this going to be a nice, good 2-0 for you guys? You're going to think it's pretty going to be hard fought?
I think we win 2-0 and it's easy game, you know?
A nice, easy 2-0. Look, whether it's truth or just trying to fake it till you make it, someone who knows that so well is joining me, Maui.
Okay. All right, sure.
I had to over the back of banks. I couldn't actually do that.
Welcome back to the Counter-Strike season to you too, Nat. Okay, I guess that's how it's all gonna begin. First, James with a little bit of slander as he's exiting there after his ridiculous game, and now it's coming from you too. I gotta defend from every single angle right now. Okay.
I promise it was a one-time cheap shot. Okay, I'm in your court from now on. I'll handle Banks. Okay, I'll talk to him about that one there. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Of course, Vu was getting his fair share earlier of his wrong predictions. But the last time I worked with you, Maui, nothing was ever wrong out of your mouth. You predicted everything 100%. And one thing that I wanted to know from you before we get into this matchup is where you see any potential upsets happening in a format such as Blast Bounty.
Ooh, okay. Well, I think that there's a couple of teams that are going to make things kind of interesting, or maybe can make a name for themselves in a format like this. My team, I'd say to watch, at least today, is definitely going to be Alliance, but across some of the other matchups, I just think that there's probably some sleeper teams and some moves that maybe aren't going to pan out as quickly as people expect them to. So, for example, don't think it's crazy when Aurora has to go through a ton of changes that a team like Focus could actually maybe take a map off of them. Maybe the series is a bit far because of the quality of players on Aurora, but things will get a little tighter because it's just the season starting, the first time a lot of these rosters have played their officials.
Yeah, I mean, MOUZ could fall into that category as well, right? Where we almost potentially saw Astralis lose their best of 3 just before. I feel like MOUZ might be in a similar sort of story where they did have a big slump towards the tail end of, their last roster, and now they're bringing in 2 new players. How exactly does something like that work out for them, especially PR coming in?
So I gave this move in a tier list a B. Like, I think it's great that MOUZ have finally solidified their roster, that we know who they're going to be working with for the future. I love that they were able to recall PR, who had played in 2023 on the MOUZ Academy lineup in MOUZ NXT. It's produced so many great players over the years for them, such as the long-standing Torzi, such as Exertion, who is now their in-game leader. We've seen how Yimpat has blossomed into a great player as well. So there is a wealth of talent that comes from MOUZ's Academy project. PR obviously got his feet very wet with Gamer Legion into his first foray into tier 1. He looked great, a little up and down based off of his mood, but I think now that he's back home on MOUZ, he's going to do some great work.
Yeah, I actually spoke to him a little bit about that, so let's catch up and see what he said. Is there a certain player or coaching staff that's helping you a lot sort of fit into MOUZ right now?
I think Exertion is helping me a lot. Obviously, I mean everyone. Yeah, obviously the coaches, the rest of the players, but yeah, everyone is super nice.
Yeah, you said Exertion. Is there something specific he's doing more than the others that you feel is just helping you, whether that's in game or out of game?
I think we are just spending the most time so far together, and he explaining how they think about the game here in MOUZ and like kind of the philosophy. So I think that's why I feel the most from him so far.
Yeah. And what do you bring to the MOUZ roster that they were lacking towards the tail end of their last roster?
I think I bring some fresh energy. I think some young blood. I mean, we have Xelex already, so now we are 2 super young guys with the rest experienced players, so I think this is one of the things.
Well, we saw it before, the teams playing, Yabi even talked about it there in his interview where it's like, oh, it's just something nice about playing together. And of course, MOUZ, they have their great facility in Hamburg, which is where we can see that they're at. And a lot of people able to go in, watch them from their facility there as well. So it feels like a double-edged sword almost about, yeah, you get to be all together on this boot camp, but there's a lot more people than you might anticipate on boot camp.
Yeah, whereas a lot of these teams are either playing from a room together, just the 5 of them, or the 6 including their coach, or even from their own bedrooms. MOUZ is playing in front of an audience. I like it. I think it's a great way to connect with your fan base. I feel like if you have these sort of resources as a tier 1 organization and you're trying to continuously build your brand, it's a great step in the right direction. I think MOUZ is actually right now in a big, it's funny that they picked up PR, because I think they're in a whole PR upswing as an organization right now. They've made a lot of moves that I feel like people can get behind, whereas before they were sort of in a hold state where we kind of knew, yeah, this is a team that'll make playoffs. I like that they're saying that's not enough for us. We want a gun for the future. We want to bring in some young up-and-coming talent which have a bright prospect for the future. And I like that they're just doing it in front of the fans right there in Hamburg. So if you're nearby, why not join in on the action?
Yeah, let us know how it is, how the vibes are down there as well, whether you're watching MOUZ playing, watching the broadcast, either way. But it is nice to get to see that from MOUZ. And on the flip side, their opponent, the team that ended up picking them, Nuclear Tigers here, it was a really weird position for them because they had the top 4 teams and G2 to pick from. And I did talk to PR earlier, like whether he cared about the fact that Nuclear Tigers went for them over G2 or not. And of course, there is that fine line, Maui, of like, do Nuclear Tigers really believe in themselves? Are they doing this to get a little bit more practice, more so than anything, or are they coming out swinging?
Well, I don't think that you can read too much into their pick. The top teams that were before them, teams like Falcons and Vitality, there's no way you're going to try to go for them. On the flip side, I think that MOUZ is a team that they go for simply because they made some roster moves. So there's going to be some moving pieces. And Nuclear Tigers, they've been a team that's just simply been on the come up in the tier 2, arguably tier 3 space. To even secure their position here at the Blast Bounty has been just due to the fact that they've been grinding out various online cups, and they play a style that I think is very practical for playing at that level, where you're not trying to feel out the rounds super smoothly, super slowly. You take some map control and you try to convert into a bomb site hit. It's not the most, I'd say, methodical game of CS that you're going to watch. It's not the most diligent in every single way, but it can be fun and it can be explosive, and that's been working for them thus far, so I hope they bring that sort of energy.
I mean, sometimes that's a sort of Counter-Strike you want to watch, right? And of course, there is a lot to be said to being an online team. Anything can happen in a single elimination. Anything can happen in a best of 3. And so when there's been those roster changes against a team who's been grinding it, winning online tournaments too, it's not just the fact that they've been playing in so many Maui. We looked at the map video, and would you say that there is any surprises per se about what the teams wanted to pick for themselves?
I would just say that it's a bit unfortunate for Nuclear Tigers, who probably have been liking Anubis as their favorite map lately, that MOUZ bans that out, so they have to go for their second favorite map in Ancient. I think that the one thing I'm going to take into this series is something that Trav, if people don't know, TravCS on Twitter, he pointed this out to me when we were kind of spitballing this Nuclear Tigers team, because he's covered them a lot in those online cups, is that just watch out for their IGL, because Senka can be a guy who is seriously explosive, because this guy, as we have a stat for this, he is just picking up the MAC-10 at a frequency rate that is really unparalleled. Like, this is Sanji levels of SMGing. So if you wanted your second coming of Sanji, you kind of got him in this Senka guy. On top of that, he's their in-game leader. So he's always buying submachine guns. He's always running and gunning. He's trying to drop the AKs for his teammates whenever possible. He is like a human resource in terms of economy. So I like that he just, I don't know if he's recognizing his skill set is better suited for SMGs, or he's just kind of leaning into the bit. But either way, it leads to that, again, fast, aggressive style where they're just ready to pounce at any given time that Nuclear Tigers are going to bring into this.
Next time I get flamed for doing this, I'm going to reference Senka's stats. So I'm actually really cheering for him right now, hoping that he does well. So yeah, if I get flamed again, I'll just point them in the direction of this best of 3 there. But that just means like there's so much more that we're going to get to see outside of the traditional teams playing. That's half the fun of a Blast Bounty as well. But yeah, looking back towards MOUZ, you're talking about the energy of playing in front of fans that could potentially bring them there. But of course, 2 young players here. What can we really expect for them? You've loved what PR's done on the outside, but is there more that you want him to bring, or are you hoping that he slots into what the formula of MOUZ is?
The one thing that PR needs to make sure he shapes up is his attitude. That was the one detracting factor for him in the Gamer Legion squad that he recently donned the jersey for, because when the roster changed up, when Snacks came in, when Ash left, it didn't seem like PR really had his head screwed on straight, because he expected to get that tier 1 offer. It felt like he thought he was going to be that pickup for a team like G2, maybe even FaZe Clan, maybe even MOUZ earlier. But because those discussions fizzled out and he had to play that extra season, his first, I would say, month and a half at the beginning of 2026 were pretty poor. But now that the situation has ironed out, now that he's in a home that is more befitting of his talent, because he was a little bit better than that Gamer Legion team was, I'd say that on any given day he's probably their first or second best player. Now you got to show it. Now you got to show that there was reason for you to have that little bit of I don't want to say tantrum, that's a little bit harsh, but just kind of stomping his feet and sort of clamming up, because everything's working in your favor now. You're back with the roster that initially scouted your talents with MOUZ as you were on MOUZ NXT before. So make sure those extremity roles, those anchor type positions, all of those are really sharp and clean, because I think PR has some of the smoothest aim of any up and coming talent, period. Like, there's a very short list of guys where I would want them in a raw aim fight to face off against PR and try to win. Maybe like a Kyosuke type, but yeah, no, that's how high I rate his individual ability when he's on form. And this is the kind of atmosphere where I think he should be on form on a regular basis.
And that is, I guess, the downside of playing with a player that's so young, right? Those things, those emotions are going to always come through. And I just hope that he realizes proving yourself doesn't just stop once you get that tier 1 offer, right? You still have to continue doing it. We've seen it so many times with how close MOUZ has been to lifting trophies, and then how they sort of faltered off, whether that was part to mental. A lot of baggage happens when players stick together for a long time. So the door is wide open for PR. But again, that really opens up the door as well for Nuclear Tigers to be able to make a little bit of a change up there. Do you think we're even potentially going to be seeing that third map now? Because Senka was, half and half joking about, easy 2-0, but he didn't really say which way it would go.
That's a good observation there, Nat. I didn't pick that one up myself, but no, I think that this is very heavily in favor of MOUZ. I think that, unfortunately, the style that Nuclear Tigers plays is something that tier 1 players just eat it up, okay? If you're just taking very obvious map control and going into bomb site conversions, then the tier 1 teams, they'll read what you're doing, they'll center themselves in place, they'll either have the perfect crossfire, the perfect piece of counter utility, and that will test some of the protocols of the MOUZ players, especially Zelix, a guy that still feels like he's kind of on and off, hot and cold for this team. Coming in, he was another one of those MOUZ NXT prospects. However, once he joined this roster, they took away some of his shine because they relegated him a little bit more to the corners of the map, to the anchor positions, which wasn't always what he did in the past. And I think that might come back to bite him, because if it's Nuclear Tigers with a really solid B conversion, they get cave control, they have that ramp space, they throw some great flashes to get him off the angle. I don't know if he's built up all of those instincts yet. So it's up to the other guys on MOUZ to try to shore up the defense wherever they can in order to make him feel as comfortable as possible. So that's the one weakness I spot here. If I'm Nuclear Tigers, I might try to go at Zelix a little bit more frequently than anybody else on the map. But if it becomes as one note as that, I think MOUZ are going to be fine.
Yeah, would you start doing the same things over and over again, there is always going to be that quick adjustment from a team as notable as MOUZ there. But yeah, we talked about obviously PR quite a lot, but yeah, so Zelix, you're saying that's where you could potentially see an opening for Nuclear Tigers, but how do you think he's sort of been spending his off time? Where exactly do you think like he needed to focus up on to be like, oh, we've seen notable progress from you, and this is like great to see from, again, another young player, both of them at the age of 18?
Well, what I hope he did and what I expect he did are drastically different things.
Okay, let's go with the hope first.
So what I hope he did is I hope that Zelix went on a retreat with Spinks and said, brother, you got to stop leaving me on my bomb sites, okay? You got to start helping me because I don't play all these roles. I need you to stop lurking away from me. I need you to center yourself a little bit more with me, because when we put up a crossfire, it's deadly. It's sharp. The deaths of the oncoming T's are swift. but you need to be there for me. And I don't know if Zelix ever was able to confront Spinks and tell him that and be honest, because I've seen many MOUZ CT sides now lost because Zelix is anchoring B on Mirage, anchoring B on Dust 2, and his cat lurker or his cat player in Spinks or his B rotator in Spinks just walks away from him. Like, where are you going? Where are you going right now, Spinks? Like, that's my big question, and I want Zelix to be honest with Spinks and tell him, you need to stay. Like, I need you. So that's the only thing that I really hope change, because when Zelix is on the bomb site with him, they're gonna mow him down. But Spinks he always wants a little bit more. He always wants to prod around the map and see, can I find something else out? You don't need to find anything else out. You need to just find out how you can link up with your bomb site teammate in Zelix.
Yeah, and that's why it had to be a retreat, right? It had to be something nice because it was going to be a tough, long talk, a bit of confrontation going out from him there. Like, I mean, I think I just need them to smooth all of those kinds of aspects over, because MOUZ, they were a top 3 CT sided team when they were in their prime last year. When they were doing as well as they were, I had a lot of qualms, a lot of queries regarding Brolin as an in-game leader. They remedied that. They just went with Xerxin, who kind of was the phantom in-game leader anyways, the guy that more or less was taking the reins in the mid-round and calling the shots according to their own communication videos that they released. But the CT sides, which carried them, sort of faded away when they lost Yimpat and instead started bringing in Zelix. There just felt like there were a few more cracks in those defenses. And if I would say, if MOUZ are able to rekindle that ability on the defensive side, which is going to be mostly up. Well,
the best in the world.
I was going to say, it feels like we're having some tech issues across the board. I know that the players themselves, they're ready to go. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. And of course, when we come back, hopefully that best of 3 is ready to start.
Hey guys, I'm Frozen.
This is Fosi from Astralis.
This is Apex. And I'm going to read some of your bad comments. Here we are. Peak Vitality will get demolished by Prem Navi 2021. My only answer will be a big lol.
SMB75 says, never take your VRS point for granted, plan ahead. Words of wisdom, my man, words of wisdom.
KR Jam says, poor Stare and Hooksy. Rooting for them though, maybe it will work.
What is this? Twist NA Nico. You mean like he's the GOAT? I agree, man.
Sport. What the fuck is that name? Can't wait for a shift in teams. Vitality is so good, it's boring. It's good. I like that.
Zaylar says, he needs to stop fucking hoping. He can't hit a bar to save his life. He positions like a headless chicken. It's criminal how bad his eye is as an oper. Maybe we need a Zaylar in the team. Maybe Zaylar sounds like a good oper.
Oh, here we go, HLTV. It's always the best on HLTV. This is why Simple is better. Even when he was dominating with Navi, at least it was entertaining. Simple can be better for your head, but that was still the GOAT.
There are no good IGLs available now. Hooks is free. Good IGLs. That's just mean.
Immediate call 7981 says, let's just hope the shitty org pays off instead of getting a new team and it will be a dream come true. Hey man.
Sandals, also from Finland, says, Hooksy retire already, you bum. What is all this Hooksy flame?
Chips 1709 says, Brokey, Hooksy gonna overtake you in rating, bro. Lock the fucking. You guys need to stop caring about the fucking rating, man, honestly. Shut the fuck up.
Enthusiasm West 4481 says, a Sweden in Astralis. It's over. That's how we felt when Device came to NIP, you know, so I'm just giving them the treatment back.
Aware Cartographer 46. That's a sick name. We are witnessing the funeral phase.
Fun fact, 4 out of 5 Vitality members have the letter Z in the surname, representing the organization B theming. Apex is not included because bees have short life spans and don't usually live too thoroughly. That's actually fun.
X-Blow from Finland, a fan of PC game, says Astralis downfall continues and I'm all here for it.
Vitality is normal. Okay, makes sense. Can't believe they made Apex keep playing at 50 years old, elder abuse emo. I'm actually 33. I still have great years ahead of me, so fuck off.
This was mostly like Hooksy Flame?
You can think whatever you want. It's okay.
Bro, I'm surprised how good these people are on HLTV, you know? Like, we should just take a few of you guys to fix every problem we have.
That is a crazy content piece. I know we've seen it a couple of times, but every time I always think about it. I don't know if I could do something like that, Maui. Could you?
I make content about me reading negative comments about me, so yeah, it's just a walk in the park. Actually, I think you have to do that as an analyst. Yeah. If you can't do that as an analyst, you're probably not doing the job as well as you could.
Yeah, and then that's exactly why I'm not an analyst. That's the reason why, of course. Yeah, that's the.
It's not any of the other aspects. It's just simply the criticism. You don't handle it well.
I can't handle that one well, but of course you can handle it well, and you can also give it out just as well as you can take it, Maui. Someone that we look towards, MOUZ, we've had their fair share of like criticism here already, but looking towards Nuclear Tigers, the fact that we don't know a lot about them, Senka's predominantly the only one we've really spoken to or spoken about, but you were saying there's another player, you know, a little bit more for, it's Flauser.
Yeah, Flauser is a guy that I feel like if you're looking for any talent on this team to be the next up-and-coming player that's going to get picked up for a tier 1 Russian or Russian-speaking team, that is, it's him. Okay, he's aggressive. He gets in the middle of the maps. They set him up with a lot of utility, sure, but I feel like he is extremely self-sufficient when he's playing at his normal level of opposition. So when I see him brawling in some of the middles of the map, I think, for example, on Ancient, he will be flying out at T-middle. When he's on the CT side, same thing, you know, he's fighting in those middle spaces. That's when I want to see, does he have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with some of the MOUZ players?
Well, I feel like that's the greatest note that we could end on here, starting into our best of 3, and of course getting into Ancient. We're going to be heading over to our casters, Scrony and Launders.
Oh, thank you, Nat and Maui Snake. Finally done yapping those two, Mo. It's time to get into the action.
Grateful.
Season 2 of 2026. Can you believe that one? Our market predictions here have the Nuclear Tigers at a massive disadvantage, Mo, and that's because they're up against the namesakes of MOUZ tonight.
It's roster moves, but it's not an easy pick. This was kind of the best of the bunch when it came to the draft, obviously, for Nuclear Tigers. We are looking for young talent to shine, but the same could be said for MOUZ as well. This team, with their moves, is in an interesting spot. It feels like in the long term, who knows what happens. In the short term, we might see some promise here and there. Are they going to contend with HLTV's top 3?
Right.
It's hard to see that happening quickly, so that might be one question, but in a matchup like this, you expect them to excel.
First challenge of the night. Survive the T side of the Nuclear Tigers here on Ancient, and immediately we're going to catch Spinks with a challenge coming his way, and immediately he will put Flauser down to bed. So, quick one with that, and the bomb creeps onto the site. We'll see if it's retake needed. Yes, indeed. No interruption of the bomb plant, so a single-man disadvantage post-plant. McHughes didn't go any further. Him and Zika just tethered side by side. Inside of the temple, they'll wait. Will anybody come this direction? By the looks of things, we've got the retake on the CT lane instead. Flash well placed. It gets Ayuki off his angle for a second. That draws them back out through the temple, but he has kept his head down behind this box, so a bit of an element of surprise for him as he now starts to swing both ends of it. Finds himself alone, and there's the retake coming through. It's Zelik's hands busy for the defuse. MOUZ, nice and tidy here for the pistol.
Yeah, very...
Oh, I'm wrong.
Wow.
Never mind.
First round of the season, Connor, for you, and
let's get it out of the way.
Off by a mile. I mean, not even close, really.
0.12. Well, that's what no kid will do for you.
He stuck it to the end just to hag you, just to get you.
With it was the moment everybody else on MOUZ started fleeing that bomb site as fast as they did.
I mean, to be fair, getting on that with 10 seconds, even with the sound, you wouldn't be totally sure. He basically had it. Nice try. It looked like a perfectly executed retake. They moved with conviction. They avoided temple. They got all the kills they wanted to very quickly. They just didn't start 1 second earlier.
First round of the season. Insane. It's all uphill from here.
Indeed.
Uphill or downhill, who knows. Hang on for dear life as the cave push comes through. And there's Senka down for the count.
Wait, who won the pistol?
Yeah, right? It's a great question. FAMAS's and M4s in hand for MOUZ. Not going to be deterred by the fact that the round belongs to the Tigers. Flauser also down, so they didn't win the first, despite it seeming that way. Force buy is going to work out perfectly here for MOUZ, keeping 4 players up at the end of it.
A very, very good round. Use of the good guns that they did have. It just felt like they had a full buy coming into that. And Nuclear Tigers, as Maui brought up earlier, that this kind of explosive play is what a lot of Tier 1 players look to eat up. I mean, MOUZ has historically been very good versus explosive teams in the first place. They want you to move quickly. They know how to stay organized in the chaos. And even though it's early days for them, they look pretty well drilled between the retake and that setup there. Zershin hunting that one down, but he'll be the one who gets hunted down. It's actually a couple of kills for Nuclear Tigers. B site's wide open, but so is A, and the bomb's going that way.
Yeah, there's a weird back and forth potential, and we're going to get Zelix on this lurk. Watch him as he remains active here. Could definitely unravel this, figure out that it's not indeed B.
They should know there's still one more guy here.
Bomb will confirm it. Oh, Senka pushes through face-to-face with Torzi, and that is going to now put MOUZ in an awkward position. They've got a kid over there towards B side if they really want to take their chance. But smoked off, this kind of a deep push. Yeah, nicely done playing both ends like that. You could see all of MOUZ convinced, hoping Zelix was going to be able to figure it out, but it's really that push point blank into Torzi that spells disaster for MOUZ at the end.
Yeah, it's hard to juggle that because it's Senka's, if he gets the kill, well, we're in this position. If he doesn't get the kill, then it's 3-on-3, and we almost certainly see a retake. So they live by the sword and die by the sword. It's 3 quick rounds out of Nuclear Tigers. This one actually works out really well. They somehow take both sites in the process. Starts off by taking advantage of the fact that Zershin was trying to hunt him down, spraying really aggressively through that smoke and didn't see anything. He was only a couple of pixels away from actually seeing a shoulder and then getting confirmation. That would have been enough, I think, to quell the attack. Oh, but you can't stop a deagle shot like that.
No, you really can't, can you? Torzi with the jump scare of the round, the one that sealed their fate. So nitty-gritty back and forth these first 3 rounds. Nuclear Tiger is going to keep MOUZ on notice with the instant run out through the mid-molly. Little solo expedition with this fast setup outside A main with nobody home for MOUZ. A press into the red room smoke, and he gets away with it. Both players falling back with knives in hand. It's a slaughter between the red room and that CT spawn player. So this one just goes up in smoke instantly. And very clearly, MOUZ were looking to play for this round, right? Getting kind of bogged down into this aggressive buyback round after round, trying to keep it on a knife's edge. And instead now, Nuclear Tigers up 3-1 at the beginning of this game and about to bottom out bank accounts for MOUZ. This puts them in a bit of a dire start here to Ancient.
No kidding, and they're winning the way they want to. I mean, that was like the utmost aggression right there with the split, how fast it went, and the push in through window. Timed beautifully, really. There's a double push coming out into mid. Didn't really matter because McHughes knew that there was going to be an A attack. He was just trying to complement it. And whether the CTs had pushed that smoke or not, they were thinking about going back to A more than they were even clearing out anything inside of middle, and felt like they were behind because it's another round where there was no one there to defend. It might be a little bit of a cruise control. Okay, well, as soon as you think. PR lights it up with a deagle, and Zershin gets traded back. That'll be a nice find for Nuclear Tigers. Deuce on the map here in Spinks, who has A main control. But as long as they still come forward with this attack into B, they've got nothing to worry about, I think. Gotta say I think. Because,
you'd say I think.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what's gonna happen.
You wouldn't want to say something wrong, like, you know, the bomb's gonna get defused, or this round is a guarantee. PR's got other ideas, but unfortunately for him, already just him and Spinks left over. And the bomb plant secured. Dare I? Okay, right. Okay, yeah. Okay. Between the deagle taps into the bomb site, nice clean AK execution like that one.
The aim is there.
Yeah, it's nice to see it on full display. Also, just, again, kind of getting away with the style of CS. I mean, I like MOUZ's assessment of it, where it's like, when you play this kind of Counter-Strike versus the better teams, they are going to gobble you up, right? They're kind of ready for it, banking on a strong crossfire in anticipation of those aggressive moves. But when you've got a gun advantage, and you do have the aim out of the gate, right? This isn't some sloppy start for Nuclear Tigers in the sense that their aim is off. It's sloppy in some weird round outcomes, but aim on point, keep the pressure on early.
I think also when you play this fast, you know that there are going to be some untimely deaths on the way to get the bomb plants. There are going to be some very close calls. There's going to be a couple too many people who die in each round. But if they're used to that, it doesn't really matter. That's how they play CS. Right? What's more impressive is that they're getting away with it versus MOUZ.
At least for the first 5 rounds.
And here's another open A site for them to take. Always ready to take free space.
And it has been free in multiple rounds, so right back at it.
So let's see. There's not a deep cave smoke, which means TigeRES going to have an angle if he wants to walk up into this. Ooh, and TigeRES got the kill.
Yeah, deep angles as well into the CT spawn, but that's PR winning his duel, not being caught off by it. 2 versus 5, and MOUZ starts to bring it back ever so slightly. Down he goes in middle, and it's just going to be Zika from inside sight on his own. Smoke fades. Player right in front of him, and he keeps the first one clean, but no trade. Obviously, no teammates. Poor guy's left on his own, and versus 4, not going to happen.
Yeah, you can see how desperately they just wanted to get that bomb planted in a way that it wouldn't get the bomb planter killed. Then they could just post plan, and instead it's a full punish here from MOUZ. It's well done. A good response, and an opening kill right away also helps. That's Zershin from Cave. MOUZ are playing on land for some extra pressure.
Yeah, you know them. Trial by fire. Get it out of the way early this season.
Be hilarious if there was like a heckler in there in your own studio.
Just one guy in a Nuclear Tigers jersey. Boo, you stink! Look at the pace.
He's got
man.
both.
Yes.
Oh,
Spinks with the headshots like it's nothing. Quick sequence of a triple kill, and again, it's all that open room, right? That constantly vacant A bomb site that the Nuclear Tigers are so happy to go and take over. They realize this round is toast, so go ahead and let them have the retake, hopefully hanging on to these 2 AKs in the meantime. That is all Spinks all day for this 3rd MOUZ win.
That's pure quality, isn't it? Both sides of Donut. They'll run to get this stick. The T's are just running back to save. It's an easy win, and there's no other man to credit besides Spinks for this round.
Literally the only MOUZ player to even see an enemy. And he didn't have to see them for long. Comes through that donut smoke, this snap over to the left side, clean as you could ask. And then Senka thinking he's going to be the guy to make the difference, dead just as quickly as the first 2.
Yeah, almost everybody finds that trade in that spot. They had great angles to attack. They had a guy coming through a smoke, but he stood up to every challenge.
Ooh, getting away with the cross into cutout.
It's kind of big for Senka. I feel like, yeah, there was a chance there for a kill.
Going to try to pounce into the B site in the meantime, and this is going to be TigeRES tucked into the corner. Crossfire set deep on the site. Zershin first blood. Zika's got the frag, and TigeRES gets away with the second one. So confirms the last 2 pieces here for the Nuclear Tigers on site. Zershin kind of welcoming them to challenge smoke, and Zelek's going to play cautiously on the tall box to perfection. Just draws Senka into that duel, takes his head off, and will give MOUZ a comfortable 3v1 to try to finish this one off. They crawl to... Oh, but speaking of clean...
1 bullet at a time from this guy.
Zelek's tapped out of the round on the brink of 10 kills here. MOUZ smoked off, trying to get back into the site, and as he comes out, he gets a second. That Spinks down. Oh,
no way!
3! 1v3 from inside sight, takes 90 damage in the final duel, but sticks the landing.
Makes a clutch, not even a reaction. That was amazing. It should have been another layup moment here for MOUZ. And pure style out of McHughes. They could even choose whether or not to take the duel there at that moment. Oh my goodness, with the flashbangs, a kill and a half. Instantly goes down to a 4v4, and we know Nuclear Tigers ready to hit a site as soon as any trades go down. I'm sure MOUZ are worried about that. And this is something a little bit different. It's turning into a late mid. No one over at A main, which also means MOUZ don't know if that's taking place as well. You've got Zelix watching his flank as they walk by him across Donut.
TigeRES doesn't get jumped on, so Op right back on the line. The Tigers flying a bit blind this round with just this presence in middle, nowhere else. Gonna start to feel caged in, but at the same time, you know this Op lies ahead, so maybe hoping that TigeRES oversteps his welcome, moves forward into this line held, but instead it's gonna be McHughes to go take a look at this B site. Oh, they almost got TigeRES to fully bite down. Starts to stomp away, draws them forward, confirms the bomb with that frag. Zika gets an angle over top of it, but TigeRES right back in for another. So solid multi-frag moment here for TigeRES. His two teammates behind him still let him die. They'll have to grab that op for him, as the op is to make the difference this time. And closing the gap now are MOUZ. Still just a one-round game. They trail, but they are that much closer.
Yeah, it's a bit of a deep hole with a really good T start here for Nuclear Tigers that they've got to go up against. They can be happy about the rounds they've won, but it's another sort of solo hero for MOUZ to put together just a real classy multi-kill to be the reason they win.
Pace of play has been exactly what we anticipated from the Tigers. Cool to see them taking their swing at a team like MOUZ and not losing that identity.
They're faster than Ryan Fox today.
Who's that?
I thought you were doing a golf thing.
No.
Okay.
Oh, because I said pace of play, right?
So
No.
it takes a swing and.
Okay.
We're just gonna act stupid, are we?
Whatever could you mean? Quick jump from Zelix. Not this time, Ayuki. Stuck down in middle on his own, and with that, it frees up MOUZ to come and join this A site. Fast move out through the A main exit, and you get flashed in the middle of all of that. So good supportive elements from MOUZ. Freed up from middle with that early kill to just really jump on those players trying to exit.
Zertian has 1.07 kills per round on Ancient CT side since becoming the MOUZ IGL. This guy had to be the most surprising thing about him taking on that role was that suddenly he was just leading on kills, destroying in multi-frags, putting himself in great spots, but also having like a healthy looking team strat-wise. Fit into the role very nicely. But his job is now bigger than ever. I mean, there's clearly new talent on this team that has a lot of potential. That's no doubt.
The individual output Zertian was able to find just felt so unsustainable that eventually we did get there where like it had to have tapered off.
Yeah, because it was
on the brink of like 2.0 ratings at one point.
It was like a song
buddy
situation, but as the IGL. But then you look at MOUZ and you've got Zipix, you have Cyclone, you have such a strong support system and structure around the team. It would give you a lot of confidence. The only reason to doubt them at this moment would just be time, naturally.
Obviously, big chip on their shoulders to try to get back to where they were a year ago. Long gone is that MOUZ. Will this be the 5 that gets them back there? Just pistols to churn through here on round 11. CZ comes through on the fake reload, but it's still able to pounce on Spinks fast enough. Trade's good. Xerxin smoked off from the other 4, and Zelex's MP9 down and dusted. There's the lineup they were waiting for. All you needing, really, one individual to catch the multi-kill. It'll be Xerxin in this round. And so number 11 is looking like MOUZ's once again.
Might have got a little hairy if it wasn't all 3 kills. With a minute up, bomb on his back, Zika is going to walk in through spawn and keep the CTs guessing a little bit. Torzi's been a shrewd presence on the op. It's been hard to trick him. But we'll see if he's in tune with the timings. There is, you know, the elephant in the room is the open A site, and he's starting to think about it now.
Gets onto the line in time, but flustered off of it with a quick spam from Zika. Torzi's just going to play it patient. Let PR catch up to him for a second. Zika's looking to press into this op, but the flash doesn't really go deep enough. He's still in front of it. Lineup could have been there, but it's an instant headshot from PR, and that's what you hope he brings to the table on the brink of double digits this half alone. That is his 9th as we have MOUZ in the lead.
Yeah, they kind of simply hold it together on this round. As we move into the last, money's not an issue for them. All they needed to do was a closeout. And I think Senka has just been honestly making them angry with every time he hears somebody reloading, he's right there behind the smoke ready to push.
I think that plays into his stat that the Desk brought up where it's like he has twice as many, what was it? Just an absurd amount of MAC 10 kills compared to AK. And so, throw him at the problem. He's happy to do so. Sanji 2.0, Maui said.
Yeah, Sanji levels.
Sanji on the rocks. And not shaken at the moment, up versus MOUZ. Still, again, playing to his strengths, but you'll find no contact in middle. Xerxin not willing to overstep just yet through cave. As everything left of this T side is set up outside of the B site for the Nuclear Tigers. Looking for that 6th round on the attack. Torzi given an angle.
Oh my
Zika
goodness.
peeks into it.
Torzi's going to be mad about that. Flash to get him off the ankle. He just walks right back into it.
Full confidence. Now down a man. Lineup's good. You get the spray back as a reaction. And at 45 seconds, it's going to be that blind rotate back over towards A main instead.
They've let him have A. They've been very comfortable with it, but it did start on the pistol where the retake came in a little too slowly. A couple rounds have been compromised this way. It's a risk.
Flash to interrupt it, but the Opper's not blind. Zika on the angle is just going to put the quick kill in the bag, and with it, the bomb plant. So very nicely out-positioned. Slow and steady in this round in contrast to some of the others we got out of them, but they're going to finish this one in convincing fashion. 5 players up in the post plant. Poor Zelex tasked with an impossible retake. And that A bomb site, just the source of success throughout this T side for the Nuclear Tigers, not letting MOUZ's lead be long-lived.
For me, French Counter-Strike has always stood out in somewhat of similarities to Danish Counter-Strike. There's always been a passion for the game inside of the French scene. There's been a lot of talent coming out of France, some of the best players in the world. It's always been like a force to be reckoned with in that department, and I think like their play style has been a really nice mix of being extremely aggressive, but at the same time also having quite the tactical depth. talking NBK was always like a pivotal asset to whatever team we would be playing in France. The likes of Kines has kind of the same story. Kines was also brought up inside of very games. I think I played against Kines in his first official ever in Counter-Strike. Talking Shox, he's always been part of the good teams whenever they're on the rise. Shox has always had some kind of godfather role within the teams, like a guy that has guided the young players coming into, and you know, that's just like a cool story for MBK and Kines in that department. The funny story with me and Apex is that we were rivals for a long, long time. He and myself, we shared the same kind of role. He was probably the more aggressive of the two of us. We got to reunite inside of Vitality. He had obviously taken up another role of him being an Indian leader. He had this obsession with having a soldier, which didn't fit my playstyle also. And that is what you see now with the likes of Flames, you know, and it works for him, so let's be honest, it's a great asset. Apex's IGL style is, in my opinion, the perfect fit. He understands and wants to try and utilize his players in the best possible way. Like, he recognizes and wants to figure out what strengths does my player have. And he's exceptionally good at reading the game. Not so much like in the micro decision, but more like in broad picture. Like, he always tries to be one step ahead. He has like the same kind of leadership that Glaive had. Like, he was working off the system, where Apex has maybe created the system. The Paris major was obviously unique. We knew how much it meant to the organization being French. We had the CEO coming on stage and lifting a trophy and crying. Obviously that was very nice. And we were winning his first major in Vitality in Paris. I mean, like, that's like a Cinderella story in itself. Coming into the grand final, we were standing outside. I remember that I just said to the guys, like, I'm just not losing today. You know, I just made that very clear for them. And I knew that if I could go out and be so confident about my feelings, then that would spark something within them. I was so close to my own goal, and we were so close to the team goal of winning the Paris major. There wouldn't be a world where we would fumble this one. They had this streak going for them right now. They have won 6 tournaments in a row. It's got to be something within them that thinking that they want to try and beat our record back in Astralis as being the greatest team of all time. I mean, when a team is doing so good, it creates a lot of possibilities to create some really nice storylines, and there's no doubt that Vitality is also in a position now where they can start doing that. That will just spark something in some of the young players coming out of France. You know, the Counter-Strike in France is not that big in the common knowledge, but I think that's also changing now. We've seen the president going out talking about Vitality, and he's been wearing like a Vitality shirt and everything, so we see it with 3D Max, you know, a full French team, a team that has been grinding the living hell out of last season. There's players, you know, that's been around for a while, but there's also a couple of new guys in there.
A wobbly start to the CT side here for MOUZ. Opened the door for the Nuclear Tigers, who then made Shermo to jam their foot into it in that final round of T-play. Definitely some moments where MOUZ are just straight up out-positioned, and it comes from the confident play of Nuclear Tigers. So they'll switch over to the defense of their map pick and try to put this one to the quick 1-0 start.
Yeah, and McHugh's had basically just a dream start to this game. Lots of highlights, a 1-on-3. Put up tons of impact on that T side. Hard work left now for MOUZ.
Torzy's op has been online so far this game. Xertion to the top of the scoreboard for the MOUZ camp. Second pistol could be critical here for MOUZ. Don't let it come down to the final 0.15 seconds. Zelex, double headshot. Just left and right in middle. Tears both sides of the hold apart. And then PR's going to win his 1v1 inside of the cave. Nice jiggle with the bomb carrier, but the Beretta's still thriving within that. Get away with both those frags. Zelex is tucked in perfectly. And then as he comes out for his third kill in the round, it is all pressure on Zika to ace this one.
Yeah, Zelex a bit of an assassin on this round. Very little space to work with inside mid. Perfect off the angles. Leaving Zika in a very tight spot. I mean, he's walking around the back of A main. I'm just not seeing a lot of odds for him right now. Spinks is watching this. They have donut control. They have full control of the site. I mean, could it become any more impossible?
Berettas versus Berettas on the duel, and it's the Shadow that's going to give him away. So, yeah, the jig is up for Zika. Nice triple kill for him in the pistol, but that is all Zelex. That deep push into the red room, catching the rotator off guard, completely opening the door for the bomb to exit, get out of there, and guarantee at least another pistol here for MOUZ.
No, that was outstanding. 4 on the round for Zelex with a closing kill. Insane to take apart this crossfire. Perfect lurk. It is just picture perfect.
Brings that one home and puts MOUZ back in that 1-round lead. It's the biggest lead they've held so far in this series. Safe to say Nuclear Tigers stepping up to the challenge. What world would MOUZ fumble this one? USPs go flying down the ramp, and Xertion's gonna get overwhelmed. Ayuki with a second.
Still going.
And then his teammate tries to swing out wide to get the better of the majority. It's gonna be 3 up for MOUZ, 8-6 the lead.
Always fun to play CT side, even at a disadvantage. I'm sure they don't want to let those T rounds go to waste, however. They'll fork middle. There's not a single CT here holding. A lot of CTs nearby. They're trying to spot for that donut cross in case it gets smoked. And another great spray at Zelix.
Still cautious on the approach. Flauser with 1 and a second. But Xertion, the third piece of the donut approach, is the one to make the space. PR activates. Ooh. Nice flank, held off. And with that, PR tries to get active towards the red room. Zika's gonna put him down and then quick reposition. But another smoke meets him.
Not a fun spot. You have an op. There's so much to lose. It is a, potentially winnable 1-on-2, but no kid on him. And again, there's too much at stake, so he'll have to back off of this. It was just kind of great for MOUZ, the style of round they put together, taking over mid control. All the Nuclear Tigers ready to fight into mid control through donut, but Zelix has been a difference maker so far early on in this T side. Another opener for him.
And PR puts a couple nails in the coffin as well with that clean hold on the flank. Fast time to kill for PR all map long. It's those instant headshots in the MOUZ jersey. Make sure things can't unravel. We'll see what Zika can do. Freed up to be the hero op this round. MP9 next to him in Senka. A couple of upgraded pistols and some utilities to use, but really has to be the op as the star of the show here in round 16.
Oof, doesn't get better than that.
Yeah.
I mean, that was almost solely PR's nade.
Spam just slightly off the mark. That is that MP9. And it's going to reveal itself. Not trying to hide it. Senka with a slight fallback into 5-7, or no, Deagle in front of him. We get this mid push at the same time, slowly moving downwards. Zelix concerned about A main. It's going to open the door for the op to climb up. We'll see what Zelix does in terms of coming back at this. Yeah, Ops found its angle. Oh, a second out of Zika. Ayuki with the 5-7 over towards ledge. Now it's man advantage, but Torzi's got it back by 1 already. And these CTs are going to want those guns while MOUZ takes a look at the bomb site. Molotov will keep you stuck inside of the cave, and Torzi's window of opportunity to plant in full effect. They've really realized where this threat remains, and they will try to avoid it by playing long in the post plant.
And these would be two players who are on the previous lineup to be totally comfortable in a situation like this. Perfect spots, great plant, no way in for Ayuki. But at least an off on the way out. Looked like Zelix took an extra second to come in through elbow, or that would have been a little bit of an easier situation.
It's a great attempt from the Nuclear Tigers. Again, placing the little they had in the right position, finding that appropriate timing.
Terrorists win.
But another one added to the scoreboard here for MOUZ. Zika getting that second shot off by milliseconds. And again, just good threat assessment from MOUZ to know that they should just push up forward into the site. Flauser going through the smoke like that, nowhere near his teammate as he just took that Hail Mary attempt on his own. It was all about saving the op for the next one, and Zika's gonna have his paws on it once more. Nades this time interrupt Flauser. He is lucky to be alive here in round 17. 5 health left over, and still a big responsibility to try to duel out in middle. But you'd think he gets easily swept under the rug if he sticks around, so now he's just got to flee. Teammates up inside of the red room. And that op drawn forward in Zika's hands.
Doesn't seem like something they're totally ready for, but Zika's got too many things to worry about to just focus here. Oh, another great opener for Zelix.
Caught off by Ayuki, somewhat. That's going to be Zelix down to 10 health. Flauser activates, and from the bottom of that health bar, still able to catch a kill. Torzi's going to finish off what was started by the frag grenades the very beginning of the round, and it all becomes about finding Zika. Torzi not going to skip a single step in that protocol, moves it cautiously up over the ledge, and secures MOUZ's 11th.
I said, you're not going to beat us in our own studio. We'd have to call you the Hamburglers.
Okay. It's a very red room. And I'm not talking ancient.
Money's tight. But there's still odds here for Nuclear Tigers. They've got an op to use.
Ooh, catching you on the aggression. Flauser just the one and done. Expecting that ramp push, but not able to stop it. McHughes wins the duel versus Zershin, takes man advantage into the Nuclear Tigers' hands. They're going to go down swinging if they are to go down.
This round could be over in this next op shot if it's good.
Oh, but they bait it out.
Don't do that, repeat.
Senka catching the headshot on Spinks. Torzi winning the off duel, and Zelix gonna try to claw this back into the realm of possibility. But they stay separated. Smoke in front of the donut player.
Oh, that's kind of crazy. It could be a great smoke. It's just gonna preoccupy them. They've got the flank coming in slowly. Zelix maybe gets caught off. It's a matter of timing.
He's been pretty cautious when it comes to considering these timings, but
thing is, though,
T-spawn
with the donut smoke means they could have pushed up and through window. They have to worry about that. It could be the A play, but they aren't going to see anything right away.
I like that Ayuki goes through the mid-smoke before it fades.
They just don't believe. Oh, no, he's
Wow,
changing
he's
routes. Yeah, they're starting to doubt themselves. That smoke did so much. It's another great moment for Zelix as they get this bomb down.
Oh, they still don't know. Only realizing now, and already an open door for Zelix to take over the CT spawn.
Crazy line for him to take here. He's got Torzi behind, but he's kind of putting all the emphasis on himself to get the kill. If no one comes in this direction, though, they've opened up a new post-plant position to use. Torzi can run to CT after an op shot.
Torzi remains of 2 minds.
Playing right into their hands.
Here's the approach from Donut. Flash goes beyond. Damn near collateral. Ayuki with the trade kill. And now it's all about finding Zelix, as Ayuki's going to consider this as, what, A main? Tries to tuck in behind the box. This crazy angle from Zelix, but he's got to come wide, and he'll do so in the final second. Plays it down to the wire and posts MOUZ's 12th.
I mean, kind of just an insane map from Zelix so far. Lots of quality impact starting off on the T-pistol, where they really haven't looked back. This is now a 6-round game. It's a game that no longer looks like it was ever close, somehow.
Flawless second half will do that for you. But that's smoke inside of Donut. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, tricked them completely. I mean, even them rerouting their retake to go through Donut was exactly what MOUZ wanted.
Quick move from Ayuki into cutout. It's going to be Zelix on the attack. Oh, Spinks for the first one. And Flauser on the retreat. Gets back around his corners, closer towards the A site, set ablaze. Spinks is going to be happy to take up this space, I think. Yeah, into Donut he'll go. Now it's going to be a compromised position for the CTs, feeling that pressure.
Haven't really shown us that they can play from behind here, or in any position, honestly, on CT's side. But after losing mid, they come right back into it.
They announce their intentions. Xertion flies wide into the duel and gets away with his. Donut player reactivates and Spinks, and now it's going to fall on Senka 6 and 16 in a 1v3, crossing his fingers that MOUZ will make the mistake of just stepping into this bomb site. You can see them playing options at the moment. Hitting that pause button with 45 seconds on this clock. They are on the brink of a flawless T-side run to close out the Nuclear Tigers map pick. Really putting this game upside down as to the first half happened. The aggression of Nuclear Tigers' attack did have MOUZ on their toes.
I mean, really impressive here for MOUZ. No matter how it started, it just couldn't have ended any better from the perspective of individuals or the calls. With no responses here from Nuclear Tigers. Senka's got to do a 1-on-3 from a 6 and 16 scoreline.
Pop shot whizzes by, and the rifles will chew him apart. So there we have it secured on the 13-6 scoreline. MOUZ's first T-side outing of the season is one that is flawless and bodes real well for this Fresh Five's chances here at Bounty.
That is exactly how you would want to start a best of 3 here. Your first one with a new lineup, Maui. It looked good for them. You know, we were always saying when there's a new roster change up off the back of player breaks, sometimes you come up against the unexpected, and the unexpected can happen. This time around, not really. MOUZ just played it quite beautifully.
We definitely could see some of the discomfort from the MOUZ side on that CT side. From the get-go, I felt like Nuclear Tigers was actually making a little bit of a run for it with the way they were able to go up, what, 5 and 3 at one point on that offensive half. They caught off MOUZ a couple of times with some light misdirection plays, again, going to their explosive style, but sometimes just having that extra guy that pushes a smoke with a great timing to cut off rotations. But then when MOUZ got onto the T side, completely different story. We saw the activation of Zelix. We saw how the game plans as well through some of the rounds, which I'm sure we could talk about later, were able to play in MOUZ's favor. But Nuclear Tigers, they had one half down here, Nat, but the second, that was a different story.
Yeah, and I mean, it was also the half you were talking about that one would do well for Nuclear Tigers, and also was that question mark for MOUZ. You're like, that's where they really fell off on their old roster, right? Where exactly were they going to be able to pick up the pieces coming into this one? So it is a little bit of a heartbreak on the side of Nuclear Tigers to be having such a good earlier part. But was there a specific round, a specific moment, Maui, where you're like, oh, dang, I could really see this team forcing so much more of MOUZ's hands?
Well, I really thought that they were going to parlay round number 8 with Mikuse's 1v3 into something a little bit better. So we did grab that, and this was just a moment of brilliance. I think the opening kill here, the one tap from Mikuse, was just showing the comfort he has playing from his bedroom. Okay, yeah, maybe it doesn't happen like this in a LAN studio, but I'm going to still enjoy it regardless. The way he's able to find the timing through the smoke to get Spinks, and then to get the final kill as well. 4K on the round, 1v3 in total. There were little flashes like this for some of the players from the Nuclear Tiger side. They were just far and few between, and unfortunately, none of that really happened on the CT side. We only got those glimpses when they were on the offense.
Yeah, and then a look can be said to the fact that, you know, where they were playing for themselves. I do love it. You're like, oh, maybe that's just the comfort of his bedroom. But hopefully one day we do get to see them on LAN, see how they perform. Of course, going down one map here in a single elimination best of 3, it means they're not in good positions. But for MOUZ getting to come out with their roster, we always said it. Where exactly are these two new players going to be for themselves? Where exactly are they going to land? And for me, PR looked great. He looked fantastic and kind of lived up to a lot of what you were hoping he would do, considering he was on that academy team. Had to spend the year on Gamer Legion and then come back and still show himself.
Without a doubt, PR looked super smooth again for the side of MOUZ. I mean, well, not again. This is his first foray into the main roster. But yeah, the bomb site defenses were really solid, usually able to get his. But then on T side, you really saw the newcomer to Tier 1 in Zelix. We saw a little bit of him earlier on this year. Now he's here to stay, and I'm glad that he was able to punctuate the second half and this map with his presence, because his entries were key. The way he was able to play the 1v1 on the A bomb site was super solid as well. If you have Zelix being able to activate in those ways, to get that mid space so frequently, to have a chance to play off of his teammates when fighting for the most imperative part of map control, then you're going to see him play to this level, hopefully more often. And I would say that these are MOUZ are in good hands right now. I really am surprised by the fact that, yes, this is one map against Nuclear Tigers, but even just going back to last season, how little they actually felt like they lost once they actually just kind of started toying with and tinkering with their roster in different iterations.
Yeah, I want to go back to Zelix that you're talking about there. You were right. We did see him a little bit earlier this year. Where's your personal grace period where you're like, oh, he's not really new anymore? Because right now we're still putting in that conversation. New to Tier 1, new to MOUZ, even though he did get a couple of tournaments with them. Does it end at Tournament 3? Does it continue on a little bit longer, especially because they brought in PR2?
Usually I give a player about 3 months before I make a more decided judgment. Unless the eye test is so bad, then I'll just call it as I see it. The eye test is not so bad for Zelix, okay? There are players that I just feel like are disasters waiting to happen. I think maybe some people that have been following me for a while know some of those names I'm referring to. That's not what's happening here on MOUZ, okay? I like what I get from Zelix in doses. Maybe stringing a whole series together against a Tier 1 team is a bit of a rarity for him, but when he's against an opposition of this caliber, like Nuclear Tigers, I mean, definitely shows why he made it onto this roster. I see why they put so much faith into him here. So I'd definitely say the jury's still out on how much of a long-term solution or piece he's going to be for the future of MOUZ, but I'm glad that they're investing even more time into him because he's already showing up in number 1 of Season 2.
Yeah, it's looking great for those new players, but there is still that burden, right, on your in-game leader, how you're going to adjust to being able to bring new players under your wing, but also how you're going to fill the footsteps of being an IGL. Exertion here, Maui, is that question, was he going to step up? Was he going to be able to make it? Would his performance take a dip? What's your general judgment after one map here?
Well, he definitely looked great on this one. I'm constantly shocked. I mean, Scrawny brought it up on the cast about how it felt like Exertion's performance once he swapped to being the in-game leader, that it would be unsustainable for him to reach these kinds of numbers. I mean, I don't know when it's going to stop. I mean, I think it only stops when he plays the best teams in the world, in which case that might just be the ceiling of the team hitting him as opposed to his own individual ability. I don't really see this Exertion. I don't understand it. I'll be real. I don't quite understand how you can be this effective as an individual player, how you haven't really tapered off yet, wall calling a game that I don't think is really any worse than it was when Brolin was the head honcho for this roster. So I'm extremely impressed by Exertion. He's the only player on MOUZ for me this year that is in my top 20 at present for 2026, and I'm constantly surprised that Exertion's able to maintain this level because it just doesn't feel like it's slowing down. It doesn't make sense. Like everything in Counter-Strike logic from a decade of watching has always told me and pundits, everybody, that when you swap to the in-game leader, you're gonna see like a 20% hit in your own individual performance. I think Exertion might have gotten better. Like arguably he might have gotten better, and that's a super big surprise.
I was going to ask if the jury was still out on that verdict, but I feel like it's very much come back. It's a unanimous decision when it comes to that one there for you, Mao. You got quite passionate over it, but it's nice. And then we're going to see exactly what MOUZ are going to be able to do for themselves when we do get to Nuke. But before that, we do want to have a look at Polymarket, right? The official prediction market here. And one that's been interesting is, will Blast Bounty in Season 2 have any maps that go 13-0? And I've got to defer to you here, Maui. What do you think? the odds? Where would you put your prediction? Is it really that high?
Ooh, I would say, yeah, about 30% chance. I think every successive, I think it's got to happen in the opening series, okay? If it's going to happen at all, it's going to be in the first the first round of matchups, that is. So I'm trying to think of what matchup it's most likely to happen, but I don't really think that any of the teams playing are bums. I don't think that anybody is truly just a giga bum. And I think that, funnily enough, the teams that are on the weaker side have gotten a little bit lucky that they can maybe squeak out a round win. I think the one match, okay, I'll say the one map I will watch out for, OG Spirit. If it's gonna happen at all, is OG Spirit for me. Yeah, so keep your eyes peeled.
Well, that's why I'm surprised it's that high. I would have put it maybe closer towards the 20%, because I think when I was watching the draft show, I think a lot of teams got opponents that they were quite happy with. And even just the matches today, whether it's going to a map 3 or feels like they've been forcing comebacks a lot, Maui, it's like actually a 13-0 does not feel that likely on the cards.
I don't think it's ever going to be likely. Even if you have the ranked 70th team in the world versus the number 4 team in the world, even then it doesn't really always happen. Saying that even from experience, being on the ranked 70th team in the world roughly at one time in my life, we still didn't lose 13-0 almost ever. So it's just, no, it's actually rather unlikely in any circumstance.
That elusive goose egg there. Well, look, we'll see if it does happen at all. I don't think it's going to be happening in this series, because whilst map 1 had a lot to deliver, we've got to see if Nuke is going to live up to that expectation just after this break. we get to look forward towards Nuke here, and of course it was Ancient that was the pick for Nuclear Tigers, and so now Nuke being MOUZ's pick. Maui, we're expecting it to be maybe a little bit more dominant, something that MOUZ has been practicing more in that off-season.
It's a map that Exertion surprisingly took in stride when he became the in-game leader of MOUZ. Not something that you would normally pin on a brand new in-game leader to be competent at calling on Nuke, but I just think Exertion understands how he wants to set up Zelix when taking space, how he wants to work in tandem with Zelix as they fight for that outside yard area, and we just saw how their T-side looked on Ancient. I mean, it was a complete blowout in the favor of MOUZ. They played so many different situations so well, and so I do in fact think the series will end here.
And Nuke does feel like a harder map to be able to do that running and gunning strategy you talked about for Nuclear Tigers, but is there any way in which you could see them combat it a bit more when it does come to that CT side?
I would say that the great aspect of Nuclear Tigers, which you saw them try to activate this on Ancient, although it played right into MOUZ's hand, is that they don't always just sit on their heels. When they lose an opening pick on the defense, they will try to re-aggress for space, which I think is imperative for a map like Nuke. If you lose outside yard, you go down 4v5, you need to get something back. You can't just hope and pray, because that's not going to do you any good against the well-oiled, well-orchestrated finishers of a MOUZ team. And so I do think that Nuclear Tigers will show how they want to get back into rounds, but I don't think it's going to do them too much good. But you might see them put a couple rounds on the board. So that's all I really can hope for on Nuclear Tigers. Can they execute that second stage of a round to at least make some of them competitive?
Yeah, and we're hoping to see it happen in a fashion that isn't necessarily on an individual having to win a 1v3, right? I mean, that would be the other silver lining of getting to have the chance and opportunity to play up against a tier 1 team if you're Nuclear Tigers, is can we win rounds as a team? We don't have to rely on one player coming in clutch for us.
I would hope that Nuclear Tigers has a little bit more in store for the teamwork elements on this kind of map, because you just need to throw caution to the wind. You need to run a lot of different aggressive setups. If I see Nuclear Tigers run the first 2 gun rounds in like the standard default, where it's just one guy really fighting outside along with a guy kind of fighting for mini, they're just going to lose this game. I have seen them on the maps that they like to run a variety of CT side setups. They will assemble different boosts, they'll break some smokes here and there to try to find some ins on rounds, but I just don't think Nuke has always really been a strong map in their wheelhouse. I don't think it's really a comfort one for them. They do play it, yes, but I think this is where MOUZ just shows that there are levels in World Counter-Strike.
Yeah, 100%. But we'll see exactly how that does play out. If caution is going to be thrown to the wind, if variety comes out, and of course it is going to be Scrawny and Launders that take us through Nuke.
You know, throw caution out the window. I always say get crazy, Mohan. That's kind of my...
He does say that a lot.
That's my mantra. Let's get crazy. The odds ever more skewed in MOUZ's favor. That's the prediction because, well, now map up. You've survived the Nuclear Tigers map pick. Why the hell wouldn't you be backing MOUZ in this one after they have proven, Mo, that they've got what it takes with a flawless T-side nonetheless?
I have full confidence right now that we'll only see more good things from MOUZ. There's not really much reason to doubt them. It feels like if there was going to be any issues that you wouldn't have to worry about, it'd be at the beginning of the map. That's sort of what we saw.
You'd think.
They stood up to a very strong-looking Nuclear Tigers out of the gate, a confident-looking team that is supposed to come in and try to steal one away from one of the strongest rosters that are here at the Bounty. They couldn't do that. They, in fact, couldn't even come close. And so, well, I think MOUZ are going to look warmed up, ready to go. Should have a great time here on Nuke.
Just the nature of the way they end that first map, it's just a quick reminder, it was 4-1 for Nuclear Tigers once upon a time. And that strong start was really just all they had in that first map, was those first 5 rounds of success. And that's made by a wishy-washy pistol back and forth. So win this one, we'll talk about it. But right now, MOUZ trying to roll with the momentum from that previous T-side. Instead, all you'll find is a 2v5 post plant here on Nuke. Is it enough? Fast moves from McHugh, comes wide with the Berettas for another headshot. And with that one, we've got the CTs picking up the pistol victory. Plenty of time to defuse this time around.
That's true. But it was MOUZ who ran out of time last time. A good start, but a pistol win from Nuclear Tigers doesn't mean much. MOUZ were excellent when it came to forcing down previously. This will be no different, of course, with the bomb plant and on T side, no less. But still, a great round. Highly active and cohesive here for the Nuclear Tigers. Oh, Zika's got an op.
When have you ever seen this go wrong?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very high-risk round out of Nuclear Tigers. They know the force-ups coming in. There's a potential. I mean, are they going to walk out into ops right now with the buy that they have? This is very risky.
In his career is insane.
Wow.
The moneymaker.
In his career.
This is one of those rounds where he does
man,
indeed have...
What's the op going to do here? They're really relying on the other rifles.
M4 from heaven, it's a one and done. Did the M4 fall? Zelex's Galil catches the headshot. Flauzer's lineup is going to make a world of difference because you know there was that sinking feeling in their stomach trying to get that Zika op into the retake. But the bomb's not even down just yet, so no retake needed for the moment. Spink's backside's going to catch the op off guard. You know this last player in Torzi was over towards Hut, and he tries to get that Galil back underway, but Senka's made a career of this. Double MP9 kill in this one, and make sure that that op can get grabbed.
It was in heaven.
Damn.
It was in heaven, so they can't...
Irretrievable.
I mean, that's about as bad as it gets. They invested so much into that, and even though they win, they don't get to keep it in the end. Took a risk from peeking up there, didn't get a kill with his peek, and how come the op didn't fall forward? He was right at the lip of that ledge.
Counter-terrorists win.
Gravity can be fickle.
I thought you could count on it. I mean, it's what gets us all in the end.
It's true, man. Not me, though, Mo.
You're better than gravity, really.
Yep. That's why 3D Max cut him.
Get that.
See ya.
Oh.
Yeah, there's an AK on the field, buddy. You've learned the hard way, and Surgeon's Tech 9 shows no hesitation in just slamming his way out through that squeaky smoke. PR's Desert Eagle 1v3. Did you hear about it? Oof. No, you didn't, because it was only one of the three. And so to survive for the Nuclear Tigers, we've got a very electric start to this pace. But for now, that's going to be 3-0 up.
It's 3-0 up, but you will still obviously get another investment here from MOUZ. That was one AK doing a lot in that last round. Plus, they get the 3 kills. They know money's on a knife's edge here for Nuclear Tigers. They're not through the woods just yet, but it is the better start compared to Ancient.
They never cut gravity.
Okay.
Just hallucinating.
Then you're not better than him.
Damn it. Not today. And probably not tomorrow. Couple nades for Zelex to have to stomach. He'll be looking to get back to the impressive form that we got out of him back on Ancient.
Flauser looks like Jaden Smith.
Okay. That's a hard one to say. You never know what Jaden's looking like on a day-to-day basis.
I bet he can't moonwalk either.
McHugh's keeping his head down as Flauser's now dead. Molotov's gonna get him active, and that is as clean as you could ask. Torzi, the victim of the headshot. Oh, Zelex is gonna go down empty-handed, and Ayuki activates for one. Senka's gonna get dropped in the middle of all of that. Oh, but PR's headshots just keep on coming. He has 3 kills into this round. He is the reason there's a hope here for MOUZ.
He's reading the flash works out really well. Azika will catch him falling back. Spinks on the upper floor, wishing he was outside already.
Yeah, that's the bomb.
Running now at this.
So Spinks' hand will be forced to cross over and try to grab that bomb. How does he figure out this crossfire? Oh, insta-dink as well to have to deal with. So Zika, nicely done to just put this one on ice. Finishes the kill to PR after he collects 3. And then from that point on, it's a nice, easy finish for the 4-0 start.
It's a great round from PR, but it's also fantastic out of everyone on Nuclear Tigers. They've just got a lot of fighters, man. Game coming through again. You really had that I'm too old for this look.
Yeah. It's the in-game leader effect.
Well, Xertion doesn't feel like things are going to according to plan. I'd love to know why. Or is he just disappointed that they can't keep up on the trades?
PR's AK in front of that smoke. The only rifle for MOUZ in round 5. And it's not even what gets them their 1 ramp entry. Desert Eagle headshot out of Zelex. Tempo of the round taken into control by the Nuclear Tigers. And Senka, what are you up to? Presses into his opponents on the smoke. Falls back to the site as it fades.
Does just love a smoke, doesn't he?
Just can't help it. Loves a smoke, loves an MP9. And those two things go great together. No long barrel to stick through and give you away. He'll just tuck into the vents and wait out Spinks, but that's not always an easy game. Problem here for MOUZ is that bomb possession. It's for the CTs over towards the ramp. Ooh, but the Tech-9 does blindside Senka.
Should not be an issue with the bomb in the position that it is.
Shouldn't be.
Got 3 CTs ready for them if they come forward in the ramp. Oh my goodness.
Xertion kills Zika. Fire's gonna keep him out of this. He's down to 12 health and the AK's behind him. Yeah, there we go. Nice frag grenade from Flauser to make sure things don't get any weirder. 5-0, the CT start. You know, I think the real advantage is not MOUZ playing on LAN, but these are the first air conditioners I've ever seen behind a European player. That's the buff.
Maybe they're not turned on yet, then.
Oh, that's what I
gotta plug them in.
Oh, I thought Torzi was going to get slammed by that aggression, but instead reacts quick enough. Both Oppers finding an opening kill.
And just sort of a position where there was nothing to be scared about because they didn't even see anybody. Just looked like a great flicking response.
Getting away with the cross outside, though. We see 2 CTs stacking up downstairs. Ooh, Senka with an M4. Turns out he can use it. Fast headshot, man advantage secured. The chase is on from MOUZ. PR quick to it as Senka gets a second in this round. Stomping his fallback, however. They never confirmed that Xertion was actually there. And so Xertion's going to catch Senka entirely off guard.
The bomb's still in lower. Gets a little too antsy.
Weird.
Yeah, definitely. Timings are being opened up as Zico looks around. That'll get him killed.
Op battle inside lobby. How awkward. Heaven player catches the bomb scrambling out. And Flauser, stays posted, but like you said, audio given over. And Torzi locks in on the kill to clutch out 1v1 and give MOUZ their first.
Could have made that a little more interesting if he either stayed up there or dropped down. But I think the one play he chose was exactly what Torzi was hoping for, coming into a 1v1 with the op. And it was looking like a perfect round out of Senka, except just leaving his position if he stayed inside of the vents and just covered things naturally. That would have been a layup. Now we'll see if it matters for Nuclear Tigers. They still have a 5-1 lead.
Keep that economic pressure on MOUZ with just TigeRES being the sole survivor last round. It's an expensive rebuy here for the attack. And Zika quick to put this op on a deep ramp angle. We get the flashes out towards Squeaky Door, so the rumblings towards the A site. It's gonna get dropped though. Neither defender coming up with anything other than damage towards the ramp.
And this is the MOUZ classic. They get the tiniest bit of leverage, and then the next round looks like they've been winning all game. Very tough spot for Nuclear Tigers, who have used up a lot of money, even in the rounds they've won.
They try to double up at the base of the ramp. And MOUZ hit that pause button in anticipation of some kind of Hail Mary moment, because in this 2v5, Nuclear Tigers have to get something going. And now within that pause, all of MOUZ are on the retreat back towards lobby for the A floor. Slow to the chase, but still behind them. Surely somebody watches the flank here for MOUZ. But that flank doesn't actually ever come to fruition. Senka's just going to lock into the corner on the Galil, and this will be the save called. 2 players left up as MOUZ will go back-to-back round wins.
And again, massive leverage. Not just a round win, it's won decisively. Everybody alive in op to use in the following. Very regrettable moment here for Nuclear Tigers. They couldn't put up more of a defense. And it genuinely does get a little bit nerve-wracking for them.
New bomb mechanics changes everything, particularly on this map of Nuke. Surviving in all these new places, Mo. Can you believe after all this time we've changed the bomb?
Yeah, what's next? The Zeus range?
Sure. What is next? You never know. You really never know what's next, huh? Just keep it coming, that's all I ask. Counter-Strike, now with pets.
The Neopets collab would go crazy.
I mean, we literally have Jackass in the game now. We've got Halo, Battlefield. Let me dangle a Labubu off my gun, huh?
Okay, all right.
Is that still a thing?
Can't take you seriously right now.
Is that
Say that again?
A Labubu. Oh, mine's so rare. Is that a Pokemon?
Anything but magic, huh? Yes.
I'm not making it about me. I'm just gonna make fun of other hobbies. Careful now. Deagle in the pocket, rifle up in the rafters, scout on the field.
It's thorough.
It could have been, but unfortunately here for the Nuclear Tigers, everybody drops empty-handed except for Senka. Yet again, this guy, eclectic in his gun usage. It's gonna be the Galil for 2, upgrade to the AK-47, and a chance at a reposition if he wants to go for this Ace 1v4.
You never know what this guy's thinking, I'll tell you that much.
That's the hard part, right? To pin him down, but doesn't have a kit for the play, and so that will be another round added to the tally for MOUZ.
I've really reined this one in. Off of just one clutch. And now we'll sort of see what kind of damage they can do off of that clutch if this is going to be a half that they simply don't look back in again.
First 5 rounds of Ancient also looked to be all for the Tigers.
Terrorists win.
Oh. shots out there on that A site. But MOUZ just chewed through him so quick. We get a timeout for the Nuclear Tigers. Trying to find a solution to this onslaught. How is PR's MOUZ debut going in your mind, Mohan?
McDonald's.
What?
I'm loving it.
Oh, okay.
Almost killed the old man over here. It's good. Looks good in red.
Okay.
Psych.
Not bad.
Looks very comfortable. Does, like, stylistically feel like a pretty natural fit. Aim looks sharp. I like that. That's one more tool that they can use, and I like a team that has sort of untapped potential. It brings me back to the first iteration of MOUZ as soon as they graduated from the NXT lineup.
Solid first contact on Zelex, but nothing else thereafter to the favor of the Tigers. And Zershin damn near catching Flauser on the fallback. He knows he's stuck behind Unbreakable. Trying to burn him out, gonna force that utility and also force an assist from his teammates. That's a lot of attention outside while we do get this move downstairs, now going uncontested because of the distraction that Zershin was able to offer.
Yeah, they thought they were doing a lot of good by trying to save him, but it was all a ruse. MOUZ move quickly, they know what they want, and they realize that there are a couple CTs preoccupied and one of them very low.
Man, so decisive.
You gotta save, and the thing is, that's not guaranteed. Look who's waiting for you. Flauser's in a good spot to get the kill. Oh, but he doesn't have HP.
Spinks dropped after the one. That's the exit protocol secured for the Nuclear Tigers.
I mean, love that Zershin's going to try to make this even more painful. Very vulnerable spot now for Nuclear Tigers. All they want is to go into the next round and be able to just get some kits. A fully recovered half here for MOUZ.
Just another moment where they turn it upside down. You let one round go to the scoreboard via clutch. They don't show hesitation from that point on. Flawless ever since. Nuclear Tigers trying to hang on to this lead in the final 3 rounds of play. Threatening tempo to the upper site, blowing the door off its hinges, and showing a little bit of presence here is Spinks. Now we've got that Torzi op trying to inch its way towards Hut, but he also peels back from the engagement, and Senka's gonna get a smoke delivered in front of him to just play on top of. Flauser has had his hands full in some of these rounds, whether that's players crossing beyond the smokes or Zershin damn near killing him in the last round. But this one, a little more timid out of the MOUZ camp.
In terms of conditioning, I like that they're slow playing this a bit because it'd be Nuclear Tigers that now have to worry about potential outside cross, an upper hit, a ramp hit. Like, MOUZ have shown now a lot of options. It's time to make Nuclear Tigers sweat.
Nuclear Tigers offering up small pieces of info. Flauser making noise, going for the spam and catching Zelex. It's a nice silver lining, but you could see PR trying to like hone in on him. Trying to catch that kill. Instead, with the loss and with Spinks down on the vents already, it's another fast move towards this B site. We've had moments where MOUZ arrived to no contest. This round will be different. McHugh's top of control stairs. Oh, gets the damage in on the second. Zika's gone unnoticed, and so he'll kill Spinks on the exit out through decon door. Still a chance at the recovery as PR survives that. 11 damage done, and he will still catch a kill in the middle of it. Torzi turns attention towards decon as Senka stomps his way in. Second shot's a whiff, and there's the cover from Flauser. Fake plant out of PR. They'll swoop through, come in with another round win, and the Tigers up 6-4.
Crazy for PR to get out to control, get that kill, get the flash in to allow for a potential chance at the bomb plant. But without that second op shot, there was no chance that they could turn that into an ugly situation here for Nuclear Tigers, who do a great job outside. Even versus the slow play round, they find their pick off, they maintain control. This time their lower rotations were just much more hasty. And MOUZ thought they're going to be too slow again. They were wrong this time around. Nuclear Tigers adapt well.
It's a good adaptation that still calls on individual ability, and they get it. McCuse finding as much damage as he did. You could argue PR shouldn't have gotten away with as much as he did, but survived on 2 HP, given a chance at the clutch and denied. Instant timeout here for MOUZ, trying to make the most of what's left of this T side. So the man advantage will not be going down in vain. Tigers secure a round off of it. It's guns to the end for MOUZ. They've secured that much at least.
It's still lagging behind a little bit.
Yeah, this one's a doozy.
MOUZ are doing a lot. This could be desertion, obviously, on the lure. Oh, Zelix, actually. They completely compromise the upper site. It's all taken over. 2 going to heaven, and they go down as well.
My God, okay. 1 man left over. McCuse being hunted down. We've seen a lot of play from Flauser outside by Unbreakable, kind of getting pressure on that outer approach. This time, you never know with MOUZ. There's the total 180 quick sweep through that upper floor, and nobody stands a chance on the defense in the face of that aggressive pounce. And that is, of course, off of the tactical timeout from Cyclone. Quick move, confident move, and one that is banked on individual level that MOUZ simply put on full display.
Well, it's just a great set play. You kind of haven't seen 2 rounds that are too similar for MOUZ, or at least when it failed the second time, they've immediately abandoned the idea. So MOUZ will look to make this 6-6 at the end of the half.
Oh, this is old school.
This is what you used to see in CSGO, basically.
I was gonna say, when people are, oh, give me GOTV again. This is what you want? Nice rock solid defense. Yeah, it's tough to put your finger on the pulse of this game. I like the fact that the Nuclear Tigers last round of the CT side just kind of throw the Hail Mary at MOUZ and catch him unprepared. Which of the MOUZ players has the Skibbity Toilet avatar?
It's PR, of course.
Of course it is. Yes, of course it is.
Just kidding, I would have never guessed that.
It's always the entry. Well, the headshot machine. No need to overthink. He'll be on the hunt, and it's done. So just as convincing as MOUZ win the last round, Nuclear Tigers bounce back in the 12th of the half. Scoreline 6-6 as MOUZ will look to yet again sweep a game under the rug after the switching of the sides. Boomich remains posted now, no support.
Yeah, but with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my God, they're actually going to come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collapse.
Oh! Easy pickup for Na'Vi. I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. 5th player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down m80, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
Well, there's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and m80 is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh, my m80. 1 fake,
The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. m80, a pure 1v5. And as Ema tries to get out through that smoke, m80's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. Ema's looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? m80, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ema, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent m80.
The Flames and Dagster. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dagster left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dagster! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs, oh, beyond! Oh, welcome to Wonderland! They lock down that post plant like it's nothing!
$7-5 on the half for the Nuclear Tigers as they get an advantage over top of MOUZ. A MOUZ that were quiet in the first 5, found a nice streak of 4 rounds in the middle of all that, and really did kind of turn it on with a very varied playbook on that T side.
I think with the way it ends, you've got both teams kind of happy about how things went. You get, 7-5, a good comeback.
That's what we look for.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often at the end of a half, but I think we might be in a position where both teams are going to be, if MOUZ are smiling right now, I'm sure that Nuclear Tigers will feel the same. But they have looked quite serious on their cameras. You really can't doubt anybody these days. That's been true for now like a couple of years, but beginning of the season, that's just where the most upsets have happened historically.
You catch a team off of a fresh roster move, you catch a team coming out of the player break, and especially I think, we always talk about it, but with Bounty and some teams that take less of a break, knowing that the start of the season is such a great opportunity. Catch them while they're sleeping, I say, as McHughes yawns in this head-to-head versus a MOUZ playing on LAN in front of the roaring crowds of Hamburg.
Is that where hamburgers came from? Like, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hamburgers?
Right.
Yep. Fact. Not an American invention. The hamburger.
Wasn't invented by McDonald's?
I don't think so. Ronald would want you to believe otherwise. But I say never trust a man in face paint. Just the personal note. All right, welcome to 2013, folks. Zershin and Torzi, gonna keep this one clean. Again, remember, once they switched sides back on Ancient, didn't lose a round in that opening map. Zika's got the only kills for the Nuclear Tigers so far. At least here in the pistol. 1 versus 3 attempt.
A plant is a win.
It's actually crazy to try to cast off this. Zika down to 50 health. Ooh, trying to jump the fight down in through Hut. Chase him, and you'll catch the kill, but Spinks just finding enough of an angle through the Hut doorway to come through with a CT pistol victory and to cut down the Tigers' lead to only 1.
And this is where your stomach drops if you're Nuclear Tigers. Oh no, could it be happening again? We've got the CT side of MOUZ coming up on Nuke and losing the second pistol. It's a very familiar situation. Again, you could see that Colgate smile on PR's face at the beginning of this half. I think they still feel comfortable. They were tested, but not quite enough. And put together a lot of rounds that they, you know, can be proud of in that first half. To now bring this within one.
And that toilet just keeps on spinning.
Oh. TigeRES just searching with his M4, taken out by Zika on a scout. And it does open up lanes outside. Nade could be really well placed. It's quite a bit of damage.
Jump spot successful for Xerxin. Doesn't close the doors and climbs into the back of sight.
Not closing the doors is kind of nice because it becomes scary to cross by control side. It does actually somehow slow you down.
But no presence found elsewhere on the map. Spinks on watch, sees the utility come out through secret.
Yeah, they're spotted. 45 seconds, and it'll be final ideas now for Nuclear Tigers. Another peek and a bit of damage towards Spinks.
That's big. Down to 30 HP. He'll give up the position in heaven.
But they still, they kind of wish they didn't get spotted. They want to be able to take upper without MOUZ knowing about it.
Now it's CTs to smoke off main entrance, but they forego that heaven control, and so they know that this will be the avenue of attack at 20 seconds. Spinks has kept his head down, and as he pops up, he'll be finished off by McCuse. There's the sweep through from main, and in those final 15 seconds, it'll be the Nuclear Tigers to take over that A site. So they knew that the approach was incoming, but unfortunately here for MOUZ, can't quite handle it, and so A site falls, and the Nuclear Tigers pulling back ahead by 2.
MOUZ played for information extremely well this round. Got all the spots they were looking for, but it was actually still correct for them to go for heaven, put pressure on Spinks up there. There's no op in heaven, and they know they could scale up. They still had the ability to split. It was ultimately MOUZ feigning presence outside, but not having any way to punish it. Confident move here for Nuclear Tigers.
Terrorists win.
Don't know if they'll chalk this up to playing a little too passive or missing a couple of sprays. But either way, the opportunity was lost. We've got 2 MP9s to complement 2 M4s here for MOUZ. Oh, they might be walking into another scout shot if they're not careful.
Yeah, Xerxin didn't learn that lesson last round. TigeRES did. Spam not too far off, but nothing substantial. Already a player down in secret, and we can see CT's trying to react to this, moving pieces downstairs themselves.
Timing looked impeccable, but again, no damage. Be a little scary. I mean, there's a lot of CTs here now.
Oh, PR on arrival, MP9 in front of him in TigeRES' hands, and it's a one and done from both of the B players.
Oh,
Senka catching Xerxin. That is the most awkward exit. Luckily for them, nobody else to bounce on it. Zelek's late arrival and Spinks far removed. So it's going to be another moment here where the Nuclear Tigers are putting one foot in front of the other into the B bomb site and getting away in a 3 versus 2 for a 9-6 lead.
Certainly another round that could have gone wrong, but they had better guns coming into this. They didn't get tagged while they were crossing outside. No players dead. It wasn't confirmed information, even though they had the right suspicion. MOUZ going lower. And Spinks is cleaning up a couple of kills now.
Big bomb catches that.
Yeah, that's pretty massive, actually.
Cost effective.
Money is kind of what allowed MOUZ back into the first half. I think sensing some danger here, there is another full investment.
Fast tempo straight into the upper floor. And Spinks doesn't even get a shot off by the time that bomb's gonna go down. So zero resistance offered up by MOUZ in this one, despite them having a buy.
Gotta love the tempo shift. Totally caught MOUZ off guard. The last thing they seem to be worried about.
For double digits, no less.
Now they're rolling.
3 rounds from victory. This one very cost effective for the side of Nuclear Tigers. That's money made, barely grenades expended. And just like you said, a change of pace that catches MOUZ entirely off guard. MOUZ able to keep all 5 players up. Investments refreshed for the follow-up, but this is 3 rounds from victory on their opponent's map pick.
Terrorists win.
Yeah.
Babe Nash.
Is it a rinse and repeat? And will they be ready for that aggression this time? It's utility immediately out of MOUZ to try to stave off the aggression.
Yeah, they're taking some saved stuff. Oh, a great kill here from Mayuki. An early and quick fight with no damage in response. They're looking sharp. Ramp is correct.
They go numbers strong into a non-existent defense. And from here, we'll just shuffle down into the B-site Desert Eagle of Spinks. Oh,
come on.
He's got 3! More damage onto the next one. Senka comes out wide to clear him. And this round suddenly back within the realm of possibility, all because of Spinks.
And they'll barely get this bomb planted. Door could have got swung open. Control side here is taken. Nade will not do anything.
Flustering one off of the back of sight. A porthole opened up through the door spam, trying to get contact on site. It's that MAC-10 over towards the ramp. Zika plays in front of the boxes. This is a position that could catch you off, but PR way too prepared. And as the MAC-10 of Senka gets up over control, low health on the diffuser, jumps back on top of it. 5-second defuse, all he needs. Spinks sets MOUZ up for perfection.
It's beyond incredible for Spinks. Another round for him this game. One back on Ancient with the 3K hold inside of Donut, where there was no one else to credit. They couldn't trade just a Deagle as they were trying to take this site. The setup to this attack was exemplary. They had ramp control, all their utility in place. They didn't take any risks. They started out with an opening kill. All they had to do was take care of Spinks in a usual position.
That's a lifeline for the CT side of MOUZ. Lifeline for the series to still be a 2-0.
It's a deflating moment for Nuclear Tigers and an ignition point here for MOUZ if they play their cards correctly.
Now catching Senka through the smoke is Torzi.
It's a huge mental test for Nuclear Tigers. They have to look back on most of their successes. That was supposed to be the easy one, yes, but they've done a great job otherwise. They're walking around a little blind as to what's happening on the map. Flauser's got vent control. They want to carousel around it.
So flash out towards double doors from Flauser, just kind of announcing this close proximity. CTs haven't scrambled down ramp just yet.
They didn't spot anything either.
Nuclear Tigers moving very quickly down to that B site. Oh, and Spinks is going to get dropped empty-handed this time around. Utility fresh in front of the CT's ramp arrival.
This is supposed to be a bit of a gift, but they had an enormous blind spot, not taking any information outside, even with the player advantage.
Yeah, just give Zika all the warning in the world that that secret approach was inbound. So man advantage secured in the post plant for an 11th round. The Nuclear Tigers just carved their path down through that B site. This time Spinks a non-factor.
It's a great call. They found the one route where no one's watching, obviously, but there's not really much excuse here for MOUZ, who had the resources to get information at the very least. It's the only thing they kind of had to be worried about, and they didn't put an emphasis on it. This makes it 11 for Nuclear Tigers.
TigeRES.CEST win.
For a team that's trying to swing for the upset, it's nice to see that in their confident moments, it's full confidence.
That one was not really like MOUZ to not know how to play a 5v4 down and let the other team get away with something like that. It might be at a point in the game where it could let the whole map go, absolutely. But you don't see Nuclear Tigers celebrating just yet. So their one major mistake, losing that Deagle 3K to Spinks, and oops, yeah, that's a smoke dropped in spawn.
Don't fall apart now, gentlemen. PR to be busy in a moment. Gets a little damage, quick reposition, sticks around for a second.
They've crossed out wide, actually.
Yeah.
He's not worried about it.
Oh, it's right there on the brink. Flash doesn't quite deal with him, and now he's just still looking for these duels. Eyes, oh, PR lines up too.
What a
Goes
punish.
for a second serving, and Ayuki's gonna find the kill back. So at least a single man disadvantage, all they have to stomach, but it's a fast move from two pieces of MOUZ. Xertion dead, empty-handed. Torzi's gonna offer up the distraction for Zelex to find his headshot, and this one comes to a swift end, it seemed. A chance back for Senka. Oh, but Torzi's off will claim a second victim, and they'll cut that lead down to 3 rounds.
That's pretty insane. The margins that PR was playing with, but never actually overextended. Even when they went wide against him on ramp, he wasn't scared, played it slowly. And when they missed that final flash, that's when he decided he could push, and he was correct about it. Alone on ramp, he had a big job, but once he got the kills, the rotations were amazing there for MOUZ. Close to the finish line, but we don't yet know if they can close.
Oh, well, that won't help. Spinks keeping the pressure on in the 20th round, turns the Tigers back outside.
They did this last time, 4v5, played outside, but last time MOUZ weren't spotting it.
worried about it, and here it comes. TigeRES. Quick pick off of the first, missed chance at another, but he'll keep that aggression just enough. Sprinkled in to keep Ayuki down and catch a glimpse of the one player that managed to get past. So triple kill here for TigeRES.
Got Molodoi level where he peaks.
Easy op hunting in the face of the approach from the Nuclear Tigers. That 5 versus 4 set up by Spinks, capitalized on by MOUZ's Opper.
He's clearly had enough, and they weren't allowed to let that gap go twice in one half. This time they do spot outside, and it's all TigeRES all day.
Mac 10 behind red. Everybody else towards ramp. PR to be tested again. Oh, and it's fast this time, wide. Oh, and he tracks it perfectly.
Full control.
Zika gets popped by the tail end of the AK mag. And Ayuki will find himself solo B site. But that's an activation here out of Senka with that Mac 10, his trusty weapon, with 18 health still to work with.
Wow, they're gonna really milk this. This is a weird spot and very promising actually for Nuclear Tigers, because with this kill, they're threatening potentially upstairs. They're looking for lurks and for the CTs to go and get back space. They have plenty of time to do so. I like that they're not oversimplifying. It's, you know, Senka on such low HP. They have to get creative here. Question will be, how will they form a connection when they need to? If they let the clock run down too much, Ayuki's going to have to plant at some point. It's going to take some time to get off that roof quietly. Well, he'll forget about that entirely. And that's Senka dead.
So bomb left to its own. Door swing wide and he's toast. 1 round game after that one. PR handling the pressure over towards that ramp on his own.
Yeah, no kidding. There's a few bullets missed at first, but he's just so confident that they're not going to kill him.
Yep. Gets control of the spray down. Clips the head with those last few bullets. And puts his team in a prime spot to close this gap to nothing.
It's like never too aggressive, but also never on the fallback.
Yep. To try and tie, TigeRES going wide on red. 2 players in front of him.
Could be the freest one. Oh, great shoulder peek.
Missed shot. He's under pressure, covered in the backdrop though. And here comes that secret peek that's gonna blindside Senka. Flauser's got the kill right back. Oh, but caught on the cross by the PR smoke spam. From long range he'll go, but then we get this jump into the ramp room. A very ready Nuclear Tigers trying to capitalize on PR and his reposition.
It's time to plant swiftly. A grand chance now with control side.
Single door smoked off. McHughes takes over control.
Oh my goodness, he actually revealed his own position.
Getting away with the climb up into the rafters, double up over towards control stairs. And as Zelex waits inside of the vents for a potential A-site drop, it's going to be TigeRES peeking in and flicking into the head of McHughes. A 1 versus 4 queued up, but that bomb's going pretty quick already. Frantic retake now, reveals the last position. Ayuki from the corner, second kill and the third. All 4 players trickle into position. Zershin jumps on top of the bomb for the 5-second stick made easy. An 11-round game tied up via what was damn near a 1v4.
An incredible try there from Ayuki. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. But it's all of MOUZ looking really well connected every portion of this round. Where there's 1, there's 2. They have outside control. They're spamming smokes.
Credit where it's due. Jumping on PR's reposition in ramp as fast as they did keeps this round alive for the Nuclear Tigers. No hesitation when they feel like a door is ajar.
TigeRES just kind of lightening up right now.
Oh, yeah.
This is disinformation. The game is a lot closer to the end. And it's going to be PR tested and ramp again. He passed that first test. Will he fall back again? Yes, he can get downstairs. And this could be a curtain call here. Match point to be secured for MOUZ if they're not careful.
TigeRES' cover has been rock solid time and time again. This round no different, collecting a second kill in the middle of that scramble.
I don't think a late outside this time around is going to fool anybody, but it might be the only place they feel comfortable trying. Senka's just got to hit a blinder. Zerxin's turned around, but he's also fallen back.
Oh, that's nasty timing. Zelek's going for the climb up as TigeRES kills Senka outer. That's going to push the hot players out into the fray, and Zelek's there to make sure this one's on ice. 12th round secured by MOUZ first.
Yeah, incredible, honestly. It felt like their chance of making the comeback had left. When they got that clutch in this half and then lost the next round, made a mistake, you know, sort of shelled up too much. It felt like it was the map in the palm of their hands. Nuclear Tigers, they were close. And now they'll have to try to fight for overtime with only Galils.
Utility already low here for the Nuclear Tigers. Gonna have to get value out of these last couple of smokes. Trying to hit the pause button awkwardly behind it, but they do dodge the damage. Will they chase? CT player in Garage opts not to. Xerxin just tucked in, and so Secret belonging to the Tigers puts Spinks in a tough spot as he peels away.
The information's been handed over. Spot will be effective.
Oof, op in transition.
Yeah, lots of players coming in and out.
They stomp their approach though. They give the info over and Xerxin collects two. TigeRES got the coverage downstairs, a second for the Opper, and a triple to close out. MOUZ showing us colors tonight. A clean sweep of the second half back in the first map, and a comeback here on Nuke to put a real challenge from the Nuclear Tigers on ice.
Yeah, it is crazy to think about the fact that we're even putting a comeback on Nuke in the sentence here for MOUZ, because Maui, we were so sure that this was going to be one that they could have a much cleaner chance at, considering how good it was for them on Ancient. You thought, Nuke, this is way more of a team-orientated map. This is something that they're going to excel at, and yet they still really had to claw back and fight, and that's obviously a big props to the side of Nuclear Tigers too.
Frankly speaking, I am impressed with how a lot of the aspects of Nuclear Tigers CT side And well, both halves really worked out for them on Nuke. I thought this was going to be where MOUZ just sealed the deal, that they make it look relatively easy. Not really the story that I would tell for this one. I think MOUZ had to dig deep. I think some of the individuals from MOUZ, like TigeRES, for example, had to really reach into their bag in order to just impose themselves on a game like this. And maybe you could chalk that up to a little bit of MOUZ ring rust, but I also will just say I think Nuclear Tigers had a more complete game on this map than I had expected.
Yeah, they looked good, and it's kind of sad that we're not going to see that third map, right? I would have loved to see them get over that last little hurdle. They were sitting on 11 rounds for so long for themselves, unable to close it out. But if we had gone to that map 3, there's so many more opportunities or possibilities of what we could have gotten to see from those players. Unfortunately, single elimination. That's it for Nuclear Tigers. So as great as they looked, it is a lot more to, yes, what you talked about. MOUZ being able to dig deep, individuals performing, and one player you mentioned there who is going to join us now is TigeRES. TigeRES, can you hear me? You there? And how are you feeling after the round 1 win?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear everything. Feeling good. So it was a nice win with Olda, with PR. It was a good win for us.
Yeah, I want to just quickly ask about Nuke, because obviously it was really down to the wire for you guys. The fact that it looked like it wasn't even going to go in your favor. How do you sort of approach those rounds, knowing how close it is for Nuclear Tigers, even though you are one map up, knowing that it's, yeah, again, that single elimination, your first debut with both the 2 young players?
Yeah, I think to be honest, they put us under pressure a little bit. I think they had good starts on the sides. Like CT side and also T side, they got 5-0 starts, and but Cyclone had a timeout, and he said if we keep it calm and we play our CS, then we will be good. And I think that's what we did. We didn't want to risk too much because we felt like we are a better team, and we didn't want to give them like an easy entry frag or something like that. But we know if we just play our counter side, then it's gonna come to us. So that's what we did.
TigeRES, I wanted to zoom out a little bit because it's a privilege, I would say, to actually get to talk to you at the beginning of a season like this, especially after you made some changes. But I wanted to talk to you about your individual level, because you've been a top 20 player for 2 consecutive years. And I personally think that right now you're close to being in this year's top 20 thus far, but not quite on that side of it. It's not a comfortable feeling for you as an individual to try to secure your 3rd position in a row on that list. So what are you going to try to do this season to make sure that you're the best you can be, other than changing your glasses?
Yeah, I think definitely this year I'm not close to it. I had my downs, definitely, especially in the beginning of the year. I was a little bit disconnected personally from the game. I didn't feel too good, to be honest, yeah, I had to work myself back to it, and I'm really happy it's looking good. Especially, I think the major was, I mean, the team, we didn't had a good result, but I felt my individual level was coming back a little bit towards the end of the season, and I know the tournaments were not good, but it gave me a little bit of hope, you know. And also coming to this first game after 40 days or whatever we had in the break, it was really nice that I came to perform, and also on practice I'm doing pretty good. So yeah, I'm just looking forward and trying to push myself to get into the top 20 and also get more trophies for the team. So yeah.
Yeah, of course. I feel like this game definitely showed what you can do if you're given the opportunities and take hold of it. And this is one that I maybe you didn't expect as a question, but I just had to ask, because you have such a long history with Shuhei, and obviously it just got announced that he was benched on Liquid. And I'm not talking about him joining your team or anything like that. I'm not trying to stir up anything like that, but it's just that, I mean, how do you it's a guy that you worked with for a long time, and you really had I'd say a brotherhood with him when you guys first started on MOUZ. So how do you think he bounces back in the scene?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I'm sure they have the reasoning, or Liquid, why they decided to go with another IGL. I think for Camille, for Shuhei, it's really important to find himself and his way of work, and putting the team, like prioritizing the team, I would say, because Yeah, I feel like just outside perspective, when he was in Liquid with, I think he had really good players, for example, with Nerds, and when they had this lineup, I felt like he was not using his pieces correctly or the most efficient way. At least that's what I saw from outside, personally. But I think, he needs to work himself back to the top a little bit, I would say.
Okay, yeah.
And
all right, well,
Koz,
thanks.
before we let you go, I do have one quick question, because you're talking about you felt that towards the tail end of last season, before the player break, you were getting better, and obviously it feels good to come out swinging in this one. How did you spend your player break? Because I know some players love to like not touch the game at all. Were you a little bit of 50-50, still having a break but still dabbling in it before you got to boot camp and practicing?
No, I definitely took my break.
Okay.
me and my girlfriend went on a really nice vacation. We were in China and Korea for like 2 weeks, and
nice.
Then we moved together, so I had some stuff to fix. Towards the end of the break, of course, I started to play Counter-Strike, and since then I'm grinding. But I definitely took my break. It was also needed, because I know towards the end of the season I was a little bit coming back, as I mentioned, but I didn't want to fall into the rabbit hole of, okay, now it's getting back, and okay, let's play a lot of Counter-Strike. So I wanted to take my break and relax and get fresh for this season.
Yeah, I respect that a lot. Well, look, Torzy, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on the round 1 win.
Thank you so much.
Congrats.
I like to hear that. They're like, no, I definitely utilized that player break. Because I'm telling you, it is. There are some people, they're either full touching it, or they're like, Counter-Strike, what was that? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Would you play that on PlayStation? Like, I'm not sure, you know? So
it's definitely really important.
Yeah, he had one of the more eventful player breaks, it sounds like, as well.
I mean, that's a lot of stuff going on right there. First of all, the places he went on vacation sounded fun, but moving in with a girlfriend, I mean, that's, that can work out well or badly for people. So we'll see if that reflects in his gameplay. It's a new narrative that's going to emerge if Torzy has a great season. He just needs to be shacked up.
We'll keep an eye on it. I mean, it was already a great first showing for them, and of course they do get to advance to round number 2, but we're going to advance on to our last final best of 3 for day number 1 here at Blast Bounty. It's going to be Alliance up against Wildcard after this break. We saw Alliance get to be the 3rd team to pick. You guys picked Wildcard as your opponent, but I've heard of the legends of you, Bob, in the past of Bounties, where you guys, when you were on Eyeballers, you picked FaZe. Now that you've recently joined Alliance, it feels like this is a big 180 on your personality. Were you fighting for a bigger opponent, or are you still very happy with the pick and choice of Wildcard?
No, I think obviously it was fun in Eyeballers when we picked FaZe. It was a nice upset when they came off the major, but I feel confident in Alliance, and I think I like our pick. We had our top 3, and we got a 2nd pick out of the order we had, so it feels good.
Yeah, that's really nice to hear. And of course, you're recent to the Alliance roster, as most things go. And so how are you finding your time going?
Yeah, I'm starting to get really comfortable in the team. I think we have had 2 tournaments now. Our last one in China, where we came to semi-final. I think it was an overall success. I was happy with that. But now I think we want to go at least to LAN here in Blast. I hope we can do it.
Yeah, and with fitting into it, you're saying you're feeling a lot more comfortable now, things are feeling easier. Has there been a certain person that's helped you there, or you feel actually that it's been quite natural, that it's been easy transition?
I think it has been very easy to just come into the team overall. I think I knew everyone from the start, from before, so like I've been friends with everyone. So in that way, it has been easy. But it has been some adapting, or like learning how they like to play CS, but overall it's been pretty smooth, I think.
Yeah. How much of your playstyle has had to change or adapt to them? Do you think a 50-50, or you're still keeping at least 80% of your normal style?
No, I would say I haven't changed anything in my game. Obviously we have some more structure here, I think, than compared to what I had in Eyeballers. But overall, I think I still have the same. Or I played the same in game as I did in Eyeballers with a few new things. So They have adapted to me really well, I think, as well.
Oh, that's fantastic. A little extra from Bob there, and look, I was hoping to get a little bit more out of him, that he was going to say, no, I'm so disappointed in the all going for the safe option there. I mean, he was a part of that lineup that went for FaZe when they were doing so well. So yeah, part of me really does wonder if it is just this, we want to make it to a round 2. We want to take the safest path to make it to a LAN, just to get more experience in that regard.
Well, you've mentioned to me that's sort of an alliance thing, even stemming from their Dota team. What, could you elaborate on that, Nat? What is it? What is that? Why is that an org thing? Why is Alliance playing it safe all the time?
I won't name names, but I will say I was watching the draft show with some other Dota talent, and before the choice of who they were playing was said, we were like, they're gonna go for the safest option. That's just what Alliance is gonna do. And then they're like, yeah, we're gonna go with Wildcard. We're like, yep, sounds about right. It was literally, no one was surprised at all. It's just, I don't know how to explain it, but I think when you see Alliance, sometimes there is just that massive safety net under them, whether that's good or bad, Maui.
Well, it feels like it's starting to pan out, perhaps, as an organization, because Alliance is finally kind of stepping into the top 30. I feel like they've been sort of just, I don't know how to, they've been on the steady climb. I don't want to be, they've sometimes fallen up, gone down, whatever. It's been all over the place, but in generally the right trajectory. And maybe that safe style of taking the handouts, you know, the easier teams when possible, has been playing to their favor, because this team is now giving Sweden something to root for, which I haven't been able to say for maybe, gosh, how long has it been? 2 years or so? So I think that people are gonna take whatever comes their way when it comes to Swedish CS finding any W's possible.
Yeah, now I feel like we didn't take that long in our interview and we had more to say, but I do believe already, hopefully I'm correct in this, our best of 3 is ready to get going. In fact, we can just jump straight on over to our casters.
Let's go, it's time, come on. Chop chop Mo, we got Alliance and we got Wildcard, and that means Hext is back in the server and off of the Montreal runway. You see this?
That's crazy.
You heard this?
Yeah.
Poor Hext in an airplane, lands in Montreal International, and his plane skid off the runway, this poor guy. He delayed my flight by 2.5 hours. I couldn't believe it.
And that's what we're all mad about.
So now I think I might be rooting against him for the very first time.
Wow. Well, glad to not have lost a major Canadian talent.
Yes, sir.
And despite the delay, we still got Connor here. Everything's just fine.
Everything is fine. Will it be fine at the end of the day for Wildcard? That's a question, because you've got Alliance, who, if you look at the HLTV rankings, 52 places ahead of Wildcard. But due to the VRS timings and the seeding timings of this, Alliance actually picks Wildcard as their opponent. So I think if you're Alliance, you kind of got what you would ask for. They are writing Wildcard off and thinking they have an easy opponent. Well, let's see what Wildcard can put up in this season of Counter-Strike. Season 2 of 2026. Hext, Rec, 6E, MHL, and Nemana. Let's get it on. Ooh, catching him on the climb up. Avid with the entry. Hext himself. Oh, it's just the drive-by from Bob XD. And with that, an open A site only momentarily. Very quickly onto the flank. Nemenha fast up short side, gets popped by Bob, and 6E through smoke. Of course he finds that headshot. Wildcard with a retake attempt in a moment, and T's currently disjointed. Era still back towards Boiler side, is gonna try to get in, and it's actually Rec held off by Uppy inside sight. A tap on the bomb here from 6E. This is gonna cause pressure. Oh, wow. He finds the third in the round, jumps back on top of it for the 10-second defuse. I'm not gonna call it until that bomb is fully defused. And it's over. Wildcard CT pistol victory. No mistakes this time around.
That's an excellent round out of 6E. Got to appreciate that with the smoke shot as well. And Bob put up a couple of good kills. It feels like already these two going head-to-head are going to be a great matchup. And that is interesting, obviously, because, you know, you could be one of the teams to try to go for very strong competition or just take a win that you feel like you have in the bag, which is sort of more in the line of what Alliance did in that in the draft. But it's just not guaranteed, is it? Like, you look at this Wildcard lineup, and they're a latent team. We have yet to see, you know, what they can really do, but on paper, they have some very good pieces.
It's been some solid recent form from Alliance, however. They'll be hoping to replicate that at the Bounty, presented by Polymarket. But it's a matter of having a successful day today. Single elimination, best of threes, no second chances. We don't play those games at Bounty. Right now, your bomb carrier and Twist stuck bottom middle off this force buy from Alliance is bolstered by the bomb plant.
Before we get started, I'd just like to clarify, are you going to call them uppies?
Yeah, would you like me to? Should I put a Swedish flair on it? Upe.
Yup.
Yup.
It's hard to say.
I don't
Bomb
wanna
gets
call
dropped.
it uppy. I really don't, but English, hell of a language. This 2v5, don't let it happen. Rex gonna put it on ice and the 2-0 wild card kickoff.
Yeah, it's money by Wildcard right now. It's exactly what you
There's a lot of
like
people
to
in
see
that
out of
room.
them. It's either a small room or a big one with lots of people. How many guys they got in there?
I think the rule is 6, so.
Okay. It's 6. It's 6 or less.
You know, considering that was like 2 separate duels on brackets, it's not like you catch the attackers coming out wide, just separate sides of the hold. Wildcard winning duels on both ends. And putting some early pressure now on Alliance as they will tiptoe into this one with their pistols. Bob, the first casualty. Bob does esports.
He left eyeballers for this project. And he was a fierce competitor. Battery got cut, but I couldn't imagine cutting Bob.
Bomb confirmed, and so MHL happy to commit to the duel, doubles down on Avid and Twist. And tucks into the backside, wanting to make sure that M4 moves forward. You've got 1 MP7 you could technically get rid of if you're wild card, but a nice full bonus round looking to be secured. No bomb possession in the middle of all this one makes it real awkward for Alliance, who are going to get dropped with not a single kill in the 3rd round of play. Rock solid stuff out of Wildcard's defense thus far.
MHL, someone I think we've been a fan of for a while. He obviously was in that sort of last iteration of MOUZ NXT before the We Play Academy League finished off. And not the strongest version of MOUZ NXT, obviously, because you had the 4-time champions of that league. But somebody who got into a very good team there, and I feel like he impressed us a lot. Has been jumping around ever since. I'm not sure if this is the team that will find stability on. Wildcard so far don't have an amazing track record of stability. They've had some weird moments for sure, but the scouting looks good to me. Big wreck guy.
Yeah, I still take the Stanislaw departure personally, but hey.
Yeah, that's fair.
You brought in another Canadian, so I can't be too critical. I think it's a team that just obviously has wanted to go into like an international project for some time. I feel like even back with Stan's roster, that conversation was occurring. This is where they've landed for 2026. Isn't it crazy to think that MHL has had a 6-month stint on Falcons?
Yeah, that's...
It gets even crazier.
Okay.
He's had 2 6-month stints on Falcons.
He's played for a year on Falcons?
At 2 separate 6-month windows, MHL donned the Falcons jersey.
I actually don't believe that. I know I'm looking right at it, but I just don't believe it.
Times have changed. Nature champions.
First real test for Wildcard here in round 4, and they open up with an MHL confident peek down mid. On the edge of the smoke, he'll clip Era's wings, and it's 5v4 for Wildcard once again.
You can take Stanislaw out of the team, but you can't take all the work that he left with them on Inferno. Good peek here for MHL. Info, no damage, he's out. Triple push down Banana with nobody holding from behind.
Man, nobody can survive these challenges.
It's actually well that MHL is still going forward and getting kills.
Every duel he takes, he's picked up successfully. Rek and Nemenha fast down Banana, met by no resistance.
It's an awfully hot coffee pot.
Avid turns around for the double kill. Expects some kind of a short swing, but it's that third piece down mid that's going to put a 4th consecutive round to the board for Wildcard. And I mean, MHL, we have not seen him lose an aim duel yet.
Expect nothing less from a Falcons alumni.
Hey, that's a 2 times Falcons.
2 times Falcons alumni.
But just shaving off these duels one after another.
It was kind of perfect that he's pressuring them into brackets. If he loses the duel, maybe they come forward a bit, but with that kill, it just like makes that amplifies that flank. Really feels like Alliance might be regretting their choice here. Because what's worse also is, you know, you come in, you pick a team that you think you can beat, but you also put at stake your own VRS points. It's not just that there's free ones if you win. And in fact, you know, the better the team you play, the fewer points you even lose to them. Twist. Oh, nice double. He's broken apart brackets.
There we go.
X controls the spray and controls halls all the same. Splits coming in. Bomb just below him. And a third T at the bottom of mid. They won't waste time and plant quickly. This makes sense.
Retakes on, but there's a weird timing here in the apartments between Bob and Hext.
Coming to the end of Paul's depends on how much time has been wasted.
Okay,
wow, Twist,
why
he's
not?
Looking for all 5.
Yes, sir, on the brink of the ace. Oh, Hex denies with the back-to-back headshot round, suddenly back alive. Hex has got the kit, doesn't know where this last piece is at, and Bob has been floating around middle this entire time. Hex damn near does it, denied at the final duel, and we've got Alliance 5 rounds into this game on the scoreboard.
Yeah, no kidding. Could have been an ace for Hex to respond to that. But it really does end up being all about this play out of Twist.
Couple of Titans going ace for ace. Both shut down at the 4K. Old Bobby boy with a nice late mid lurk. But a costly round regardless. Instantly over towards the banana control. MHL on the op. Total reposition and the change up into the sniper. It's going to catch Bob XD off guard. A solo walkout here for Avid, and he is done with nothing to show for it. A little bit more pressure still on the A defenders. Here's the chase, and Nemenha fast down through the apartments, gets the rebuttal back. At 60 dead,
that's crazy.
But a good amount of damage still dealt. It's a single man advantage. Twist barely standing. Bomb still back at T ramp. Alliance on the recovery with a minute to work.
An Arrow would love to do something about this, knowing that MHL was put under pressure. And the peak isn't good, actually. A chance now, but with Twist getting taken down, how's he going to get the bomb back?
He won't. Rek with the mid control. Molly's off the rotate from sight.
And they've just picked up a smoke, too. That goes to worse.
And look at that. Bomb secured.
Rek going back to catch this one inside of middle. One good op shot, and maybe there's a chance.
It's going to afford the fallback down through the underpass. Era trying to catch him while he knows he's stuck in there, and he does so with the headshot. 20 seconds left to somehow pull this off.
I mean, he can run at the bomb. It's going to be on Hex to have to pick a fight.
And it's all about the timing. As Era grabs bomb, Hex looking to let him get away. Oh, just as he turns his back, Hex to the perfect timing, catching him on the fadeaway. And a 5th round secured by Wildcard via 1v1.
Yeah, touch messy in the end as a team, but we can really rely on Hex right now. That's his 7th kill. It's been a great showing from MHL overall.
Pretty slick approach from Era. First 2 kills in the 1v3. Hex goes as passive as he can without letting that bomb escape.
It's really cool to see Twist kicking around. And he was on my favorite older team, LGB, back in 2014. He's played like the entirety of CSGO, up to 20 teams now, played on Alliance the last 3 years. 31 years old, not as much talked about as, you know, with some of the other journeymen because of the stature of Alliance, but they have been climbing.
Utility's so good at zoning. No way. Double Tech9 headshot here from Avid.
Completely blind.
The first thing's one thing, but a second off a Hail Mary Tech9 spam puts pressure on this scrambled rotate over. Hex trying to come join forces with 60, who draws him in. But there's an assist from a team kill there out of 60.
It's a comedy of errors here for Wildcard.
Yikes.
3-2 now, and they have to, I mean, we'll see. Bomb's gonna get planted. A shot through the smoke.
Yeah, second smoke keeps the bomb plant under cover.
And he's so low. That was kind of their one chance to get back into it. It's a real gift here to Alliance. It looked like a spot where Wildcard could have easily multied in a number of positions, but it didn't go that way. Avid with a 2K entry, Tech9, blind on Banana.
Yeah, cue that one up. How does he get the second? Doesn't feel like the kind of situation you can run back and repeat, but hey, it comes together this time and puts Alliance's second on the scoreboard. Crazy you can survive here. That's going to take some time to get used to.
Could just take a day if you were more accepting of change.
I'm not, though. I'm just not. Inside church, Mo. Would they make that
by the holy powers?
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Stupid.
Two Tech9 zingers give Alliance a second round. Excuse me. MP9 and a 5-7. Some limitations here for Wildcard as the money starts to dry up. Sizing up Bananas. They take a quick glimpse into the apartments.
Can they make them regret their peaks 3 times? He goes really wide. Twist will make him pay. And there will be a gun upgrade to take. Oh, a spam through the smoke here. Bob XD actually has vision, but he'll die.
60 at least slides forward. It's putting some kind of a cost to this approach, but it's still 2 kills secured for Alliance. An additional volley of utility over top. Couple low health bars in the middle of all this. 60's drawn him in one by one, but Era makes the difference. Bomb retrieved, and the remaining CTs too far off to truly test this.
Very scrappy situation. I mean, that wasn't extremely tactical. That was more brute force. The Alliance trying to break down the front door.
cover there from Bob, making sure that gun can't get picked back up. And a hell of an ask for 60, even if he does catch the low HP on the first one. And yet still they hang on, and even investing here on Nemanha, just keeping that Mag 7 in the mix. There has been this play towards Banana in the most recent rounds, so makes sense to throw the shotgun here. He'll go for the jumping shots. Oh, he gets there. And no trade. Oh, a second!
A headshot, jumping with the Mag 7.
MHL's op collects the next. Going for the third in the middle of all that. Does it open the door, though, for Alliance to just take over the B site? If they had the bomb, you'd think they'd pull the trigger.
If they take a little bit too much time, this huge flank becomes a real threat here for Hexed. But with this kill, you surely want to go a little bit quickly.
Oh, it's going for the third one when USP is setting you up.
It's an extra, always an extra swing, unfortunately.
Bit unnecessary of a risk. Could have had a 5 versus 3 and fallen back, or at least tried to get out of position. Instead, it's going to fall on Hext and MHL, and Hext is going to keep this possible. He is the player with the kit. Twist starts stomping. MHL's going to know about him, and they will still stick the landing. Double Mag 7 kill off of the half wall. Jumping headshot added to the tally for Wildcard 6.
I mean, he's always willing to go for it. Definitely just wanted to see a little bit more discipline with the situation his team was in to not, you know, take it too far, but the 2 kills that he gets, definitely, that makes the difference. And a little cash on the side.
Nice headshot out of Hext on the Banana challenge. That'll leave Alliance scratching their heads. How the hell do we lose to a jumping shotgun? Injection of money here as well for the Wildcard defense and an MHL challenge down middle. Something Alliance should have now grown accustomed to. As that op tries its best to remain mobile. Back turn by Twist means easy first pickup. 60 catching Avid. Sure, the arch side compromised by Bob XD as he looks to go wrapping around through CT spawn, but it's covered off by Nemanha. Oh, 4v1 secured, and 60 is going to end this one. So Wildcard adding more rounds to the tally as we get towards the tail end of their CT side. A 3-round attack, all that Alliance have managed to put together, and they will now find themselves majority pistols. Yeah, money is low, barring everybody except for Era, so curious to see what this buy looks like.
Yeah, they got to round out this half somehow. Their map pick is not shaking out at the moment. It's not perfect. It's a little messy. There's far too many gaps here, and even the rounds that they've won so far, they haven't been extremely clean exacts that have shown us that they're the better team so far. It feels like they're barely scraping them by. Even though that op comes in, you don't have Wildcard looking scared of it. MHL's got a lot of yield out of this position. Another chance at a shot.
Sixty keeps it covered and falls back.
He's had a great half as well. That'll be its 12th kill. Got
250,
13.
good for the damage. 60 survives it. 5v3 still hung onto by Wildcard. As we'll get this approach out of one op, and it is damage done to Bob.
They know the op is following closely.
Missing that one. Hex will finish off Bob XD, and 60 still omnipresent with the assists.
They'll have to take this into the next round, the final round of the half, as Alliance have just not got what they were looking for coming into this game.
Feels like MHL out of the gate with all those aggressive mid-peaks.
Yeah.
From the very get-go of this CT side, he has been putting pressure down middle, started with the rifles. Then when he switched over to the op, then all of a sudden he's got presence towards Banana. So he's been everywhere this half. And even though 60 has surpassed him in the number of kills, it is MHL with constant opening pressure. And again, just opening gambit. This time it's 60. Trying to go charging down middle. Oh, nice utility from Rec. A lineup for Rec on top of that one. And Alliance never given a chance to thrive here in the final round of the attack.
I mean, it's the perfect play. Full punish. They're coming up Banana. Got Wildcard going down mid. Maybe a chance to get a flank kill, but will it even matter?
No, sir, it won't. 60 from the start to the finish of round 12. A strong arm secures a 9th round on the CT side of Wildcard.
So tell me about the buff rules again.
What do you wanna know?
So countering is illegal, right?
It's legal, but 100% legal. We cannot just rock up to the booth and start chugging on the branded can. They want you to wrap the can up so nobody can see what the brand it is.
And that's just in booths or stage 2?
Okay, so it breaks down like this. It's legal to drink it, it's legal to bring it with you, but you can't show it when you're out on the break. But it doesn't matter, because for them, it's illegal to stop you. And that's the right that referees and player managements don't have.
Okay, next time, I'm bringing some with me.
But you know what's the funny thing competing around the world?
What?
It's just small differences. They got all the same shit over there that we got at home.
Example?
Okay, like look at the last 2 Blast Majors. In NA you can join any fucking server and it will be filled with crazy people. And also the craziest comps I've ever seen. And in Paris, do you know how they call it fucking Deagle?
So you don't call it Deagle?
They got different callouts, man. They don't know what the fuck a Deagle is.
Then what do they call it?
They call it Le Coup.
Le Coup? What does they call a force buy?
A force buy is still a force buy, but they call it Le Force.
Le Force. What do they call full save?
I don't know, man. I didn't do any crowds.
Oh, how you thought you were going to have an easy day in the office, Alliance, but Wildcard come out swinging and taking rounds into their own hands off of these MHL openings. 60 just right back to a whole other level with this first half. 9-3 on the scoreboard, our Wildcard. And now to the T side of Alliance's map pick. Also, Alliance's opponent pick. You wanted Wildcard? You got them.
They kind of just got so many players on form at the same time, and all of them made some great moves. Alliance, on the other hand, definitely struggled. Got Twist with 7 kills at the top on that side. And be very careful, Arrow. He's kind of dropped his guard about anybody inside a boiler as he pushes back in the middle. And the nade doesn't go far enough. Oh,
Hex
that's a
gonna
punish.
catch you. Playing with your nades. Era gets popped. CT cross smoke thrown out by Wildcard. His bomb is still just going to sit back on T ramp. No panic for Wildcard here as they sit 5v4.
They come into this game looking extremely confident about where Alliance are going to peak from, what kind of map control they want. This T side's about sticking the landing. One man alone here. Oop, he's got the peak. He's got the kill. He could fall back, but there's no one close by.
Yeah, this is all him from the middle of the site. Oh, gets dealt with by MHL. Distracted by the jumping wreck. Set up to just put this bomb down, and Wildcard secure the post plant with a smoke grenade in moto to really cool off Alliance's hopes.
They kind of needed, they just needed to be more proactive. They had given up the entirety of Banana. They let one guy fend them off. A full A attack, splitting on a single player on the A side. They don't put themselves in position to win a retake off of time. Twist will get killed from the bottom of Banana.
And this one's in the bag. 10th round secured by Wildcard off of the second pistol. T-side pistol at that. Couple casualties on the way out, but it's the round count that matters. And Hex will be your sole survivor, sitting comfortably 11-3. And he's one that kicked it off as well. We saw Era going for the frag grenade to the corner. You know you had one player locked in, but you just weren't ready for Hex to swing up close. It's going to have to be the desperate comeback for Alliance, as they'll force into this one. Heavy on the utility, light on the guns. Banking on pistols to make this upset happen.
There goes the util for some damage, but it might need to be more than that. It's very stiff out of Alliance in these past couple. I mean, this looks interesting because they haven't lost a player, but they just give up so much space with not much to defend with, no stack in place either. It feels like they're just a little foggy right now in the communication. Need to be playing more active, more free. Like what happens if an A split takes place when you've got 2 pistols? Yes, you've killed the clock, but you don't have a way to rotate over for a retake. It's every right for the T's to come and try to defend against this. We'll see if a mistake gets made. 30 seconds comes in. There's a push.
There was a second for Era. At least tries to make it happen towards the Moto side. That side of the hold comes up short.
2v2
Avid
now.
Catching one, and the P250 push here for Twist. Pit player's gonna spot him. Hex down to half health, and you at least deny the bomb plant. 10 seconds. Now Avid's gonna come through, but that one gets read like a book. And because Twist fell back, Hex was able to give cover, and so Wildcard still emerged with an 11-3 lead, staving off the force buy attempt here for Alliance, which now sends them into a dire place. It's gonna have to be a save or a force to keep Wildcard off 12. And this is a 13-map streak for Alliance on Inferno, about to come to an end.
That's like it's a vitality level streak. This is a total mismatch in form at the moment.
Wildcard right now, and one of the bigger stages that we've seen them not living up to their game. It's got to be disappointing.
2 convincing victories over 9Z at XSE Pro League. Alliance and Inferno had gone hand in hand, but MP9 Force by Twist trying to hold off this B-bomb site commitment. Instead, 60 hits the headshot on the smoke. And Alliance just nowhere to be found on their map pick tonight. It really is quite wild to see 60 in this kind of a form. We said how like multiple pieces for Wildcard came together so far in this matchup. 60 was one of those players who, after his most recent European run, you were wondering whether we'd get to see him again, you know, or at what point he decided to possibly call it quits. Well, looking fantastic here at the tip of the spear for Wildcard tonight.
Yeah, definitely taking this opportunity seriously.
Welcome back to Europe, brother.
Alliance, meet your legacy.
Has just been a monster.
They got so many players just on form right now at the same time.
That's Hex sitting comfortably 15-3 now. 3 deaths this entire map. A constant thorn in Alliance's side. Securing a 5v4 in this one.
Just like a guaranteed map in the series.
Oh yeah.
Now just a huge vulnerability all of a sudden.
Thrown out the window. Sixty setting up the util. Bomb still back by a ramp, but we get this lurk out from Hex, and he catches the kill. In his dying breath, covered off by Era, but not fast enough with that MP9. 4v2 towards this A site in a moment. Era slides the SMG out, finding damage on Wreck as well. But it's going to be a desperate attempt from Bob XD with 57 health and an M4.
Just a straight up clinic here for Wildcard.
A missed smoke for the road, so be it. So much to be proud of Wildcard so far throughout this first map of the series. Bob XD tries to catch one backside. The trades are constant. Wildcard tethering off of one another to damn near perfection, sending a shockwave through the Alliance camp with a shocking loss. Their 13 map streak on Inferno comes to an end tonight.
And we thought that they were going to be going for the safe option on the side of Alliance. I mean, that was one of the reasons that they sort of gave for themselves, not necessarily in those words, Maui, but it was one of those opponents in picking Wildcard that you kind of knew what you were going to get. You assumed that you're in similar skill level, of course, if not hedging your bets that you're slightly better. But at this time around, in Inferno, it was all Wildcard.
This was a demonstrative victory for Wildcard, who are still looking to prove themselves to the general public regarding the trajectory this team's been on, because it's been a fairly meteoric rise. I mean, we haven't talked about this team too much because we had such a brief pregame, but this is a team that it's all paying dividends. The moves that they have made lately. And I did not think that it was going to turn out like this. Like, this is a map that Alliance has been relatively sharp on for the last few months. So for Wildcard to come out swinging like this, super impressive stuff.
Yeah, would you say that there is something in their playstyle that's changed for them to come out in such an explosive manner? Or would you say it just feels like they are a more cohesive team on paper compared to Alliance?
Well, I'll tell a little bit of the story of Wildcard because they've kind of been the laughingstock of North America in the previous year, whereas there were allegations that they had a Chat GPT created roster. Legitimately, one of their ex-players did say that. This is a team that I actually think is fairly meticulously constructed and one that I think they made a lot of good choices. So I got to give them credit. If I'm going to laugh at them when they're failing and putting up random players in random positions, I got to say that the stroke of genius was getting Nemanja from Zero Tenacity. This was a guy, like, when you have a couple of North American rising talents in Hex and Rec, what you don't necessarily have is a star player. You have a guy that you're looking for who's going to be your guy, and that's what Nemanja was. For people that were following Tier 2 in 2025, Nemanja was rising in the ranks. Literally, there were allegations of this guy map hacking. Like, people thought his reads were so good in the game and he was making so many good individual proactive plays that he might have been cheating online. He has since, I'd say, by many metrics, cleared those allegations, as in, like, he has shown up to LAN, he has continued to play well, he is an in-game leader that has a vision for how he wants to play, and he can shoot super hard. So when you pair that with Hex and Rec, who I don't think were ever problems on M80, they just thought that there was maybe upgrades to go for. Now you've got two great North American anchors, you've got actually a star player in the Tier 2 region with Nemanja who can call, and then you're bringing in a dynamism that honestly just didn't exist before for Wildcard. So I give them credit for how this map looked for them, and I give them credit for the rise in ranks that they found.
I feel like you've given a little bit of like spark or hope towards all the NA viewers out there as well. It's like, yes, we finally have a legitimate team to cheer for. Like, it is really nice to get to see that. Of course, for yourself personally there, Maui, as well. But it is nice to see it. And I do wonder, like, how far can they go, right? We saw it there. There's all that individual prowess that you're talking about. But now the fact that you're coming in on a map that your opponent has a map streak on and you really dismantle them.
The reads, I wouldn't say that it was like a meticulous, systematic defeat of them. I mean, we saw the highlight from Nemanja there with the Mag 7. There were moments where certain players from Wildcard were just able to find perfect timings on their counter attacks. We saw how on one round with a rifle, MHL was able to just press up the short side and get a triple kill. How 6E, when he was dancing around the A bomb site as well, was able to always find timings where he was able to catch players from Alliance as they're trying to encroach on his positions. That was unexpected from me, because I felt like some of those moves were a little bit more individually driven. I don't even really feel like we had to look too deeply into the system of Wildcard here, because seriously, the extremity players in Hex and Rec both kind of held up their ends of the bargain, as I expect them to, but then the more star aspect, the rotator pieces for Wildcard, were able to really just make a dent every time they looked for an opportunity in the oncoming offense. So a lot of credit goes down to more so the individuals for me, and maybe there was something in their game plan where they found those timings, and maybe there was something with the anti-strats, but I think a lot of it came down to certain individuals like MHL and 6E just getting really key multi-frags.
Yeah, do you want to talk about 6E a little bit more there as well? The fact that you're saying it's the extremities, obviously everyone stepping up to themselves, but what makes an individual be able to shine in a moment like this, right? Of course, sometimes you might see a round where it's like someone comes in, they clutch up, whether it's a 1v2 or 1v3 or whatever, there still is fundamentals or grounds for an individual to get that performance.
Well, I would say that a lot of the times that I saw 6E succeeding in the first half, especially on the CT side, it came down to the kind of unbridled aggression that you're used to seeing him go for, but also just picking his timings extremely well. I think some of that comes down to the fact that Alliance was made fairly readable. I think that the one thing that I might give Wildcard credit for is they might have actually looked into the demos. They fully expected Alliance to pick this map. It was just kind of the obvious choice. It's the one they had the streak on, like you mentioned. And so anytime they went for a bomb site hit, whether 6E was at A or B, but frequently at A, he just made these really, really choice timings on catching them as they're trying to get in the bomb site. It wasn't just all down to locking it down with a good crossfire, but sometimes the best time to strike is off the bomb site. It's to get a little bit active when they have a flash in their hand or the guy's not ready to trade necessarily. And I think 60, no joke, maybe 5 of his gun round kills in that first half came when he was just sliding off the bomb site, just catching a player trying to round a corner or as they're trying to clear an angle. And that's just what he was so good at in the past. That's why he was such a standout player in the North American region, that he wasn't just running it down every single round, but he would just pick his spots so carefully while pairing that with great first bullet accuracy.
I mean, that's what they say, right? The best defense is a great offense. That's essentially what he was encapsulating as a player there. And of course, yeah, if you're going to let through a map like Inferno for Alliance to get to play on, you have to come ready with everything you possibly can. And Wildcard did that more than we ever could have expected. But there's other ways that you can prepare for a game of Counter-Strike as well, Bowie, right? It's not just running back the demos. It's also jumping on to refrag. And there's so many different ways that you can utilize refrag, whether, you're learning crosshair placement. I would say that is probably the one that I would want to play the most, Maui, because
yes,
as a more traditional mobile player, that's what I struggle with.
I mean, I think refrag has just been proven at this point to be the prime tool for anybody that's looking to do individual practice to just get a boatload of that. Whether you're going into Nader to obviously warm up your utility usage, or just the other game modes that more so emphasize just pure mechanical training, as we can see here. The repetition that you get from something like refrag, which is a more realistic training tool than just loading up and saying to yourself, okay, I'll hold B this time on B Mirage. It's like, no, you can actually just drill that a dozen times.
Yeah, that is one of the more enjoyable things. I mean, like, look, I already said it. As a traditional MOBA player, I know that my crosshair placement really is a struggle. But I heard in refrag for this mode, you can either do it solo or duo. So if anyone wants to duo, let me know. I definitely need the help there. But yeah, big shout out to refrag. You guys can jump on over, check it out for yourselves. If there is anything that you want to get better at, advance for yourself, then I'd really recommend checking it out. But right now, you guys are going to check out a break, because when we come back, it'll be map number 2. Well, it was Wildcard winning on Alliance's map pick of Inferno just before, but now we're going to be looking towards their map pick. They're going to be playing on Dust 2 MOUZ. And do you think that this could be a closer affair for both sides?
I would personally be surprised if Alliance doesn't fight back in some sort of way, but I think this is incredibly worrying already, given that they're a map down. I think that Alliance were definitely the favorites coming into this series, but with Wildcard starting off as hot as they did there on Inferno, Alliance might be going home prematurely here.
And it's off the back of them picking Wildcard, right? We said it, maybe this was the safer option for them just to be able to advance to round 2. Now it feels like it was a safer option for Wildcard to get a bit of an easy walk into round number 2. But either way, we'll see just exactly how our second map of Dust 2 plays out.
That's right, Dust 2, where this one could settle if Alliance don't have a rebuttal. Mohan, they come into this series looking a little flat. We have a lot of praise to sing on the Wildcard side on an individual level. Multiple pieces hit the ground running in this best of 3, and now it's just a matter of hanging on to that momentum and trying to just really kind of rub the dirt in Alliance's face while they're still stuck on the ground, because to somehow find your confidence after that first map is no easy feat for the likes of Alliance.
It's a rare moment where you go, clearly this team is not about how good they are at a certain point, like how much skill they have, how much strategy they bring to a map. It just didn't feel like it was their day at all. Nothing went right. They didn't show any of their Inferno game, which we know that they can play. And so, yeah, they come in on a low, but it's still a map that they're great at. Again, they tower above Wildcard in the rankings, and their map pool overall is much stronger. They might not have expected Wildcard to go here. That's a potential possibility, but Wildcard's prep, it feels like they're gearing up to ramp this season, add in some new stuff, and they showed they could take down what is like a tier 2 Titan on their best map.
And one that has shown strong recent form, just unfortunately not as recent as tonight. Alliance, all eyes on you to see if you bring anything to the bounty. Nemanja takes his sweet time activating on the flank of Catwalk, gets a ton of damage in.
Yeah, that's 1 billion damage.
That's going to be tough for the diffuser as well. Little HP to hang on with. Rek finding a headshot in the middle of it, but there's also not a lot of health for the T side either. Very much whittled down to these final moments.
Doesn't know about him.
32 HP'd Hex towards Goose for the lock-in, and a pistol for Wildcard again.
They close it. They looked good, and they came at that really quick. Got the jump across on long. Didn't waste any time. Moments like that, a retake is definitely possible, but the odds are against Wildcard, especially when they didn't clear out green box and let that first kill go so easily. So another rough start here for a team who, in some weird way, took a different kind of risk in this bounty, right? Took a matchup where they weren't trying to go for really big competition that they had a decent chance of beating. They went for a team they felt like they could definitely take down.
Yep.
For a modest amount of points. Might live to regret it.
I think in a lot of ways it's hard to anticipate the individual level that Wildcard brought across the board last map. That kind of firepower, always something you don't anticipate.
Also, you know, straight up back on Inferno, like the calling was offline. Like there was, on the eco rounds, they didn't do any stacks like these. They played 2-3 to sites, they didn't rotate, they didn't push. They clearly were just not talking.
Uninspired.
Yeah, not reaching their baseline. And, you know, I haven't watched all of their 12 games of Inferno where they probably built up so much confidence, but as much as for certain, you don't get streaks like that unless you have ingenuity on all kinds of rounds.
Yeah, a bit of an oddity to see it just kind of fall apart this evening. Wildcard obviously just going to lap that up. And Wildcard, props to them where it's due, just kind of flexing advantages over Alliance. Like they were just constant in the pressure, constant with MHL from the very get-go, taking those challenges down middle, constant in his repositions. Hell, you want to talk about insane rounds, just the Nemanja jumping Mag 7 double kill, like even those kinds of like Hail Mary moments where their backs against the wall, we got more so at a Wildcard than the team that just sort of flopped the loss in the end. This round keeps 4 players up with their USPs. And Wildcard off to the 2-0 start.
Wildcard are a group of comeback stories, essentially, right? I mean, like, all players looked promising on their previous lineups. Didn't work out for either form reasons or otherwise, but at a certain point felt like they were going to find a home that they were going to be steady on, that it was going to work out. Rec on M80, Hext as well. These were rosters that made sense. MHL's reached heights as playing for Falcons, not as prestigious of a Falcons in the lineup that he played for, but still, even having that chance.
I still think the comeback of the comebacks here for Wildcard's got to be 60. I mean, after his time on Complexity, I think his stock was hit very hard by that departure.
For sure, yeah. That could be a hard career moment, absolutely.
Marsborn gave him a chance for a little while, and then he gets the call back by Wildcard as they looked for a little bit of experience. Well, you found it. Mainstay, North American Counter-Strike. Era, fast kill here in round 3. As the buy comes out for Alliance, so will the man advantage. We are anticipating some kind of a fight in this series. Era looks to be the difference maker early on Dust 2.
Boy, you hit him with that. Smoke.
Smoke to the face, flash out through it. Bob XD looking to test the waters of middle.
I want to believe this is a little bit risky, but he also doesn't have much to lose, and he's got a teammate right beside him.
T in front of that's got a huge health advantage, so Bob XD goes down. Avid finds the spray down.
They're looking for the boost, but surely.
Era will find a back turn. Hext catching the trade back. Low HP and CT spawn gets found out, and there's still a player back plat on this B site in a 2v2.
It's kind of left their Hext. No, MHL is starting to join up with him.
Wildcard were left separated for a moment, but that bottom middle player doesn't fully activate. Will they anticipate Platt? Looks like it. Setting him ablaze.
That's massive.
Burning him out of position, and still the trade comes back for Twist. Is the challenge out of Hext right there for the window? He's going to have to get this bomb plant in 20 seconds. He'll prioritize it. Twist to the doorway as Hex gets the reposition off to the flat side, and in anticipation of the challenge, Twists wins the 1v1.
That's an excellent reaction and a very scrappy round. Another one, in fact, here for Alliance, but they put it together this time. Close calls all the way through, but it felt like Alliance. Wildcard, they could just do no wrong. They're closing out all these close spots. Back on Inferno, pretty much untouchable. What a call out on this Molly.
Just can't get down through the window fast enough, though. Twist hot on the heels for the 1v2. I thought he had really missed his chance coming out through those mid doors. But catching the window drop in the final moment puts Alliance on the scoreboard 3 rounds in. It comes at a cost, though, and we've seen them have to stomach these costs. Multiple MP9s in the mix for this one. Actually, just the one. They sell it back. Get some lighter utility on Avid. And it's a cat play out of the gate here for Alliance, trying to take the challenge to top mid, and it's worth it. Bob XD for the double.
Delicious spray out of Bobby. Don't know why I said it like that, but that's just how I felt.
It's confident. Slick first move. An Alliance that's trying to break out of its shell after being stuffed into it back on Inferno. Kind of felt like they lost their character. Drop off of the plat. Locked into the corner, is going to get killed by Rec, but Avid's there for a single trade at least. And MHL quick to just drop down onto his teammate, looking to join up and somehow pull off what's left in this 2v3.
An upper spot here. Rec will have a small chance at this. And Youpe's going to fall back. Twist gets a headshot, and now it's just Rec in a clutch. He's got to run this down.
Trying to chase you down to the car. MP9 swings wide, but Rec's still working with 60 health for this. Molly to try to cover the crossover.
But both CTs nearby, catches the back. Oh, it's the spam through for Twist, who posts another clutch early on Dust 2.
Damn, that was Wreck with 4 kills. Nearly locked up an ace to close that round out. But like you said, 2 rounds for Alliance, both clutched by Twists. And this is where you might have the force wars, right? With 1 player alive in these last 2, Wildcard know the money's low. They've got T-side to look forward to. They just won't be able to buy that much themselves, but they squeeze out an AK at the very least. Era's op could be a huge difference in this round.
There's that AK coming its way.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Opening kill for Nemana. Op shot collects 1, but still the bomb's crossed over already. MP9 through MHL will not let its guard down. And Bob XD gets himself another multi-frag moment. 6e hands on the AK as bomb goes down. Looks to give cover to the site. Looks to double back into the tunnels.
He's not pushing all the way through. Nate goes beyond him.
Walks into the corner as he goes for the smoke on door. Hex, what are you going to do about this? It'd be a wild swing out through window with the Opper right there. M4 to support it. And with Hex dead, it feels like 6e is going to get pinched from both sides. They'll find him with the flashbang, take over the retake, and take the lead with it.
It's an assortment of great utility and massive awareness out of Bob. I don't even know if we heard someone in Playground, but he ran at that second player like he did. Losing a solo B anchor that early can normally just mean you've lost no matter what guns you have coming into the retake. But they land nicely on their feet. And that was such a key round to win, again, because of the money. Uh-oh. Turning from the flash, only giving up the kill. Era finds 1 trade back. Malta will continue with their approach. Avid will just get out of the door. Twist starts to lean over towards B. This looks like the correct thing to do. Hex will throw the smoke, but this should just be exciting for Alliance. They've got a double push in tunnels. 1 out of mid. Oh, they don't get a kill there.
These pistols just keep the pressure up. Oh, M4 picked up, and MHL finds the headshot. Avid's position will catch you off, though. However, 6e into the AK trade frag. So now Era's op tasked for the retake, and he gets a glimpse of Hexed.
Could very easily be another clutch here for Alliance, but also might be necessary.
Scoops up the kit in the middle of all this.
It sucks to have an op in this spot.
What's he going to do? He's going to try to reposition towards the tunnels. Fakes it with the stomp and doubles back.
This is wild. 6e, though, doesn't seem to be falling for this whatsoever. No push up through tunnels. He's going to now play the clock. Arrow just wanted to make sure that he didn't go there.
Stomping it all the while. Trying to get the challenge to come his way. Era, it's going to be back turned if he were to stick it. So it's a fast tap, and he tries to escape, but instead just loses the op. Extra money here for Alliance, but it's the wild card pistols that just puncture throughout mid, grabbing guns every step of the way and robbing a round out of Alliance's hands.
And this was supposed to be the one where you could go on autopilot, get a freebie, build up the bank accounts, and instead, even with your first kill, so many answers back. Could be a brutal moment for Alliance if they lose this round.
During this timeout, I remind you can live trade this game on polymarket.com, the official prediction market of Blast Premier.
Already it looks like that Alliance are at least a bit better than they were back on Inferno in terms of just like playing up to their own standard, but Wildcard really haven't slowed down either. There's no maps for them to punish with, but they already stole Inferno.
Ooh, Era just the correct line as to not overstep into his counterpart.
They've gotten so much out of that cat push, whatever gun they use.
Oh, but maybe one step too far as Twist takes the duel out long and loses man advantage. Era's on the hunt, but you've got to be careful because MHL's top mid. Top right.
Top left, Mina Slime.
Maui's laughing at the moment. That one's for him. It's a creepy crawly moment here for Wildcard towards Bob XD, and he's found out headshots swift from Hex, and so's that swing past the scope of Era. Oh, and as he tries to go chasing that second player, MHL wins the head-to-head, and the bomb goes down with that one, so Wildcard with the perfect squeeze here in the 7th round of play.
Yeah, this is where it gets brutal. It's absolutely must-save M4. That's all you'll get. They've bottomed out all of their money.
Did he overstep with the long duel, Mohan?
It felt early for the amount of information they had, for sure. And it was like the cat play where they saw that it was, there was players top mid.
Yep. Yeah, I thought if anything, they were just going to leave it to Era to kind of do his thing in middle. But they sprinkle in a long aggression, and it gives man advantage over. And from that point on, Wildcard didn't let go of this round. 4 strong at the end of it. Money made for the attack, and a lead secured.
Yeah, minute 30 long push and a 4v4, and can be team specific. That's something they've seen with Wildcard, but again, it feels like today Wildcard have come in with just like so much matchup knowledge, you know, with specifically what's going to work versus Alliance. Like they're beating all their own stats right now. They look like they believe their prep so much. One thing they've run into is that cat push consistently. Could say that for Alliance for sure. Gotten a lot out of that.
And we'll see if there's like a matter of time before they adapt to it. Oh, MHL.
Farming.
Evolving. As he'll take over that B bomb site from a distance and then just allow 6E to move it up catwalk as well. Try to find that open path.
Yeah, that last round was a real launch pad. Another round score.
It's Wildcard to the moon from here on out. Alliance can't get things back under control. But nothing to contend with here in the 8th round of play means Wildcard's lead grows stronger.
It wouldn't be Wildcard if you didn't know who they were going to sign next.
True.
Terrorists win.
Trying to remain relevant within North American Counter-Strike, despite the roster changes. Despite a bit of criticism for the org and its decision-making, they are here and they are clearly beating Alliance. This will be a critical season of Counter-Strike when you think about the results from 9Z at the most recent major, securing more opportunities for the North American,
for us,
or the Americas region.
Thanks, 9Z.
Ride those coattails, baby.
They have been for a while.
Sixy quick to the duel up cat. Again, kind of holding my breath for Wildcard to see whether they have to adapt to those catwalk aggressions Alliance have sprinkled in correctly. But this round features no cat presence for Alliance, and Wildcard take over that position instead. But a challenge out through the CT spawn, off of that flash, Twists eats one in the middle of it, and Sixy actually killing Avid. This is a tough spot now for Twist. Pressure from both sides of the A site, and he cannot hang on. Him and his teammates all dropped with nothing to show for their efforts.
Just not your day, is it, Alliance? They run into the meteor part of the map. They have the A stack going on. Wildcard do go through the path of most resistance. They still win
every single
flawlessly.
duel.
Yeah. Take a snapshot of that, and Alliance would put themselves in that spot every single time. You know, maybe it's Avid pushing through that cat smoke by himself, being, you know, the only solo target on A that allows Wildcard to make that a little bit easier, but there's still 3 there to hold. That's kind of what you're looking for versus a split like that, but they just really didn't have the control they thought. Oh, man, 5 alive here for Wildcards. They wipe the board clean.
Yes, sir. Uppe. It's just stuck there. Nothing to do for it. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Electrolytes down the hatch. Poor Twist had a challenge from both sides, and again, just him and every other piece of Alliance come out with nothing to show for it.
Yeah, 2 out of the 3 rounds they've won are his clutches. Does feel like Sweden's like peeking their head back up again, which is great.
Now we'll have Eyeballers versus FaZe Clan 3.0 tomorrow at noon. Starts the broadcast with Bardolph and DDK. Eyeballers said, let's run it back.
We'll do it without Bob. Wildcard had a good time getting into the B site. This would be the easiest one yet, maybe.
Yeesh. Oop, but can't do much from backside, and that's Hex with a double kill, finding the headshots in a round where they already had such a huge gun advantage. You're hoping it was Era's op that got given the challenge. Now you're just hoping it's Era's op that can be allowed to save. And Wildcard's starting to get into that crazy territory where they could just run this down and try to deny, but because they don't know about the op, they may not think it worth their efforts.
Another one bites the dust, and Era's op's great, but it'll be more useful next round. They're fending off a 3-9 now at this point. Jeez.
Go beyond that, Mo. They're fending off 2 back-to-back 13 threes, if they're not careful.
This really is their legacy.
And to think Wildcard were meant to be the easy pick. Could have picked Vitality. Could have picked Spirit. Could have picked Falcons.
Probably get the same amount of rounds.
They picked Wildcard.
Probably better off picking, you know, one of those top dogs because they take real vacations. They're extremely vulnerable.
Yeah, Hex was in Montreal. Nico was somewhere magnificent. Yeah, that would be my philosophy. Pick a team where most players have spent the player break on a boat.
Some pressure against him. Not much support either. Opening and flashes coming in from the A side, and he takes that duel raw, loses. And now the split is oncoming.
This is Era on a catwalk hold that's on a timer.
Yeah, this is a very fickle way to hold the A site. He's got to push in behind it. No, is that in CT spawn?
No, teammate right behind
Yeah,
him.
okay. This will be their one chance. He could switch out to a flash. They got to be very careful, though, if they try that.
There's a lot of bodies here for Wildcard. They'll clear the close wall. Avid down with just the one. Sure, Era's on the fallback, but he knows Long's compromised, and Hex will come out
Oh my goodness, all right.
Maybe too confidently as he swoops down into the CT spawn. We've got MHL on the line out middle, taking damage back by that B rotator. Bomb down, and an attempt here from BobXD.
Gotta go for it.
Trying to slide up from CT spawn. They will be caught over the top of the ledge by Rek, but they didn't see Bob get to ramp.
Sneaky
He's got
Bobby.
a kit. And that bomb, I don't think, is planted for Catwalk fully. Oh, yeah, it is. Open in the middle of the site. The timing could still catch off Wildcard, and he's
They'd
going
have
to try
do
to play
something
it.
really silly. Oh.
There's the departure. Kill that
dropped
player, no
down,
one's close,
actually.
he's got it. BobXD slips the net and wins the 1v3. Oh, down to the perfect amount of time on top of it. Of all the rounds pulled out, it's this one.
Wow, they done goofed. A nice, sneaky ninja defuse out of Bobby.
That is 2 Twist 1v1s and a BobXD defuse. 75% of Alliance's round wins.
Not a frame to spare. Had to get that spray perfect, right onto the bomb immediately, and just enough time to put that together. Whoa.
Fast aggression. Oh, Rex got the
Yikes.
coverage with the second. And now Avid in from the B site will finish off Hext at least. Further damage done on Sixy. Man advantage, but smoke in front of it. Just a quick glimpse for Era. And a frag that goes too deep, so he is not given any further vision. Burned down to 60 health as well as Rek will be hands busy for the plant. Window coverage from MHL's got the Battle of the Operas won. And an MP9 is still potentially enough. Quick swap to the USP, no sir. An 8th round secured by Wildcard. 4 rounds for Alliance on a CT side, all secured by the skin of their teeth.
Majors are not banana cups. If you ask a player would they rather win Cologne or a major, no one will ever say Cologne unless Cologne is a major, and that's because of the prestige. If the play is going to be iconic, you got to start in playoffs. The crowd on the crowd mics, the call has to be so good from the casters just to complement that play perfectly. Just the right amount of surprise and awe, and the reaction, just the raw reaction of the room. So I think it's just about the audience. For me, my favorite major final was the Astralis versus Virtus Pro. And this was right when Astralis had picked up Glaive. This was very interesting because Kerrigan was a much more revered IGL. But the one thing Glaive brought to that major and to Astralis was he solved their choking issue. He made a series of calls on that T-side comeback on Train, and it was a bunch of very aggressive confidence plays at a moment where if they lost the next round, they probably would have just lost the entire series and lost the major. And that was the first of the 4 majors that they won. At a major where there's the most pressure, Glaive was the best option. And I think that was a really key point for both Astralis and honestly Denmark as a whole. When you look at FaZe at Boston, one of the most iconic images was Nico blown up on the Jumbotron. As hard as that might be for him to think about or go back and watch, that's one of the things you remember the most. Stewie being the guy who was the player that made Cloud9 into a winning team and made Cloud9 into a team that was top 6 that year. So the best sort of NA team that we'd seen in forever. And then for him to have the clutch moment to bring the team to overtime, it's not about the skill anymore, it's about who's good under pressure, and Stewie was that for Cloud9. I think that one will be forever iconic for me. I would never want to have to go through what FaZe went through at Boston. But in terms of how much emotion came out of that, it's sort of irreplaceable as a moment in history.
Trying to build back brick by brick. Alliance 4 rounds into this, which is technically an improvement from map 1, but really just a testament to Wildcard's individual levels tonight.
I'm trying to see Wildcard, you know, versus other competition now to see if they're the real deal, because this is a great first look here at the Bounty. Not that we can call Alliance dead yet. They could wake up at any time, I'm sure. But you just could not ask for more of a performance so far from Wildcard.
It's just such a damning half when you remember that, again, it's 3 clutches for the 4 round wins of Alliance.
Yeah, a ninja defuse and 2 1v1s.
And yes, they could turn it around at any moment, but it's been 3 halves of dominance from Wildcard.
Okay, we got a fake brewing, and the CTs they're biting on it. So the A site getting taken.
That's
a
a good
headshot, but no kill.
Yep. Rek gets finished off. Hext is low. MHL now down to 2 HP as well, so it looks like this pistol belongs to Alliance.
They can't get this kill.
Bob XD still selling this every step of the way, whittling down Wildcard piece by piece. On for the ace. It's right there, and he's got it. 5 kills to Bob's name. Who's your uncle?
Wow, he did that on a fake. They still thought it was the A site.
So just to recap, that is an ace and 3 clutches for 5 rounds to Alliance's favor.
Fair enough if they do something with it. Well, this is the round of your dreams when you're playing on default.
It's like the post plant of your dreams, but the bomb's actually down on the other site. Wildcard in full retake mode, just couldn't peel Bob off it. They'll come through with the force buy. MHL Scout, MP9 for Rek. It's never too late, Alliance.
Trying to get some chip damage and punishes as Alliance work the map. Pretty even spread at the moment. Alliance sit tentatively. They have cat control. Door smoke. It looks inviting to the T's. They tried to walk out of this. That's dangerous. Safety will make them pay.
Especially knowing surely there's a force on the other side of this. Into the scout they'll go. MHL missed chance at a first one and a second. Missed on the third, but still the Desert Eagle. Oh, triple! And now that fast pinch around from the cat side. Force buy works out. You go tiptoeing through mid smokes versus the force buy. You're asking for it.
Wow, is that Spinks? Insane work with that Deagle. A brutal moment here for Alliance to follow an ace.
Third one's nasty on Avid. At that point, he is forced into the trade train. Full steam ahead, Wildcard, 9-5 the lead off the force success, and it's gonna send Alliance into the force buy of their own.
And it's one thing to get killed, you know, 3 guys to that 1 Deagle, but also walking through that mid smoke, which was a trap, where Hex smoked it from A.
AK's offered over. 6-y hands one back, though.
With a gun. A good gun.
Twist with the rifle, collects MHL's head. Pressure's on now with the cap play. And as Rek chucks the flashbang up, he's looking to get hexed out from the CT spawn. Looking like site control taken over by Alliance. Risky business here for Hext. An untradeable spot. Oh, but he finds Twist first. That's the gun back on the ground.
And now that opens a door for Hex to try to control it. Abbott gets it with the Deagle. Oops, got his. And so Desert Eagles bounce right back in the hands of Alliance.
Man, what a response out of Alliance. I thought they were just done after that last round. But then they get these 3 free upgrades. They win on a round with pistols. 3 becomes 2, but they'll still take it. See if that's a minor mistake or a door open here by Wildcard.
It's the real threat of rushing that AK forward into the cap play.
And I mean, the flash was excellent. It did hit all 3 of them.
Yep.
The spray was just a little bit off. I can understand 60 full committing, especially when he was that close to the wall. You saw the first guy got hit full blind, but they did have 1 anti, actually.
And TwiST wasted no moment taking that gun into the site. Wildcard with a taste of their own medicine will force back themselves. This is opening a door for Alliance to get back into this game. Despite this 3-round tail. Pistol on Hex and Wreck. They've already successfully won with less. Push through. Spam looking good, but he gets away from Namana.
Couldn't finish that one.
Scout tag for MHL, but he'll also take damage back. And they'll catch Hex trying to get away with the robbery up into tunnels.
Still the 3 better guns left over, and actually the T's are quite low. It's not a done deal just yet.
In a 3v5, it'll also open the door to some kind of a gamble. We see that lean going down towards B. May depend on what the cat player finds.
Bomb's crossing back.
Looking like it.
Ooh, full tunnels might be a little too safe. 60, does he go searching?
If he oversteps, it's going to open the door for the departure, but he gets his kill, and TwiST will find the headshot.
2 players in B still. Lots of low players here on the T side.
Yeah, A player, though, has found out there's nothing on that other half, so maybe 60 overstepping.
There you go. Okay. It's well done here for Era. 26 HP. Clandestine mission over towards A, not seeing a target. And they avoid disaster.
That was 7 health on TwiST when he denied 60 the double on the flank.
Wow.
Fine margin in this one as well for Wildcard, but forced to take a knee as bomb goes down on the opposite side of the map.
Risky to hunt these, honestly.
Right, you need the money, no?
That'll be a slight upgrade.
A kit Molotov, yeah, definitely worth it. If he survives.
Terrorists win.
Oh,
wow,
man.
Crazy. He wants the AK, though.
Ooh. Oh, and he gets it.
Ooh.
He gets his cake and eats it, too.
MHL playing dangerous games, but 2-round lead held on to. AK and an M4 kept from the last one. The rest of Wildcard will have to save. That's awkward because it's a CT frag grenade that just opens the smoke slightly and exposes the push. Had to have gone deeper to keep that player alive.
Oh, the one in long doors?
Yeah.
Quite a lean here. 2 players outside A. It feels like this is not just a final plan just yet. I'm not exactly sure what Alliance are doing right now as they get back into middle. Are they going to commit? Wildcard would love that. No molly to K-Sharp.
Flat pop up in a
That's a big
second.
mistake.
Oh, and there goes the bomb. The bomb does come and join them. I thought them passing it back meant it wouldn't come through. But an overstepped commitment, deep smoke grenade, and Wildcard just pop up with nothing but success on the other side of their challenge.
And Hex doesn't get caught crossing. Now you've got Era chasing Ghosts. Hex just trying to torment them, get some information back. Doesn't have much to work with. 35 seconds, and it is just going to be a save with this op. Whoops. And also a great stack out of Wildcard.
Yes.
I mean, they read that pretty well.
And it feels like they've had, again, on this second map, those good reads. We saw that challenge from 60. Yes, they lose the round, but the challenge into Catwalk with the AK that was ultimately offered over, but still could have been a moment that shuts down that force buy entirely.
And they had 2 mollies. Neither of them went to K-Sharp. That was a really big punish.
Few extra shots for good measure. Locked down B bomb site for the double digits to Wildcard. So this game indeed closer than the first map, but it is still Wildcard 3 rounds from victory in this best of 3.
But it's also that last round coming. So, I mean, it's the round they have a 4v2 and they search with 2 players. They lose both of those players. It's benefited Wildcard's economy a lot. And lucky that they have saved this off.
Puts a dampener on Alliance at the same time as now it's Bob XD with a Deagle.
Bit of damage. 3-player setup. They're ready to react, though. They have the op on a great line. That'll be a freebie. Twist goes down, and you don't want to let that be a repeat. Oh, it's actually Era to be given one.
Flash interrupts it, and Wildcard have enough. They peel away from that. Long control given over to Alliance, but they seem to forfeit it as well. Oh no, never mind. Just kind of 2 minds. It's just the bomb sent back instead.
Bob's going to scale back and alert, but he has a Deagle in his hands. Might not be the worst fight for him. We'll see what happens. A chance at some close contact here if they jump up.
This is the bomb on Avid as well, so if he does jump up, 60 could just have it delivered to him. And then you're banking on a Desert Eagle trade from tunnels.
And they have everything covered. The bomb, how's it going to get to A? It has to go back through long.
60 starts to activate player tunnels. Oh, nice blindside out of Bob XD. That's a rifle upgrade grabbed. Fresh duel in mid that Hex is going to win. Eyes back over to the cross. Op in a moment as Hex does collect a second, and MHL's going to deny that bomb crossing over. Now Era scoops it up in a 1v2. Sends a firebomb out towards the catwalk. Oh, missed chance! Opper in the open. Era whiffs, and MHL pistol to make the difference.
Oof, that's a nervous moment, but probably shouldn't have gone on even that long with the molly coming out onto default. Hex does more crazy work. It's a great shot here from Bob, but surviving this duel and then getting another on the cross. Right through him.
Era's Molotov was also Buns. Obviously, we see that challenge right through it. You're going for an open plant, banking on the molly, but clearly doesn't give you the cover you need. Whiffs or not.
And that's it. There was a 2-gun saved on the last round. They're probably regretting trying to hunt in that 4v2 now that they're totally broke. This one's to defend against series point. Massive chance for Wildcard to grab this upset.
Fast Tech 9 play into the nades, though. It's a double kill made easy thanks to Rek.
Well, the full plan was that A split. That'll be changed. They start to fan out all 3 choke points. But what can they really do?
Hope Bob finds a blindside, really. But MHL considering it.
He's been a sneaky beaver this game. 60's walking up low HP. Not but a perfect clear.
Yeah. Not fallen victim to Bob's games.
That might be an actuation point here for Alliance, who just have to go now.
Walking out, bomb last to arrive, found out, and it's flawless here for Wildcard. 5 map and match points.
Ooh, and
even then, the money is still trash on the side of Alliance. Every single player with less than $3,000 to try to keep Wildcard from winning.
Yeah, the game was won on economy in the second half. Just key moments. Not closing out rounds efficiently, not saving efficiently.
Yeah. And just having a lack of moments back in the first half.
Yeah.
4 rounds for Alliance in the first 12. 3 of them by way of clutch. Just not the Alliance that had this most recent outing in China. Turned some heads there versus some stiffer opposition. Thought they'd have confidence in their pick of this head-to-head versus Wildcard. But Wildcard on an individual level in many ways.
So impressive.
And also from a game plan point of view, so impressive tonight. Very much countering a lot of Alliance's moments. And flexing the weapon advantage here in the 20th round of Dust 2. Scout on Xbox to try to win the duel versus MHL, who has been lights out, sitting pretty at 16-9 on map 2 as well. And just giving the space over to Alliance as they will flail around in an attempt to keep this game going.
Hex readies himself for a B plate, which Alliance are hoping for.
Oh, and Hex shaves one off before the pack can really get moving. Supports inbound, the nade perfectly placed by MHL. 1 member of Alliance emerges, and all 5 members of Wildcard will survive this final outing. You take a swing at Wildcard, but unfortunately for Alliance, safe to say tonight, they've missed.
It's a rough one to miss on as well. It being single elimination, it being your choice, in fact, on the side of Alliance, where you thought this could have been a closer matchup. Maybe not necessarily easy now with hindsight, Maui, but definitely closer than what we saw over these 2 maps.
This was, yeah, I think you got a little bit more out of Alliance, which is expected when the first map goes as lopsided as it did. But I'm just liking what I'm getting from Wildcard. I think the proactivity on the CT side to close out some of the rounds, always trying to find a way back. If they lose the opening pick is a bright sign. The individuals were just really excellent in a lot of different capacities. I just saw great moments from Hex, from MHL. I'd say map 1, you got some of the other guys playing in tow extremely well. This is surprise. I don't know. I always get a little hesitant, Nat. I'm never really sure, you know, when it's a North American team. Is it the competition? Is it a good day? Are they just shooting hard? But I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it today.
Well, that's normally like my follow-up questions. You're like, okay, Wildcard did look great for all those reasons, individual team play, but where necessarily are we putting Alliance, right? Was this really a good litmus test on how Wildcard are going to be coming out of this player break? Because they also talked about it, well, we didn't get to hear it, but I did get to talk to Hex a little bit, and he talked about he did enjoy the player break a little bit for himself as well, but you do wonder with those tier 2, tier 1.5 teams, are they grinding just that little bit harder? And that's what makes their explosive starts at the beginning of seasons that much more impactful.
I mean, I think that for Wildcard, whether they practice more or less, I mean, I think they called a better game for one. Their T side, which we finally got to see there on Dust 2, actually provided me with a little bit of faith going forward. I think they disguised their actions just enough to make things a bit harder for Alliance to also figure out what was going on. There were just a lot of moments in this where I was surprised by the thoroughness that they brought forward. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Like, the individual form was better than I expected for Wildcard. I'm not sure if that's kind of a negative towards Alliance, because I didn't really see going into Alliance who was the guy that I thought was going to really carry them. If there was going to be anybody, I would have kind of hoped that the players on Wildcard would have been better.
Yeah, and you also wonder, like, with individual prowess, is that sustainable? Is that something that's going to be able to carry you through more than just a round one? You know, when we look towards a round two, what their potential opponents could be as well, you have to wonder what more is there in the back pocket, because they did still, at the end of the day, Maui, have the confidence to let Alliance pick their Inferno, their 13 win streak on Inferno.
And they came extremely well prepared. I feel like there's just been a big change that's been occurring in the wildcard camp that now we're forced to take a look at a bit closer, because yeah, they were winning some smaller lands and everything like that, and I think that definitely put some wind in their sails, but now it's actually carrying them to beat a European team. And I just think that how frequently you see these kind of American Euro mixes, kind of like M80 for example, just start the season really flat because they have all the excuses in the world. You know, there's jet lag, we've had to fly over, some of the guys weren't ready for it, but this wildcard team, they just look so ready to go. The trading in a lot of the rounds was so much better than I would have expected. The way that they're able to just kind of lock a situation down in like a 3v3 or a 4v4, which sometimes it can get a little scrappy, it didn't. A lot of these rounds were very cleanly won for wildcard.
Yeah, well, you say you want to get a closer look. You don't know what exactly is going on within the camp. Well, I promise you, Mao, you can't get any closer than this. We, of course, do have one of their players, one of our wildcard winners here. We have Nemanja. Congratulations. How did you guys feel coming into the series against Alliance and now, of course, getting the win against them?
Yeah, I'm very happy because we had a bad tournament behind us in Barcelona. So I'm happy because we are recovery and come back to win streak now.
This is the win streak? You feel like it's just the start? Round two is going to be just as easy? Okay.
I want to know, Nemanja, I mean, you're working with a few North American guys, and I mean, the first time I really heard about you was when you were coming up with Zero Tenacity and how you kind of just popped off. I know that you kind of went through a lot at that time because there were a lot of accusations regarding you, but now you're just flat out proving it. What do you think you're bringing to this team now that you're given a shot with an organization that might be a little bit different than what you're used to?
So after Zero Tenacity, I played with EU Mix, and it's helped me, Illwill, and it's helped me a lot because it's first time that I'm leading on English, and then when I get invited from Wildcard, I know that I'm ready to help them, and it's first time to play like in this international team, like with good organization. So I'm really happy. It's new guys for me, and yeah, that's it. It was a little bit different play style because they're from NA, and I never played before it with NA teams. But now I think we start to understand each other, how we're thinking about game, and yes, it will be just better and better.
And how was it trying to lay it down or help people like Sixy and Hexed and Wrecked understand how you wanted to approach the game? Are you having to lead like very seriously, or do they get it pretty quickly?
So there's experienced guy. They played everyone major, and it's maybe on the start it was a little confused for them, and of course for me. But yeah, I just start to doing what I did in before teams, and I know it will work. So just they need to believe me, and I feel that they believe me, and I know we can do some good damage on this blast.
What would you say is the biggest difference between being in that European team and the NA? Because you say there is a difference, but what exactly, if you had to give me a couple examples?
Yep, maybe the NA players may be more like structured round and more setup rounds, but in Europe I feel that players maybe more understand game, and I don't know, maybe it's or maybe just because I'm from this region, so maybe I better know these European players, yeah.
All right, well, Nemanja, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in round number 2 as well.
Thank you, see ya.
I like it. Just that extra little bit of information there, Maui, on those differences. But you're right. You even talked about it beforehand. The fact that you're seeing a little bit more of a mix in lineups can lead to success. And it is a couple of those things he talked about where you can have that flair or pizzazz of NA, but at the end of the day, having that knowledge or insight of how European players think or play is going to be pretty pivotal in getting a win, like against a team such as Alliance.
I just want to praise Wildcard because they've been really, I don't know if I would say they've been dealt a bad hand. They kind of they played their hand really badly last year, but I just think that they're on the right road now. And that's the best you can hope for an organization that clearly made some mistakes in the past, went in and out with a couple different roster moves, but now they've come to a roster that I simply have a little bit of hope for. I'm not going to say they're going to be top 15 in the world or anything crazy, but they have shown through multiple tournaments now, and they're showing here at the last Bounty presented by Polymarket that they are indeed a team that people need to take care of. They can't take them too lightly. They have a style that is centered around a very grizzled, albeit tier 2 in-game leader from Europe, and a lot of skilled players. I'm also gonna if people don't know the story of MHL, like this guy was being looked at for Liquid a couple years ago. He's been in conversations for a very long time about getting a jump up opportunity to tier 1, tier 1.5 teams. So it's a very well-rounded out squad, and one that I'm really excited about watching into the next round.
A team or a roster that instills hope in anyone for the livelihood of NA, well, that's a team that I can get behind for sure there. But they were our final team to win their best of 3 today. It is only day 1 of Blast Bounty, but we can have a look back at our other 3 previous best of 3s that we've got to witness here. It did start off with NIP up against M80. What was a 2-0 there in favor of NIP as well, Maui?
This was exactly what I was referring to, unfortunately. You get what's weird about this one is that all of the North American guys actually played decent individually, but then the German side didn't really hold up for M80, but I'm going to say that Stown absolutely farmed these guys, and that's what I want to see from this NIP, who made a couple little sly roster moves while dawdling along in tier 2, and it seems like at least one of them, primarily in Stown, is paying off.
The second best of 3 was Astralis up against Nemesis. This one had to go all the way to a map 3, Maui, to be decided. Nemesis getting the first map for themselves, and I was thinking, wow, are we really going to get an upset this early in Blast Bounty? Are we really going to have it done before we even get to be on camera?
Yeah, well, thankfully, it was not the case. Just so we could actually get those kinds of moments, but no. Good,
of course.
Yeah, good stuff from Astralis for taking care of business there.
They did, and of course, another team that took care of business was MOUZ. They were pretty clean, I want to say, for the most part in their series against Nuclear Tigers, but there is still a little bit of learning that can happen, and I think that that's the best thing. If MOUZ came in and just swept both maps, I think I would have been wondering, because there's a lot more to be learned from losses than wins, and so I think MOUZ are going to walk away with a wealth of knowledge about what their new roster can do.
I just think that the MOUZ are going to probably have to gear in and focus a little bit on getting Zelix feeling more confident and comfortable on the CT sides, because T side, this guy flips a switch. I'm really, really excited to see how he's able to slither in and get some entries, but I think that it's still a very tough learning curve for him when he's locking down bomb sites, but he's young and he's got a lot of time, and I think MOUZ are going to really put that faith into him.
I was going to say, as long as they're willing to put the faith in him, time is on his side, and that's one of the things that you cannot get with a lot of players. So that is nice to see, and of course, now that we're concluding our day number 1 of Blast Bounty, 4 teams having made it to round number 2, 4 teams being eliminated, but tomorrow the story continues. We're going to be seeing 4 more best of 3s. In fact, we can check out what we're seeing tomorrow right here. It's going to start off with Eyeballers up against FaZe, a matchup that has happened before in Blast Bounty, but I feel like it's 2 very different teams, 2 very different levels we're looking at here, Maui, and of course then continue with G2, Namiga, Gamer Legion, Hotu, 100 Thieves, and Falcons there. So I feel like the first and the last series of the day are the 2 I'm looking towards.
Definitely. Eyeballers just narrowly lost to FaZe at the XSE event that recently took place. So I'm sure they want some revenge there. I'm sure FaZe want revenge for what happened at the previous Bounty to kick off the year. But the last matchup, I think the name brand value just goes crazy. The fact that it's Device versus m80, the fact that it's Kerrigan versus Rain. There's so many aspects to grab on there. And I just hope that 100 Thieves puts up a fight, because these teams are world of rankings apart, but I just want them to play to each other's level a bit.
Well, that's the thing. Sometimes world ranking does not factor in, right? Sometimes it's just good old enjoyable Counter-Strike, but you guys are going to have to wait tomorrow for that one. We're closing out day number 1. We'll see you guys same time for day number 2 of Blast Bounty presented by Polymarket.
Welcome to the Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. This happens during the live draft shows, taking place before the tournament first begins and after each round of play. Bounty hunters can choose from the most wanted teams, deciding if they want to choose their opponent based on strategy, past history, or simply going for the biggest prize available. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?